girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their
What do spirits say? What do spirits say in a darker day? What do spirits say? When the mist is all gone, there's something inside the water. Don't know where they're coming from. They are free to roam above the sea, and their story stays with me like a haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in a darker day? What do spirits say?
The back and forth has got me so messed up. Don't ignore the signs. We've had enough of the whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way. Find a way. Find a way. Find a way out.
Hello everyone and welcome to Welsh Masters. I'm Rook and I'm joined by Neokai, and today we'll be bringing 4 rounds of best of 1 Swiss into a best of 3 finals. First up, we'll have Bridgen Bunda versus Team Unit The Rock Johnson.
I've got to love the team names. I mean, they're absolutely brilliant. Some of the team names you've got coming into this one, very funny, keep us on our toes as well. But regardless, we are going to see some fantastic Valorant today, and I'm really looking forward to this one. Team Unit The Rock, Bridgen Bunda. Not too much information on the side, so it's all about who turns up on the day and how they turn up today. But regardless, I'm looking forward to this one. Also, a huge shout out as well to people behind the scenes who are doing a lot for us. I mean, that of Jakey and Mel. Big shout out to them. But regardless, I mean, it's going to be a fantastic day of Valorant. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely same, and it's good to see some university players kind of popping up here and there with Bangers Friendly Giants as one of the other teams that rocking around. And I mean, it's great to see these players turning up in lots of different places. We're seeing them up in things like even teams like British GG have some university players on them, and it shows that the UK as a whole has a fantastic Valorant ecosystem. Yeah,
it's brilliant because, I mean, we mentioned this off air, but CSGO in the UK, not the best, but Valorant, it's really starting to thrive. And I mean, we mentioned earlier, Liquid, predominantly UK-based, Fnatic the same, and all the way down. And the fact that it's trickling down to these kind of lower scenes, which has the ability to trickle up, is brilliant to see. And this is where, you know, events like this come into handy. You know, you see these new players coming through and, you know, showing their potential on the big stage. Regardless, we all come into the game in just a second, but I'm looking forward to this one. It's very hard to predict, but if I was to put you on the spot and say, who do you predict just based off names? Go for it.
I like Bridgen Bunda. I like alliteration. It's my thing. So if people weren't aware, my name is Ollie Olsen, so I got to go with the alliteration.
Yeah, perfect. Do you know what? I thought that as well. Bridgen Bunda, very funny name. Did like the effort though. Team Unit The Rock, and they've got the Rock profile picture as well on the website, so got to respect them for that. We are loading into Icebox as well. Give me your thoughts on Icebox, because it's a bit of a polar map. Pardon the pun there, but I mean, a lot of people don't like it, and a lot of people very much like it. It's a bit of a 50-50 split, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, kind of coming to Icebox as a whole, it can be very different from some of the other maps. A lot of verticality to deal with there, and a lot of angles that are really hard to properly cut off. And that's why we're also seeing things like the Viper come on through. Yeah. Backshot bringing that out. I think that's a great pick in particular, because it is going to be very interesting. But on that flip side, look at Bridgen Bunda. They're bringing out Astra.
Yeah, and this is crazy to see, because Astra, obviously the newest character in the game, and still, you know, those kind of abilities and everything that Astra can bring to the plate hasn't really been fully worked out yet. It's still all could be up in the air coming into this one, but I'm very much looking forward to it. The Astra pick, though, I'm interested to see how this works on Icebox as well, because it has a lot of potential to kind of, you know, throw off the opponents here. But as you mentioned, the Viper pick, big fan of that one. Can lock out sites, post-plant or pre-plant as well. Big fan of seeing this one get on the way. And also, another one to mention, which isn't picked too often, but the Sage. I do like that. Sage Wall's very easy to block off the rotations as well. Good for them, regardless. We're getting on the way in round number 1. Team Unit The Rock Johnson versus Bridgen Bunda. Rook, please take it away, my friend.
Some aggressive walls coming in early from the Viper, from Rock. And that's what I'm going to refer to them here, the Rock as their team name, because that just makes things a little bit easier. Otherwise, it's a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's going to be Bridge and Bunda for the most part, just piling on into this A site. Turret is really far back here from the Killjoy, so playing a little bit slower here are the team, The Rock. And, well, Astra leading in first. They haven't put down many stars, at least ones that I can see. It's good headshots, but Lou taking a little bit of damage back. They're going to try and get this spike on down. Jakes can't quite spot them. Is it going for this headshot? And that's a free spike plant there. You're going to see the stars fall, and, well, Maxi is now completely cut off from trying to deny this properly. That wall is in the perfect position. Going to smoke, try and push on through and find something here, but I mean, can't even find that spike right now. He's just waiting in the wings for someone to try and push and get aggressive. Knows that these players are trying to contest it. A paranoia to maybe back things up, but JK on the high ground finds a little damage, but DMN comes up big until the Sova puts him on down. It's Bridge and Bunda now with 2 players. They can try and smoke it off backshot. Wants to try and clutch things out. With the spray through the smoke, eventually they're going to find them, right? They're going to be able to find these shots, but it's not happening. They get the defuse, and even though they get the kill, Bridge and Bunda lose out the round.
Brilliant use of utility all throughout that round, and we saw it there. Perfect use. The smoke drop, Viper, just, yeah, I love a smoke diffuse. You gotta love to see it. And Team Unit, The Rock, Johnson off to an absolutely flying start. And DMN, what a spray down for the 3 kills as well. You love to see it. Subs did a very good job of bringing it back, back to that 2 versus 1 situation, but the Viper, nerves of steel, held the spike down as Team Unit, The Rock, Johnson pick up round number 1. And now, in doing so, we're able to pick up a relatively comfortable buy coming into round number 2.
Even though things looked a little dicey for them, it was a great start for Bridge and Bunda, but they just choked it out at the very end there of that round. Backshot, looking for a cheeky position, moving on up into a pretty off angle here. Players not necessarily going to expect this. I don't know if they heard the jump, and they're already getting ready to push on in. The wall goes up to really cut them in 2 right now, but they're slipping on forward. They spot out that Killjoy at first. Going to give them a little bit of time as they progress on forward. The spray, okay, they come back for a little bit, hop on forward, but catch a lot of damage there from Jakey. So that's a great way for The Rock to try and keep things close. And with the backup of Demon, they're going to take control of this round. Now Spike dropped in an open position, and Maxi's so far up in yellow here. This could be a good spray down, but doesn't quite finish off those shots. Lou is only chunked for now. Bridge and Bunda looking for their chance to strike on out here, but there's too many angles. They've not got the flashes to deal with this situation. And it looks like The Rock are just capitalizing on the fact that they've been completely routed. Bridge and Bunda have really got to think about what they're going to do. They got the spike. They're heading over to A.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we're just seeing very confident peaks coming out here from The Rock. They use it to their advantage. They know they've got the better weaponry as well, and they've made the perfect use of it. But now in a 2 versus 4 situation, they've rotated away. Might be able to get a spike down. They will do exactly that. And now it's all down to Team Unit. The Rock Johnson's coming in on the rotate. They do have the man advantage, a significant man advantage of that. With low HP, made that no HP on Lou. It's all down to 1. The Jets got it all to find, and JKY is going to go absolutely huge here with just the stinger in hand. It's a 1 versus 4. He's spotted out, and it's just a matter of time, I think. The spray coming through, not even good for the first. It's Jake's Tomo finishing things off. It's Team Unit, The Rock Johnson, from a second round.
Yeah, pretty solid round there from The Rock Johnson, and the patience from Backshot here. It doesn't end up being the best situation to be able to get this. Great movement as well from being able to get up there in time and onto that position, but it's really the fact that there was the follow-up from Demon that made things happen for The Rock here, and Bridge and Bunda didn't know what hit.
Yeah, I mean, very good play once again, and we're seeing, you know, a few people starting to shine in the server, not only in terms of the util usage, but also the fragging ability. Movement as well being very good in that previous round, and The Rock Johnson, they're off to a very, very good start, but now, here's where the real response comes in, because Bridge and Bunda, they will be coming in with a full buy, and, you know, the more powerful weaponry coming into round number 3. It begins.
Good Viper's bite there to try and force them back so they can't push too much. Backshot basically solo Honning's angle. Not many players who'll be able to back them up if this goes as a quick push here. But for now, Bridge and Bunda not committing all too hard, playing towards mid at the same time. Pussyfooting around the situation, not wanting to commit right now because they know it's too hard, get caught out, and then you really find yourselves on the back foot.
Still, they're just slowly making their way up. I like the spread as well. They're trying to find something. It's DMN, though. Off to a very good start already in this game. It's opened things up against Lou. That's what The Rock needed, especially with the lower weaponry. Making the SMGs work in their favor, but they are making their way now towards this bomb site. The rotations will need to come in. DMN trying to make his way through. Spots out 1, but it's subs as well. Also, the information flash coming through. Won't find anyone, but it's OMS and JKY. Good for 2. Maxi and Nos removed from play. Man advantage goes in favor of the Rock. DMN picks up yet another frag, and he's been brilliant in the server so far.
Yeah, back shot as well. Huge on this Viper. Found so much from those cheeky little positions, and JKY really doesn't know what they've got to do here. They've got the knives out. They're looking for something, but at the long range, Demon comes up big again, and Team Unit really were good at using these little skirmish tactics.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned in the previous round, we're seeing a few people start to show up really in the server, and DMN is one of those. He's been absolutely brilliant so far. 7-1 currently sitting at. I mean, very, very good performance. We see exactly why Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, are 3-0 up. And to make matters even worse for Bridge and Bunda, they're down by 3, and the weaponry coming into round number 4 is not going to be the best. It will just be the Sheriff buy for them. It's not going to be the easiest.
It isn't. They got to find some of those quick and cheap headshots if they're going to find their way on in here. Obviously, Jakey using that ult in the previous round to try and clutch things out was a little bit gung-ho, but they're really going to get punished this. If Maxi can hit this shot, should be more open. Back off a little bit. Drops on down and just about dashes on out. The lockdown could be what they need. Bridge and Bunda need to play that little bit slower. That first round was good for them when they executed onto here before. Some good walls, bought them a lot of time. You can see right now that the Rock are going to have to back off. They don't want to get caught in that lockdown. And, well, I believe one of them just about didn't, as Jake's Tomo does survive. Takes down Lou, and with the backup from Nut, well, this just ain't looking good for the Bunda. They get the spike down, but they're losing players left, right, and center on this. Has to push on through here and deny this, trying to get that spray through the wall, but runs out of bullets, and backshot shuts them down. And Jakey, yet again, that last remaining player, the Viper destroys them. And, well, the Rock are on a roll.
Yeah, and a near flawless round by them as well. Brilliant once again. We saw, you know, the pistols do a lot more damage than I expected them to do. Coming against Vandals, it shouldn't have been, you know, that sort of tentative, let's call it. But regardless, backshot, very, very strong performance from him in that round. A 4-0 lead now, Bridge and Bunda. It's starting to become slightly concerning, let's say, because Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, they're starting to get away and make a very notable lead, and also build up that long-term economy.
Yeah, they've already got an operator on the board for Maxi. And after round 1 looked really shaky, they've really started to solidify themselves. I've been impressed with the Rock so far. They have had a lot of control of this game. Bridge and Bunda, I love that they're bringing out the Astra, but it doesn't seem to be doing all too much for them so far. That's just tragic.
You hate to see it.
Maxi taking one off the board, and with the wall there, that's a strong position for Sage to hold. Just makes these executes so much harder, and I think Bridge and Bunda need to shop around a little bit before they commit to anything further. Oh, Demon pushes on forward, gets a little bit of damage, but doesn't expect subs to be waiting in the wings there. A bit of an off angle, catches them. Bridge and Bunda keeps things close, but only for a second, as Maxi puts subs right back in the dirt. Jakes is holding this angle now, and you can see trying to force them off with some of that utility. The wall is down, but there it is as well. The Nano Swarm and also the lockdown to try and force them back. Silly Willy, however, will be able to get down that spike before anything happens and get out of dodge as well. So they don't get caught by the lockdown, but they are at a 2-player disadvantage regardless. And with all these players swarming onto site, the Rock are really going to have a pretty easy situation unless Omnis comes up with something absolutely huge. Good nade here, but that's for default position. That's not where you've got the spike. A little bit of bad communication there from Bridge and Bunda. That Silly Willy is going to have to go for a raw peek at some point. Peeks on out, the shots whiff on by them, the spray through the smoke just ain't working, and it looks like the exact same thing's going to happen again. Bunda loses Omnis as well after the spike has gone on down. And that is just a disaster for Bridge and Bunda yet again.
Yeah, I mean, extremely unfortunate. And as you mentioned, miscommunication there. The utility making its way over onto the site for the wrong plant position. It's just so unfortunate. But, and again, miscommunication. Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, though, they have been looking a very, very solid core. Demon as well, once again picking up frags. Maxi's starting to come in his own as well. And in the post-plant positions, they're making it work in their favor every time. Despite having the man advantage or the man disadvantage, they're making it work, and they're 5-0 up. Bridge and Bunda, they need to wake up on the server. That's not a good way to start it as well, as Maxi picks the first. JKY already out of commission. Bridge and Bunda already at man disadvantage.
I mean, that's a bit of a wake-up call. Allowed operator shop right on in. Red's going through here. It could be a bit greedy. Luckily, those smokes do buy them a little bit of space, and maybe the Rock a little bit lackluster in the coordination. Their backshot shouldn't have really had that wall up in that situation. And as a result, Bridge and Bunda aren't at a deficit, at least in terms of players anymore.
Yeah, it's still a little bit slow, and I like this from Bridgend. They've gone aggressive and this not works in their favour because Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, have been very good at just blocking out those sites. But this slower take, spread out, try and find those opening frags, and maybe they can open a site and then post-plant with a man advantage in their favour. However, we'll see how this one plays out. We'll be down to site here. JKY makes his way in with a jet and trying to spray through. Not going to find anything as of yet, but we'll be tested in just a moment.
Some good shots as well to kick things off. Jakey finds a frag. That's what Bridge and Bunda really need. They've gotten spiked down twice, but it's not been successful enough for them. I'm surprised Jakes doesn't just spray this smoke here. That could be an easy frag for them, but playing a little bit too passively here. And with that spike on down, Bridge and Bunda now have control of the tempo of the round. Unit really need to be decisive in how they push forward here. They've got Viper coming on over, but they're not going to be there in time for a flank. They're going to have to push through this main area, and Demon does just that. Ness finds at least something here. They know there's these players covering these angles. The Viper's pit coming out. Jakey can't find the frag. And Demon, wait, even pushes through. And Maxi jumps up, takes him down. And Lou trying to put those shots down range, but it doesn't seem to be enough. The right click is there from Maxi. And Bridge and Bunda completely routed, even with what was a good start. Do they have enough time for the spike defuse? I don't think they do here. I think the Rock have made a huge mistake.
That is just, well, we mentioned bad communication on the other side. Well, there it is there. 2 players remaining alive, running around the site, and no one getting on the spike. They don't defuse it, and Bridge and Bunda get away with, I don't even know what to call it, luck, I guess you could call it. It's just miscommunication. Works against them. Maxi, though, a very solid performance of him. 3 kills in the round, but it's Bridge and Bunda who finally get off the mark. They've picked up a first round, and maybe this is the start of something here. We can see Bridgend start to get back into this game. However, I mentioned that long-term economy on Team Unit. We'll look at it now. Once again, another operator buy coming in, and with relative ease, I must say.
Things off with a little bit of a slow push here from Bunda. I like to see this kind of patience from them. They've rushed a little bit too much in some of these earlier rounds and gotten caught out. Backshot, like super aggressive here alongside the rest of their team. They've pushed up to a lot of these really forward angles, and there it is, the spray down. Can they find the third? They can indeed. And it is just looking disastrous now. Omnis has actually managed to slip on through and does find the frag onto Backshot. The spike is down in their spawn, and there's 3 players just slowly beaking on. Oh, there's the spray! Finds the 4K in total! And Omnis has brought it to the 1 versus 1. A slower position held by the opposing Killjoy does mean that things aren't over quite just yet, but Omnis has brought this round back into their opportunity.
That was insane. I thought the 3K spray down was good. Wow, wow, 4K for that. All down to Omnis. Killjoy versus Killjoy. He spots and he finds. He picks up the ace as the first ace we've seen in this tournament. What a performance from Omnis in that round. Gifting Bridge and Bunda a second on the board. That was insane, Root.
Yeah, brilliantly done here by the Rock early on, and with a beautiful spray down from Backshot, but doesn't expect this player to be on the flank. Omnis slips on through and just finds that first one, and everybody else just lines on up in a high position. Omnis knows where it is, knows where it's coming from, and completely demolishes them. And I think Jakey a little bit too gung-ho to be able to find this one.
Yeah, brilliant stuff though. I mean, the spray control was immaculate. Made it work in his favour. And Bridge and Bunda, they've picked up a second round. Now, the deficit is only to 3, and Team Unit, their economy, not the greatest in the long term anymore. So, we can maybe see Bridge and get back into this one. Especially with now Lockout coming in. Killjoy gonna drop one, try and make his way on towards a side. DMN will be tested, but it's Maxi who opens things up.
It does get something out here, and they just about managed to dodge away from that lockdown, but not a lot of space controlled by Bridge and Bunda here. They still managed to get that spike on down. The wall breaking. Not quite open just yet. You see the stars set quite close by to that spike, trying to find a way for them to open things up. Silly Willy strikes down Demon, and one of those duelists already being off the board. Brilliant stuff from these Sages. Silly Willy might have found the frags they needed. They can try and smoke things off again, but Omnis, this time, getting ready with a much better bit of utility that should be able to open things up that little bit more. Rez coming on in, Nut comes up big, Backshot backs him up, but now it's 1 versus 3. Lou has to come up huge, tries to pop that grab, but it's not enough. And Bridge and Bunda don't pick up their 3rd round here. Unit do stop them.
Yeah, good stuff from them. 3 players remaining as well. It's relatively convincing. 6th round on the board for them. And Maxi up to 10 frags in the server already. It's Ominous who leads the way of 11, but Maxi's been very, very consistent. Seems to be always very good for a kill, and that's the kind of player you need throughout a game. When a few others aren't really showing up as of yet, you need some consistency, and Maxi been doing very well. Demon as well, of course, and Backshot with that 3k spray down made it work in his favour. The problem for Bridge and Bunda is that they have a few players who haven't quite woken up in the server, and honestly can't really do it all on his own.
Certainly can't. It's good to see Bridge and Bunda starting to find those frags on, well, a couple more of their players. A lot of these rounds have been pretty shut out for them. Demon doesn't win out that duel, and really should be picking that one up at the longer range. Silly Willy has started to find their footing. With that Vandal able to find a good couple of shots on through, especially in the last round. Did keep things close, and Maxi just can't about win it out. It has to be Jake's. Make that a 2-for-1, and Bridge and Bunda looking like they want to go for the spike plant yet again. Jake even takes down Jake's, and, well, now actually holding down this site for the unit will be very difficult. They at least take one off, so they're only a player disadvantage. That spike is going to go down very soon. If not, can get in position. Spots out one of them.
Spike planted.
Doesn't deny the plant, doesn't move on in quite in time. No wall invested. That could be an easy frag, but whiffs a lot of those bullets on the Sova. All importantly there, ultimate invested by the Astra. The wall really cutting off a lot of these options for the Rock. Backshot starting to sneak on in. They've got two players, one on each side of this wall. Lou just waiting this position, but there it is. The execute comes on through. 2 quick kills, make it a third, and that is easy peasy for the Rock.
That was absolutely sublime. Teamwork to the absolute sweetest there from Team Unit the Rock, and a very, very easy defuse. Take a look at this replay, but that was sublime. A good start, and Silly Willy picking up a couple of frags there in areas that we didn't really expect him to. Should have been traded out, but wasn't. But very good nonetheless, Team Unit, and that execute towards the end of that round was absolutely sublime. Backshot once again, picking up multiple frags. And I'm right in saying 3 in the round it was. I mean, what a performance from him he's had so far in this game. I mentioned consistency is key. Well, he's showing it in the server. Now leads the way with 12 kills. It's been absolutely brilliant. A lot of people question when we see a Viper pick. Well, Backshot's showing it can work in spades. It's Team Unit the Rock Johnson who leads 7-2.
Spike drop.
Been very impressed. We've seen a lot of teams play with breaches or skies around it, but they've managed to make it work regardless of that. Things might be a little bit harder on the offense, but we still yet to see. They at least have some kind of flash in the layer on this. Had a fantastic performance from this position before. Can they find something again? This time, Blackshot playing one of those off angles, trying to catch him out. The drone, I think, very sensible decision here. Blackshot drops on in. The drone spots him out. They're going to have to rock on back out through there. Just about manages to dodge the Sheriff. 1 kill coming out for Bridge and Bunda back. They're still at a player disadvantage.
Yeah, now they're trying to make their way over to the side. Backshot holding them, and I like this angle. It's very hard to see from the attacker's side. Trying to make their way, and once again, we mentioned the economy of Bridge and Bunda is starting to falter, and you can see it here. Just the Sheriff buy, it's not the easiest at all. They slowly make their way over towards B, and slowly, but now in comes the cavalry, and it will be Backshot be tested. He's mentioned he's been very consistent and good for a few. Well, how about now? Spray down, good for 1. He drops subs, looking for the jet as well. Quite fine. It does a good chunk of damage though. 25 seconds remaining on the clock. He's getting the spike down. Miss Demon's good for 1. Drop JK1. The last player being out of blue is quickly traded out. Maxi finding that frag, and it's Bridge and Bunda who falter at the last couple of seconds. An 8-2 lead in favour of Team Unit the Rock Johnson. With a 6-run advantage, it's getting slowly away from the attacker side, and they're just not been as good, I must say, in the server.
There it haven't been. It's been some brilliant aim from the Rock. Their coordination has a little bit to be desired, but with Maxi constantly looking for those first frags and Backshot providing such a fantastic backdrop for this squad, just bringing up the numbers when they need to, the Rock have looked really solid.
Agreed.
Shots coming out early. Backshot this time does get taken down pretty easily, but too many players from Bunda do just completely rout them there. Not playing at the back angle here, knows from this position should be able to find something, but with their position given away and with so many smokes in way, just can't push through here, especially with a one-way denying a lot of that. Empress out here to try and find an opening. The Silly Willy steps that a little bit too far forward and gets caught out. Knows that operator is definitely deadly in the hands of this Jet right now. Demon getting ready to make their move. Knows they have to strike soon. The Empress will eventually expire with so many stars here I love that this lockdown's coming on out. There is a position which this Jet can play towards. I don't think they're expecting it. They weren't looking. That could have been so free. Eventually, the kill comes on through, but Jakey is out in the open. The refrag is there. Spike is going to start to get defused. They get half at the very least, as you see a lot of that heat coming on through. Dashes away. Maxi still piling on the pressure, but Omnis comes up big. The shots come on in, but do they have enough time? Maxi needs to sprint for it. They've got half. Will they be able to make it? No, they can't. And yet again, time is the Rock's greatest weakness.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from the Jet to pick up the frags, but what's good picking up the frags, you don't pick up the round. Brilliant stuff from Bridgen, but they just about make it work in their favor. I mean, this was sublime. The 4K Maxi, we've seen him time and time again pick up frags. He's always good for a few. And this transfer across was sublime as well. Lou just removed from the server, but not getting the spike. He's a Bridgen Bunda. They've picked up a round in which we very much didn't expect them to, especially on that 4 versus 3 retake. It's 8-3. Our 5 round deficits for Bridgen Bunda.
Viper's Pit right away, and already JKY off the board. Brilliant start here for the Rock, and so much control of the map. Rez is going to have to come out here. 2 ultimates in total, 1 invested apiece. It's going to be that lockdown. It's going to make a big difference here. If they can properly cut off a lot of control here, they should be able to find their way on in. But the fact that they lose so many players as it happens, and you know with this Jet, you can dash out of these situations. Okay, who still get detained, but I think if you're the Rock right now, you know you're not likely to get pushed, and Jakes can just hold that angle anyway. This means that Bridge and Bunda are going to have a real difficulty. Tries to make it happen, but Jakey just can't hit those shots. And the frags come through thick and fast as the Rock pick them around.
Yeah, well, after a little bit of a shaky round last round, that definitely wasn't a flawless 9th on the board for Team Unit The Rock, and they're well on their way to taking a pretty significant victory here over Bridge and Bunda, unless we see them wake up in the server. We've seen moments of brilliance, you know, diamonds in the rough on this side, but now heading over on towards the fence side. Can they make it work in their favor? A brilliant half, and I've got to mention that man again, Maxi, 18-6. He's been absolutely sublime.
Really has been, and a lot of those being opening frags as well. I think that's the important thing to keep in mind.
Agreed.
Brilliant operator usage, obviously something we expect on the Jet. You have a lot of non-committal options, but I've just been very impressed with the fact that they've been able to get a read on how Bridge and Bunda are going to push.
Yeah, agreed. One thing has to be mentioned as well is, as you mentioned, very good for those opening frags, but the space that Maxi makes for Team Unit The Rock has been absolutely sublime on the retakes. Now coming on onto attacking side, I'm expecting to see more of the same. Regardless of seeing a very standard buy from most. The Ghosts and the Classics are out in full force. Try and make something happen here. A slower take from Team Unit. I like this as well. Not the aggression that we saw from Bridgen, which worked against them. They've learned from Bridgen's mistakes, and now they're going to play things slow and just try and find a frag here or there.
Smoke popped on A as they heard some sound. That's what Astra can bring. A lot of long-range smokes, kind of similar to to Brimstone, but with a little bit of longer range, so can affect the entire map. So able to provide cross-map utility. They actually rotate 4 players on over here, and they're going to be completely thrown for a loop, because we know, obviously we can see from the overlay, that this is just going to be a 3-person execute onto B, and A is just a distraction. So it's going to be an easy spike down, and Regen Bunda are going to have to rotate quick.
Yeah, they've played that perfectly. With the spike planted, it's now a 5 versus 5 retake. Bridgend, they've been dragged away from this B bomb site, and Team Unit have been allowed a very easy plan. And Max, now with the flank, it could be good for a few. He hears the steps as well. So much information as he makes his way in. Oh, this is brilliantly played. Now he needs to find the frag. Good for the first, finds a second as well in terms of information, but not the frag as of yet. Demon good for one of his own onto Silly Willy, brings it to a 3 versus 5 on the spike, but Lou's good for one. Not one of his own as the trade is coming through. He picks up a second. Now it's a 1 versus 4. Jakey's got it all to find. Spots one, finds one. But it might be all he managed to find. It's a consolation frag as he's traded out by Maxi. And Team Unit The Rock Johnson. And a very easy spike. And a very easy bomb going off. 10th round on the board for them. And a 7-round advantage once again.
So much time of Bridge and Bunda's wasted there because they got completely caught off guard by that surprise play. Brilliantly done by The Rock to be able to fool them for that long. And at the end, it was just the fact that Maxi as well was able to get that flank off and provide pressure from different angles means that Bunda can't really push on forward.
Yeah, that's one of the things they've been faltering against. I think the biggest thing that we see in these differences between the two sides, being that Team Unit and Bridge End, is the communication and teamwork of Team Unit is significantly better than Bridge End, I must say. We're seeing them fall for quite obvious fakes. We've seen as well earlier with, no one getting on the spike. Those kind of things. That's where I think Team Unit just excel that slight bit.
Yeah. Billy Willie is going to be able to block that on up. Backshot won't be able to find too much more. As Bridge and Bunda don't want to go for these fights if they don't have to. Maxi's already slipped on deep into the site. Spike is going down, and this time it wasn't a runaround, it was a full commit, but they lose out. Jakey finds the frag. Now, well, they have the spike down. They're going to need some aggressive plays like that to be able to take things down. Now, the problem is, right, is they just lost this Astra, and in lieu of Lou, they're not going to be able to do all too much because they don't have a lot of smokes to cut off these angles. So it's going to be very difficult to push on through here, especially because these smokes are very much controlled by the Rock. Killjoy slips on forward. Gen Bunda do have a way to make something happen here, but the fact that Jake's Tomo gets a double spray down puts this in such a difficult situation. Backshot finishes things off, and well, the Rock continue to have such impressive.
Yeah, brilliant again. It was a 3 versus 3 retake, and Team Unit, the Rock Johnson absolutely shot that down. Maxi up to 20 kills in the server. Been absolutely brilliant. I mentioned consistency is key. Well, we're seeing it here from him. Brilliant. Omnis is still putting up a good showing for Bridgen, but the rest of the team not quite up to his level. And Team Unit, they've just been the better side. 11-3 advantage. They're well on their way to taking a relatively easy victory in round number 1. They've just been the better side. And let's see Bridgen just step up that little bit. They're going to start to falter.
Really did, and we had said, really want Bridge and Bunda to win. They've got the alliterative names, they're bringing out the Astra, everything was looking so exciting, but so far, it's been an exciting game. Getting rounds on the board has been very difficult for them. Jakey, it's going to be that first point of contact, and doesn't allow him to get all too much out of that one at Paul, and already a player disadvantage, 2 players off site as well. You can see that the smoke or some kind of utility is going to be able to come on out here, but for the most part, Lou is going to struggle to find frags, except if Nut pushes forwards quite so aggressively like that. Now, Demon pitching here, and with the backup of Maxi, they're going to have such control over this position. You know that they're going to have to deal with these rifles, and they do trade 1 for 1. It's not all bad, so the Rock are very happy with this position right now, but if Silly Willy goes off like we've seen from them before, this could be a round in the bag of Bunda. They don't have the res, they don't have anything. Is very wary of those flanks coming in, and actually a very good call here. The problem is obviously there's going to be a potential push from, well, the front, and also from those rafters, which are ever so terrifying. Nanoswarm pushes them out of the position. Can they even find that frag? No, they can't. And the Rock are on match point now here in game 1 of the day.
Yeah, we mentioned they've been the better side, and they've showed it time and time again. Fantastic once again from Team Unit the Rock. They just make it look easy, and it's just very simple Valorant, but played to the absolute highest level, and they're making it work. Bridge and Bunda, they're falling at every occasion. But luckily for them, they'll be coming in with a relatively decent buy. It's only the Spectre being picked up by Omnis, though. Supported by some Vandals running the side. As we mentioned, I mean, Team Unit, long-term economy, very, very comfortable. And even if they were to drop around, they wouldn't falter too heavily. Regardless, it's 12-3 advantage in favour of Team Unit. They've just been looking the better side as of yet.
They have denying a lot of info that Sova really needs to get a lot of function out, but Subs hasn't had many opportunities to work on a lot of the rounds here. Some good stars here from Bridgen Bunda, from Lou. But will it be enough to really shut down this push? We know that Team Unit have been very aggressive and very strong in their pushes. Subs just caught out in the smoke. Maxi starts off with complete blind fire, and Bridgen Bunda, they hold strong for now as they do trade 1 back, but these angles are going to make things very difficult. And now, the Rock haven't really committed to anything.
Yeah, a little bit slower here. Instead of 4 versus 4, just eye out the opponents here. Slowly make their way towards A. Bridge and Bunda, though, they need to rotate in because very passive angles from Lou and Silly Willy, and they could be punished for this as they will be allowed to push up towards A on the site and also get the spike down. And now with the spike down, they can set up post positions. It's Lou, though, good for the first. Jakey looking to find something, but it's Lou who finds a second before Nut drops Jakey. The ult removed. And now the post-palm positions are set up in a 2 versus 3. But it is in favour of Bridge and Bunda. With the man advantage, can they make it work in their favour as they get on the spike?
It needs to throw in that utility. Viper's bite goes down, but the defuse is still coming through. They're not contesting that at all. And it looked like, okay, just about pipped at the post. But that is half. That is a difficult position. Lou is still going to stick it here. The spray comes on through. Will they be able to find them? They just about do.
Attackers win.
Nut stops Bridgen Bunda, and that'll be a 13-3 win here early on.
That must have been 0.5 of a second on that defuse there. Just about staying in it, but Bridgen Bunda, commiseration to them, just not as equal. Team Unit the Rock Johnson, I mean, what a performance. There's so many good facts we saw from them. And, you know, already I'm starting to like what I'm seeing. Very good performance. Maxi, very, very good from him. We saw some other performances as well, which, you know, moments of brilliance from Bridgen. Omnis being the one, you know, that ace was phenomenal to say the least. Brilliant stuff. But Team Unit the Rock, they were just the better side.
They really were. I was very impressed with Backshot as well. A lot more of
Yeah.
a passive piece to the team than what we saw from Maxi, but still providing a lot of fragging power for that squad, and also playing that Viper, something I'm always happy to see. One of my mains back in beta. Haven't played too much of her as of late, but she's certainly very strong, especially in a well-coordinated team. And while sometimes we can see that coordination slip, the Rock, on the whole, pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic performance. The mention of Backshot as well, played that lurker role to perfection, always got in behind and just made, you know, that kind of made a nuisance of himself for the other opposition, and they always have to be wary of these very, very off angles in which he's sighted. Brilliant play nonetheless from Team Unit the Rock Johnson. Convincing victory, to say the least, as well, and I'm sure the other side have seen this result and something they'll be wary of as well coming in when they have to play against Team Unit the Rock Johnson. Commiserations, of course, to Bridgen, just not quite on the same level, let's say. We saw moments of brilliance, silver linings in the play, let's say, but just not quite on the same level.
Not quite able to make it, unfortunately. But yeah, that is only game one here at Welsh Masters. We still have a lot more for you. Of course, it's all brought to you by HyperX. And, well, I've been Rook and I've been joined by Neokai. Joining us on the observing has been Mel, and on our production has been Jakey Boy. We'll be right back with more Valorant action in just about 20 minutes, I believe.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your
a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go. I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Harder, harder. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away.
all the things you've been taught, you've been told. Don't blink, don't run, don't turn left or turn right or look straight at the sun. My mind's going in circles, I'm trying to fight it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. Just start again. Oh, you won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall fast to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you can't start again until you break down. Break down. Until you break down. They said, be meek. Look beneath the bed before you go to sleep. Keep on, I shine. You'll surely get burned if you reach out and touch. My mind is a battle, I'm trying to hide it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. Just start again. Won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall fast to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you can't start again until you break down. Break down. Until you break down. Oh, you won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall fast to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you can't start again until you break down. Hold on, hold on. You're not lost, you're not lost. Hold on, hold on. You're not lost, you're not Never reminded, never taking whatever you told me. I know what I could be, making emotion paintable and so tell me, is this what you made me?
Hello everyone and welcome back to Welsh Masters. I'm Rook and I'm joined by Neokai, and on our observing is Mel, and joining us on production is Jackie Boy Pro, and we're bringing the second matchup here today. Hope you're all having a wonderful afternoon. It's not morning.
Afternoon, yeah. I mean, we've got another brilliant game to bring you now. It's Team Nat versus Team Jack. Both sides had a dominant victory, let's call it, a 13-1 and a 13-4. So this should be a bit of a tighter affair. I mean, two of these sides looked very strong in round number one, and with ease took down their opponents. Coming to round number two, I mean, they're both on the back of a very good victory, and they carry on that momentum coming into round number two in what should be a more tighter affair. And to make matters even better, we are heading on to splits. So, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, you say better, but I don't really think split is much better. I'm not a big fan of that map,
Right.
but the fact that teams are going here means that they're probably relatively experienced. I think for the most part, because we're going on in this round two, we're actually able to get a little bit closer matches. That's always the way it's going to be in Swiss, and I think that, well, Team Nat versus Team Jack is going to be perfect.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. You said you're not a fan of it. I actually quite like it. So, polar opposites here. We'll see how this one plays out. But the big thing for me, the talking point, I guess I've got to say for this one, is how even this matchup should technically be. It's all about how the momentum transfers from map number one coming into map number two for them. Because, I mean, a 13-1 and 13-4 victory, both very, very dominant with ease, we call it, similar to what we saw on stream earlier. So, this should be a little bit tighter. Maybe we'll see the real technicalities of Valorant come out in its truest form here.
Absolutely. I mean, especially how they're going to play around mid. If we see something more like Astra and the Viper, I actually think Viper's a little bit underrated on split. I think there's a lot of great angles, especially pushing on into either side. It brings you a lot of value, and you can also really cut off a lot of the angles in mid as well. So keep an eye on that. See exactly what we're going to be playing with, but you need to be bringing a smoker of some sort, regardless of who it is.
Yeah, agreed. We're also seeing some of the agents being picked here, and it's to be slightly different than what I expected, let's say. Obviously, the Jet being picked, but no Jet being picked by the attackers. It seems normally you see, a Jet as a sort of an insta-pick in most occasions, but not here. We have seen the Astra pick up, though, however, on the attacking side. So your call was correct there. We'll see if it's the same on the defender side. Omen pick like that one, Jet as well, and the Phoenix. So a very aggressive kind of start for the defenders.
Yeah, I mean, keeping an eye on that Jet. If you have a Jet, you play the Jet, especially if you've got a player who can play Breach or Sky effectively. You can get a lot of value out of it. But if you don't, there's not really much point of it. I'm surprised to see this Yoru. I've seen a little bit of it on Bind, I believe, from either Rick's, I think it was Rick's GG over in Epic Land. They brought it out a little bit, and it was really, really, really interesting because you can play around the teleporters quite well.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's necessarily going to be super effective here. You can maybe play around with some of the noises, but it's not got quite that same amount of value. I do think the Flash is still fantastic, but maybe you could take something like the Phoenix. Now, going back again, we're seeing Astra on one side and Viper on the other. This is seeming like a perfect matchup, at least in lineups that we're seeing from the teams.
Yeah, agreed. Like you mentioned, the Euro pick, I'm slightly confused by it because it's not really the strongest agent, let's say. Most people generally see it as one of the weakest ones, very, very rarely picked, and even when it is picked, not that great utilized. The good choice, though, Astra and Viper, kind of two very similar style agents with the smoke utility that they can use. Coming into this one, it will be Team Jack starting on the CT side or the defender side, and it will be Team Nat starting on the attacking side. Looking forward to getting this one on the way, and I'm expecting to see already a very aggressive start, especially from the likes of Team Jack, despite them being on the defender side, with Jet and a Phoenix pick, as well as the utility they have to support them. I reckon we'll see some quite aggressive defensive style play here. Look forward to getting this one underway between Team Jack and Team Nat. It should be quite an even affair.
Yeah, I mean, tell them from the matches earlier on today, I think that makes complete sense. I'm in particular looking at Kaja on Team Nat. I think they're pretty strong. They've been around in the university scene before. I've caught a sight of them, and they've been relatively solid, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do on the duelist here because, well, they're going for a very split pushy style. I think they're actually going to teleport here and try and buy a lot of information, fake out completely, especially with these backup footsteps. They should be able to get a lot of value out here in trying to throw Team Jack for a loop.
Nice little fake here with the footsteps as well, but they're making their way towards this A site. Good use of utility already. The Yoru coming in favor. They will be able to get Spike down.
Yeah, a lot of map control here. They're going to move on in pretty darn easily. Good cam to try and set up for that post-plant position, but keep an eye on exactly how Team Jack look for this. Some stars coming in later on here. They don't invest too much in terms of the smoke, so they got a lot of utility to pay this post-plant. Team Nat are in a big amount of control here, especially frags coming through like that. Brilliantly done by KJ. Is going to be able to completely rat a lot of what this aggression was supposed to be. Does get traded out with the backup from Chiru there. So Team Jack going to find themselves pretty much just looking for exit frags here or trying to find some kind of miracle, some good shooting. At the end of the day, that Ghost is better at the long range.
Yeah, I mean, we questioned the Euro pick, but it's worked in favor, and KJ was absolutely phenomenal with it. 2 kills in the round, a spike down as well, and Team Nat take a very, very convincing round number 1, and already off to an absolutely flying start. Only 1 kill in the round for Team Jack as well. Be that of Chief or Sans. I mean, not the greatest start for Team Jack, but Team Nat looking very, very strong. Good utility usage well from the Euro over towards that B bomb site, and to execute on towards A. Brilliantly played, I've got to say.
Yeah, I actually really like that KJ was trying to bring out that kind of strategy to throw them for a loop, and Team Jack getting caught off guard. We saw that in the previous match. It's not a surprise to steal too much again. Looks like this time they're going for more of just a straight-up B push. They've got some teleports to work around with. Yoru is waiting around, but can easily teleport to the other side and apply pressure from a different angle. They've got the weapon advantage, but Chief lands a lot of damage there to kick things off. Eventually, they manage to push out a lot of these players, but click on towards it. Jack of all trades, unfortunately, doesn't find that flank at all. And, well, now Team Jack are going to find themselves in a difficult position retaking here. They don't have the weaponry. They don't have a lot of the position as well. They've got something up and towards heaven here, but Kairo's going to have to find the right click that we know can come from this classic. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Cal will have to back them up. And that's at least something on the board here. They got a little bit of damage. Now Team Jack can leave it quiet this way.
Yeah, a little bit of consolation kills there, but it's still a very, very comfortable second round on the board for Team Nat. They pick up a relatively easy execute on towards B-bomb site, and second round with, again, relative ease. KJ as well, up to 4 kills alongside Shiro, both of which entering very, very confidently in the post-bomb position have been sublime, I must say, from Team Nat. However, now is where we start to see Team Jack make a response. The full buy coming out from them, can they respond? Because they are coming in with these significantly better weapons, and for Team Nat, this is essentially seen as a bonus round.
It really is, but they lose a player right away. Not exactly the bonus round they wanted, as they've already lost one of those 5 lives. And, well, you want to be getting as much as you can out of this value so far, but overstaying their welcome. Chief with some really great plays so far.
Yeah, he's been looking very, very strong. Despite his team not picking up the rounds, and now with a 2-man advantage. Team now, we mentioned with the full buy, maybe they can make it work in their favor. Well, they're doing already that. Team now just falling on every occasion. The SMG's not working in their favor. Team Jack still with all 5 players remaining. Don't need to over-aggress or overextend as of yet. Chief just playing in around heaven. A bit of a slower take though, as the Viper smoke is utilized. LGPH to spot 1, but not picking up that frag.
Good counter flash here to maybe buy some time as well. It means he doesn't get caught out. As you see that Team Nat are really looking towards this mid and maybe converting over towards this A side if they've taken a lot of control of this position. Cairo trying that little bit too hard to contest from Vent there. You see, you can try and hold that angle, but when your head's exposed, you can still go down pretty darn quickly. 7th choice. Now knowing that push isn't coming, it's a fake. It's on towards that B side. That seems to be something that Team Nat really do love. Trying to catch people off guard with not exactly standard pushes there. Cal gets a good frack into Shiro, and with Jack of all trades waiting in the wings, this should be easy to clean on up. Even with a good close position, the Spectre isn't going to be able to find all too much. Trying to go for that spike plant out of anything. They're likely going to be able to take him down in short order. At least get the spike down here. So that's a good bit of cash in the...
Yeah, that was essentially a bonus round for Team Nats. I mean, they came in with the significantly worse weaponry, just the SMGs, essentially. But they get a spike, so I guess it's not the worst, especially in terms of building up, as I mentioned in the last game, that long-term economy. That is such a key factor in Valorant. You need to build it up, especially on your attacking side. Lose a few rounds in a row, and you're left with only the Sheriffs, maybe a couple of upgraded pistols. Not the easiest at all, but very good round from Team Jack. 3 players remain. They get a spike defuse as well, so... to a good start. They pick up the first round, and this is already a little bit more of an even showing compared to the games that they had previously in round number 1.
Yeah, a lot closer, and I'm really glad to see that. And it wasn't like some of the rounds we saw in Game 1 where it was kind of the team who were in control slipping up to let those rounds go. It has been some pretty solid stuff from Team Jack to close that out quite so cleanly. Lost a couple of players in the mid-game, but on the whole, some pretty decent stuff. Now, it's going to be Team Jack with a lessened kind of, well, strength of arsenal. As it's going to be some plays towards mid early. That smoke does have an opening in it. I think Kaiser will have to re-smoke it if they're going to try and make that cross happen. This time, Shiro takes down Chief and takes that all-important breach down off of that position. Cairo is still looking to try and contest this. A bit of a surprise to see them playing here, especially with that slow coming on in. Got to back off soon. They're going to try and slip on back. It's Team Nat, even with the Sheriffs managing to land these shots and take down 7th choice. They've got their pick of the sites right now. They could execute onto either. Look at where that teleport is. It expires, and it looks like it's going to be this push onto A as LJPH claims that victim. Turns away from it, and well, the tripwire does get him. Cal takes down Cypher here. Good wall to buy some time, but Cal is ready and waiting to try and crack it open like an egg. Introduces to take down Cal. And Jack finds himself as the only remaining player on his own team.
Yeah, Jack of all trades. Well, we need to see him master some here as he tries to make something happen, but an easy third round on the board for Team Nats, and they once again go 2 rounds ahead. Very convincing them, that round there from them, and to make matters, slightly more problematic for Team Jack, it's not going to be the easiest buy coming in to this next round. It will just be probably the SMGs and a couple of upgraded pistols. By no means a strong buy, especially when you're coming against Vandals and Phantoms. Team Nat looking very, very strong so far. We mentioned him earlier, Kaja and Shiro, both of which very consistent across these few rounds. However, it's Team Nat lead 3-1. That's 2-round advantage.
He is Kaja. It's completely concussed there, but much comes out of it, flashes either side, and Kaja wins out that duel. We expected a strong player, as I said before. Been very impressed with their duelist play. Bring out the Yoru, not such a strong individual pick, but hey, if you've got the gunplay, you can make most things work here. Execute comes on through. Breach provides so much with those flashpoints. A quick and clean, controlled take from Team Nat.
Yeah, now it's going to be a 4 versus 5. And did they even attempt to go to the retake? That's the real issue. I assume they'll probably just go for Exafrags. It's probably not even the worst decision. We mentioned their economy isn't the greatest, neither is their weaponry. With just Spectres, a couple of Sheriffs. I'm expecting them to go for maybe the Exafrags, not even the full rotate here. Or retake, may I say.
Cal, trying to find something up in heaven here. It has those Viper's Bites to work with, but at longer ranges with the Spectre, things are going to get a little bit difficult. Some very spread out holds here from Team Nut, and I love that they're not being too committal towards the site. Don't want to get caught by one big old flash. As a result, should be able to hold this relatively well. Spray comes on in here, but Kaja does not find those frags. It's the repeak from LJPH, who finds those frags, and brilliantly done with a 4K to finish off that round. Team Nut a little bit closer than they probably would have liked, but still around on the ball.
Yeah, it was got a bit close for comfort, let's say, in the retake. But regardless, still Team Nat picking up the round and have a 3-round advantage over Team Jack. It was to be expected, it must be said. Team Nat coming in with a significantly better weaponry, and especially into this one, as we see Kaja picking up the operator. We've already seen him be very good in these opening aim duels. Now with an operator in hand as well, it's going to be favourable for him. Team Jack, they've got a task on their hands, let's say.
Hero. Shots down range. Hasn't had a real trouble in holding this position earlier. Hasn't been able to deny it quickly. And it's a very difficult position to play. Often gets smoked off and bears the brunt of a lot of flashes as well. So I think maybe trying to play a little bit more passive there, rather than the aggression that we've seen from them before, could be what they need.
Still a slower take here. They have made their way in towards mid. ISO trying to find something. Not just put anything out in towards heaven as yet, as smoke comes in from the Omen. He's popping the ult though, trying to make something happen. Gonna go aggressive in towards mid. Something. Not gonna find anything as of yet. They're running back, not finding anything, and will finally get one. Jack of all trades. Good for the first K. Good for one of his own on towards Kaja, and that's a big frag as the operator out of commission. Now, if Chief Wasson picking up a frag, leaves only 2 remaining for Team Nat. Make that just 1. It's all down to Shiro. He's after the 1 versus 4, and he's an ace to clutch this round out for Team Nat.
Yeah, I think maybe saving this operator is absolutely the right decision. You don't have much time to play with versus 4. I think it's just a sensible one.
30 seconds left.
Really well played there, actually, by Team Jack. Playing off of that run it back, getting a lot of value out of it, and having players peek around it as well. So Team Nat try to get that refrag, try to stop themselves from hemorrhaging too much more, and instead lose a series of players and find themselves in a very difficult position this round where they're never really winning it from them.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant stuff from the defender's side. We were starting to question them a little bit in terms of their retakes. Oh, they've shown exactly that. An absolute lockout in towards mid. As you mentioned, off the back of that run it back, they made it work perfectly. Just keeping the operator, however. Shiro keeps that one into the next one. Almost likely drop it again over towards Cager, but their economy isn't the greatest, the attacking side. I'm expecting to see a full buy around the operator, but it will just be a force in some situations, especially on the likes of Orange Juice. Not going to be the easiest round for Team Nat regardless. Second on the board for Team Jack. Deficit now only down to 2 rounds. Still got very much a game on our hands here.
Still going to be able to buy up for the most part here. Good couple of ultimates on Team Nat, and this is sometimes where that Jack can come in handy. Obviously brings out his knives and patches up the hole in your economy. You're going to have to go down to pretty low econ and not even having full armor here. Is that Sage, but Team Nat still looking for those opening picks off the back of an operated down B long. Now, I think that's a bit of a potentially greedy position, but no one's really going to contest it, so it's going to teleport out, start to move back towards this as LJ. This time gets caught off guard as they try to make that deep flank lurk.
Yeah, once again, I like this slower take from Team Nat. They're trying to make something happen and open up around in some way. They're looking at that opening frag. Shots rattle off, but we're seeing utility already being used heavily in towards me. They're trying to open up. Now, teleport coming through from Eurocage, trying to spot as much information as possible as he makes his way deep in towards CT. Swing coming through, and it's Orange Juice who opens things up. 7th choice removed from play, looking for a second as well, and he does find that Jackal Chase dropped. They're dropping down from heaven, good for the frag.
Yeah, Cager gets on through there, takes down 2 towards that heaven position, towards that CT spawn, and it's just Cal left. Does have a rifle in hand, does have that ultimate. If they can get site control, this could be a big opportunity for them. They're playing slower. There's no flash here, but the smoke lands, and so does Cal. That headshot right onto Cager. This means you have to be worried about a lot of different angles. I love that Team Nat are changing up how they're holding this. Don't want to get caught off guard too much. Cal doesn't have a lot of health to play with. Find a couple of frags here, things could open up very quickly. However, with no flash, no nothing, things could very hard to really get working there, and Orange Juice proves just that.
Yeah, 3 kills in a row for Orange Juice. A very solid round from him. Aggressive, but it was all off the back of Cage. I mean, the use of that utility was absolutely sublime. Making his way out on towards that B-bomb site with ease. And Cager made so much space for his side. That's what you need. You need someone who creates that space. Even if you don't pick up frags, just merely making the space, allowing the team to push forward with you, allow for Orange Juice to pick up multiple frags. Brilliant round once again from Team Nat, and they once again regain this 3-round advantage. They're just staying in arm's reach away from Team Jack, and it's all down to the CT side, the defender side, to respond.
Team Jack lose a couple of players early there as Orange Juice really is having a fantastic time here. Does get hit by the ultimate, but is all too happy to just play around that. Teleports back as well as Team Nat return to a pretty default position, and LJ just walks onto the A site for, I believe, like a 4th time so far this game, and just makes it happen. Chief is the last remaining player, but get tagged up as they jump on out. The Stinger comes up big to find 2, but 2 is all she wrote, and Team Nat pretty easily clean that one up as they're having a whale of a time on this attack.
Yeah, it was a very round-for-round occasion to start things off. It looked very more significantly closer, but Team Nat are starting to run away with it now. A 6-2 lead. They currently are on attacking side as well. Very solid performance from them. It will, of course, be a predominantly full buy coming out. We are seeing the Phantoms, a reasonable amount of utility as well in the armor, but with Orange Juice and Operator in his hand, he's going to try and go aggressive once again and try and open up another site. We saw him do it with the 3K earlier in the game. Can he do it again now with the Operator?
Holding this angle very defensively. Love that Team Jack haven't committed all too hard to this. They were looking for something here, but that flashpoint coming on through, they push on out, and Kaiser just was not expecting. However, Shiro will hold strong, expect the push there, and is in front of the flash, doesn't equal too much of that util, makes things relatively easy. Rez is there from Team Nat, and they even claim Cairo. Flash on 7th choice, but he's sitting in the smoke. They weren't expecting it. There's an easy spray down. Doesn't go for the player who was trying to get the spike on down, and now just about get themselves out of that position. A little bit of a short teleport, but, well, it's going to be a spike down for Nat. A retake coming on out here for Team Jack as they lose another player, and the teleporting to find info is great and all, but with the wall they can reposition as they like, and things become very, very difficult now for Team Jack. 7th choice smokes off a little bit, teleports up to heaven, perhaps looking to wait for this wall to expire. I actually think it's a really good call, because oftentimes pushing through this wall is completely impossible, and it doesn't last that long. I think that's the key part about Astra, is that this ult isn't necessarily as powerful as people make it out to be. Smoke here. 7th choice can start to move on through, but unfortunately he's getting pushed instead. That could be an easy double kill, but unfortunately Cal is on the job. 1 versus 2 now. They don't have a lot of time to work with. We were talking about out that time. It at least eats away at it and forces the team into a bad position here. There's the concuss. Likely will be the peak. There it is from Orange Juice. Team Nat pick up the round.
That was absolutely sublime. The post-bomb positions on Team Nat were exquisite. They made it work in their favor. The use of ult, as you mentioned, is more times rather than less to, wait out that ult. Isn't the longest one, but even still, by waiting out, didn't work in their favor. Team Nat, brilliant once again. And we mentioned it in the previous game, how difference in teamwork can be, the make or break factor. What we're seeing here, that was sublime. The concuss coming through, the swing for Orange Juice with the operator. Brilliant stuff from Team Nat. They pick up a 7th round. They now lead by 5. They're starting to run away with this game.
They really are. A stellar performance so far on this attack, and while we have seen attack be that little bit stronger since the changes to split, normally it doesn't get quite this many, maybe even at the very end of the half, but right now they are on a bit of a tear. Team Jack are going to need to repair those holes in their lineup if they're going to be able to pick up a win here. Aggression early. Major all the way pushed up in mid here. Big opportunity, but the flash is likely going to reach him if we see that execute. If we see that push come on through. We're going to peek it out. Phoenix just backs off instead. Doesn't want to commit all too hard. And Kaja obviously has that teleport, can get out of bad situations. They're still trying to buy some of that time. Moving out now.
It's gone a little bit quiet in the server though. Once again, I like this slow take we see from Team Nat. I'm a big fan of it because they try and pick up that early frag to attack a site with a man advantage.
Flashpoint is good though from Chief. Does buy them some space. Was expecting maybe a deeper push. The concuss could be huge, but only with a stinger. It's going to be hard to push off of it. Flash is there, and the pre-fire from Shiro doesn't care about the flash. Knew where you were going to be. Jack of all trades comes up big, but unfortunately, 7th choice can't find a thing with that Sheriff. Some good shots from Cairo on the opposite side means that LJ doesn't get too much out of it, but it's 3 versus 3, and with site control, that'd be all great. If the spike wasn't in heaven here, they're going to be wasting a lot of time, and already you can start to see the rest of Team Jack coalescing on this position. The knives, unfortunately, whiff on Kaja. Well, there isn't a lot of time. This push could be big here if 7th choice can make it happen, but I think they're wasting a lot of what could have been their best opportunity. Kella's still letting it happen, wants to find that frag, but the weapon advantage comes to fruition, and Team Jack just can't pick that one up.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned him before the game, but Cage has been absolutely sublime. 12-7 he currently sits at, and Team Nat, they just significantly look like the better side. I mean, with a 6-round advantage on a map which is, if I'm right in saying, generally seen as defender-sided. I mean, it's a very, very good performance so far, and Cage has been put up numbers, and Orange Juice, since picked up the operator, has been looking unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean, even before that, they started to find their footing, and they've been playing that slightly more passive role for the team, but still able to find a lot of those frags, especially when players push on into them. Jack of all trades looking to do exactly that, had all the success with their previous run it back. Let's get a bit of damage and a lot of information here, but likely won't actually get any more frags. They are holding the angle. They send him right on back from whence they came. Now, while all of that was happening, we see multiple ultimates get invested here. The Viper's Pit could be big for Cal here, but they're just letting that smoke go on down, and Kaiser is able to deny them here. And with Kaja pushed on with that dimensional drift, it should be a relatively easy take of the site and spike plant as well. And they have a player advantage now as well.
And now spike down. Maybe a 3 versus 4 retake, but it's in favor of the attacking side. Try and make their way, and Chief Rassant has been very good since the start. Makes way in towards heaven, in from behind. Jack of all trades looking for one as well. Phoenix slowly inching their way in, but it's Jack of all trades good for the first Shiro drop. That's a big frag as well. Shiro has been very, very reliable with the utility used in towards heaven. Now they have to find a new way into the side. Jack of all trades looking for something, but Orange Juice with the operator is good for the frag. We mentioned since the operator in hand, he's been looking unstoppable. Well, even more there is Kaiser. Good for 1. 7th choice though. Spotted, and Kaiser picks up his 3rd frag in the round. It's Team Nuts who pick up a 9th, and they go 7 rounds ahead. This has been brilliant, Rook.
It really has been. so much control. They've been playing around the map. They've been happy to commit towards those B and mid pushes, but also having LJ play that side flank and opening up opportunities for them as well, and happy to invest those ultimates. I think that's something we need to see from more teams, especially at this level. You're happy to just chuck up those ultimates when and wherever. And Cager using that dimensional drift to get a lot of info on the site, as long as someone's backing them up, as long as you've got that second player to run with them, you can get so much value out of it.
Yeah, agreed 100%. As you mentioned, we're not seeing as much utility usage from Team Jack, and that's been one of their real downfalls. One thing, I did mention it slightly earlier though, but the teamwork from Team Nat has been sublime. I mean, they're making it work in their favour. They're picking up the rounds, and over 7-round advantage, they're well on the way to picking up a relatively easy victory here.
Yeah, LJ holding the angle this time rather than pushing aggressively. Nice Jack of Trades, that opportunity to get up and aggressive, to put the pressure really onto Team Jack here. Sorry, onto Team Nat here. And with that, there it is. Thief comes out, and an easy amount of control. So much map information that makes things relatively decent. But K-Row here just denies Cager that push. And I actually love that they were waiting in this position. And don't love that Team Nat just weren't expecting it. They weren't really aware that someone could be lurking.
Yeah, now it's a 4 versus 4. The retake. The weaponry isn't as good for the defender side. Those one positions are set up. They're trying to make their way in. K-Row spots one, but it will be Kaiser picking up the frag. Orange Juice with the operator trying to keep this flawless streak going, but it's Chief Wassant and 7th choice to pick up the frags. Kaiser Orange Juice's drops. Now Shira's got to make his way in on towards the side. One of the defuse, and the frags are absolutely sublime. LJ with 3, Shiro with 1, and brilliant stuff from Team Nats when things were looking a little bit sticky and they had, the man disadvantages on that retake. Didn't falter at all, and now lead 10-2, an 8-round advantage. Rook, we mentioned this might be a bit of an even game. Well, it's not been so far.
No, Team Nat really have been throwing us for a loop, and I was hoping after some pretty dominant performances in the first round of Swiss that we would have a close game, something a little bit more interesting, but it seems like Team Nat for now just proven themselves to be one of the most dominant forces in this tournament. Obviously, still got a couple more teams to play, but Team Jack just not able to really hold a candle.
Yeah, agreed. I'm really looking forward to how this team progresses as well. We saw a very dominant performance in map number 1 or round number 1. Now, I'll be interested to see how those two teams face up against each other. However, just a round in, half number 2 getting underway as Team Jack are down by 8 rounds.
So, in this position, K-Row trying to catch someone off guard here. Team Jack wanting to play that a little bit more aggressive. K-Row had some great stuff when they had an opportunity to play aggressive, but a lot of the time really denied what Team Nat were throwing out. Kaiser, however, comes up absolutely huge, and that advantage that Team Jack had, well, it's nada. There's so much aggression here. Of this finally trying to see this jet land something, but K-Row is kind of cut off from executing properly onto the site and trying to find it. Spike is down in the open, and well, they take a lot of damage as they try and contest it too. So many open positions, and with no utility left, no way to cover anything, Asia finds the quick headshot, and well, it didn't even matter that they were low, they were just getting taken out there.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier before, but I mean, that pistol round was so important for Team Jack. They needed to pick that one up if they wanted to get back into this game, and in not doing so is Team Nats, who pick up an 11th round and are very close to taking one of the most dominant victories in this tournament already. They were very dominant in round number 1, and they're doing more of the same in round number 2. Team Jack, they've only picked up 2 rounds so far.
It has not been looking good for them. It's often been a weapon advantage or an ultimate advantage. Team Nat have honestly kept themselves one step ahead. There have been rounds where Team Jack have found a lot of aggression and a lot of good plays, but it doesn't seem to really be working out yet. Great usage of the Gravity Star there. It's a lot of damage on in, but doesn't quite finish anyone off, and in fact takes that a little bit back. Team Nat must be pretty happy with that opening exchange because they got a lot of info out of it as well, because they must have heard those hit sounds. Cal is looking to maybe dive on in here, but with a player waiting, this could just be a complete grinder. 7th choice just about manages to get lucky there, but with LJ waiting in the wings, that is just not going to work. And now with Spike down in that position, well, that is just a disaster waiting to happen. Shots come out, position given away, and KJ just domes Jack of all trades as they move to match point. Team Jack do have something here. They will have rifles, but they've got to be quick on getting them to work.
I mean, pressure's really building on their shoulders now. Team Nat lead by 10 rounds. And if it match point as well, this could be the last that we see of Team Jack in this game. Team Nat, they have just been absolutely fantastic. An unformidable force, and Team Jack will be faltering at every step. However, as you mentioned, it will be now a full buy for Team Jack. They're coming in with the Vandals and the Phantoms, and against a much significantly lower buy. It's a bonus round for Team Nat, but this could be a bonus round in which is to end the game.
It really could, especially with the way Team Nat have been playing so far. It's just not been very easy for Team Jack to get a lot of ways on in, and as a result, I don't really feel worried about them being on lower weaponry.
Yeah, not at all. However, slower take from Team Jack, and even though they know they'll have the better weaponry, I do like this on them. They're trying to, as we saw in half number 1, find that opening frag, and Jack will try to do exactly that. Cager goes aggressive and is punished for it, and already attacking side picking up the man advantage. This is what they need to get back into this game.
Absolutely is. Good patience there from Team Jack and from Jack himself. Team Nat still with a lot of control over the rest of this map. Note where that Astra is, can apply pressure from everywhere. They're making an execute onto A. I think this could be good for Team Jack, but right now it doesn't look like that's what they're going to do as well at all. Juro has the concussion ready. He's going to try and land it, but no one's in that position. Waiting around the corner with the Bucky. Shoots that a little bit too early. No one was there. Don't know what that was for, Orange. Was not expecting that, and Chief just comes around the corner, domes him, and makes it look, well, pretty darn easy. Isa opens things up, but it seems like Team Jack have found the frags they need to be able to take this round all the way home. Unless we see something stellar here. The first frag, that's what they need. Can they capitalize off of it? Kaiser has a pretty difficult situation ahead of them. They're going to invest in util because they know they have a lot of cash in the bank. And they're just going to go straight for it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're ever going to see anything here, this would be a brilliant way to do it. 30 HP, they're not going to be the easiest. One towards heaven, one towards the close right. Got the information as well. He's a swing in. It'll be a spicy one, but it's Jack of all trades. He picks up the frag, and Team Jack picking up a third. It seems like it's been an age since we've seen them pick up a round, but finally they managed to do so. And they remain in this game just about. And now we are going to see a tactical pause as well. Called out here by the attacking side. They're trying to remain in this. That's a good way to start things off. They pick up the round and now, start maybe a comeback. I don't want to say they will start one, but, the potential to start one, let's say.
Well, it was a decent round from them. They got that early frag onto Cager, and from there, they were able to snowball it effectively. Good couple of frags back from Team Nat, but on the whole, pretty difficult situation. I want to kind of note again, look at Team Nat's stats. Pretty good frags on each of them, but also look at those assists, constantly playing around each other, and that's some coordination that we haven't necessarily seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it early in the game, didn't we? Like, the teamwork of Team Nat was just that one step ahead, and I mean, we're seeing it here. They've just been the better side, not only in terms of, as you mentioned, trading each other. That's a big factor which Team Nat have made work for them, because they attack a site. Let's say it's on the site, it's a 5 versus 3 when attacking the A site, for example. They get the trade in, and even then they remain with players alive to set up post-1 positions. That's where they've been in that more positive position. On the retakes, it's not been as good, but it's still potential. And as we saw last round, it wasn't the best buy at all for Team Nat, so can't really falter them too much. Regardless, the pause is over and undone. I think we're getting underway in this next round. This still remains match point in favour of Team Nat, and the pressure still heavily on the shoulders of Team Jack to remain in this game. Well, fortunately for them, they'll be coming in with a relatively strong buy compared to the likes of Team Nat, which would be the Sheriffs, the Bucky, and that one Spectre.
Pretty ramshackle, but Team Jack
try and make it work.
Yeah, Team Jack are going to try and leverage the fact that they have this, and I think that's actually a really good position for them to find themselves in, because when they've had an advantage, they've not been too bad at taking it. The problem is that they haven't been able to find them. Now, if Nat can obviously play those ambushes, things could easily turn on their head.
Yeah, agreed here. Oh, one spotted. Nice shots from Jack of all trades. Kate, I guess one of his own towards 7th choice, brings it back to a 4 versus 4. No man advantage as of yet. He's looking to double that up, but it's Cal with a box shopping Cager, and now we see Team Jack with man advantage. They have been good in these situations, just they haven't been in a lot of these situations. Now, 4 versus 3, significantly better weaponry. It's looking positive for Team Jack.
Really is. Cal with a nice find there. Must have just been able to see over that box and onto the Euro. Now these executes should be relatively solid. Kaiser? Just waiting up in heaven. Obviously going to be that next point of contact, most likely. Unless they play very, very passively here. See it there? Orb coming on through. Trying to land the shot, but that Gravity Star doesn't allow them to find enough there. They'll have to be playing with the rest of their squad. It is 3 versus 4. but at least one of them's cut away right now. Team Jack having a player in mid, maybe expecting that rotate. If Team Nat can punish this, if they can play together that little bit better, this could be good for them. Hero gets some info, and Flash doesn't hit them all too much. This right-click, though, from the knives, we know how deadly it can be, especially in these close-quarter situations. They're going to try and force them out of that position. Going to be able to jump on up, going for it. There's the first, there's the second! And all of those advantages that they had in the player numbers, oh, it seems to be a moot point as Kaiser goes on into their little meditation. I think they'll need to be thinking about that one.
Absolutely brilliant. You mentioned how deadly those knives can be. Well, we saw it exactly there. That was absolutely sublime there from Cairo as he picks up his 10th frag. And Team Jack, they are getting back into this game. However, the worrying thing, we mentioned, of course, Team Nat on match points, and they will be, for a while. And now we are going to see them pick up a comfortable 4-buy. Thing is, though, no operator picked up by Orange Juice, and that was really where he started to took off in the first half. When he had an operator's hands, that's where he excelled. However, only coming in with a Phantom, still a 4-buy for both sides, and pressure still remaining on Team Jack's side.
Team Jack now looking like they're going to play the slightly slow game by putting that Jet over towards the A site. If they find an opening frag, would be great, but I think they're mostly just waiting to see will Cage push, and I think you're expecting that from a Yoru. That's what Yorus do, and they won their first round in this half off the back of that. It's not a surprise to them to try and fish forward again. But Kasia returning towards mid, looking to back that up where they can.
Yeah, once again, a slower take. I do like this from Jack. I mean, it's one of the things that they've made work in their favor. They pick up those opening frags by just slowing down the tempo, forcing Team Nat into awkward positions. And we see exactly this. Every choice, pick up that first frag, Orange Juice down, and now Jack have the man advantage. Now they can play together, double up, go for trades. Perfect play and perfect way to start things off as they make their way towards connector. The swing coming through is Cage, good for one though. Brings it back to a 4 versus 4. Takes a bit of damage, however, needs to be careful not to overextend as he's flashed off the angle.
I think good patience there, backs off. Dimensional drift comes on through. Cairo does spot them. They don't spot Cairo, and the fact that they get out of there is pretty darn solid. This could easily be a committal towards the A side. No, they're going towards the B here because they feel like they have an opening. Shiro falls as Chief just cracks this site open, and it's 3 versus 2. Team Nat have already invested one of those ultimates. Will they be able to get much more out of it? The Viper's Pit makes the things very, very difficult now for Team Nat. They're going to have to be able to find that Viper in the pit. It was kind of supposed to be a riff on Needle in a Haystack, but I realized it doesn't quite work, and it's not very obvious. But you get the idea. Taking this Viper out of that position is nigh upon impossible unless they really mess up.
Exactly, and now slowing down this tempo on the retake here, Team Nat, they've got to go huge. It's trying to look for something. It's, as you mentioned, it's so hard. The information does heavily favor the Viper. The swing coming through, they're trying to make something happen. Carl's good for the first, looking for the second as well. Information gone, and I think they may have got the information on the last player. Cage spotted, and Cage dropped. Cairo picks the frag against the attackers. Team Jack pick up a 5th. They're staying in this, and they're starting to, mount a relatively notable comeback. For the first time, we're seeing Team Jack pick up consecutive rounds. They've picked up 3 in a row, and their economy is flourishing. And it can't be the same exactly for Team Nat, as for them, it will just be another eco buy.
Indeed, it will. More rounds now in this half than they got in the previous. Team Jack starting to find that footing, as you say, but one slip up and it could all come tumbling down. So they've got to be very careful on that one. They do have even ultimates, and I do think that, again, with this run it back, Team Jack are set up for a pretty solid round for the most part.
Yeah, they can play how they want to. Aggression in towards mid. It works in favor of Orange Juice. He picks the frag on towards Cow, and the weaponry working in favor. The swinging in towards Heaven, but again, the Sheriff shutting things down. Cage good for the first, as he just falls back into a more passive angle. A good start from Team Nat. They're making it work despite having the significantly worse weaponry.
So much util getting thrown left, right, and center. Cage trades 1 for 1 and takes down that Breach, who has a lot of utility for getting this execute done. It's going to rely, I believe, on Jack now with some good flashes to crack this site open. That ultimate found nothing for them. So Team Jack really going to make this happen. Even though they have the weapon advantage, things might not be exactly their way out in the open. Whiffs the shot here. Kaiser, the classic, the Orpa shake, misses the shot and it's like, man, that could have been it. That could have been the round right there. But unfortunately, it's not going to quite be enough, and Team Nat are going to have to back to the drawing board if they're going to be able to pick up this round. I believe they have a rifle on at least one of these players. They've managed to pick up something, but not very much at all. These Sheriffs are going to be those main points of contact. LJ doesn't even have that one. Be able to find the shot here. Oh no, they dash on in, but Kai'Sa punishes the Jet for investing all too much. The ultimate comes out from the Omen as well, and even if they don't win this round, Nat are in such a good position now. They got so much value out of it. The res going in, they really are feeling it. This is their big shot, and with the fight Cypher giving away so much info, they know where these last two players are. Seventh Choice is gonna have to come up with some real aim here. They take down one. They still got to get just a little bit more to crack this open. Two players on site and playing around with the angles they're going to be in. Seventh Choice, they hear the teleport. They know that there's going to be something there. The flash. No, he turns back to his gun just about in time. The Jack of all trades falls. It's Seventh Choice who has to come up clutch. But LJ denies him it. And that is going to be Team Nat picking up this game 13-5.
What a retake there with a thrifty retake. Brilliant stuff from Team Nat. They just look like the better side. We saw moments of brilliance, I must say, from Team Jack. Finally scored some consecutive rounds on the board. They picked up more rounds on that second half than they did in the entirety of the first half. But they just couldn't catch up to their opponents. Too good. And that retake, sublime stuff. The revive as well, exquisite stuff. Brilliant. Really well played. And they just look like the better side. Not only in terms of, one thing you mentioned, the utility usage. That was one thing. That was a big factor that they worked in their favour. More ults were popped. And they were very good at setting the post-round positions. But as well, the teamwork was just sublime. You mentioned the assists. Well, look how many there were towards the end of that game.
Yeah, really great teamwork on the whole, and that was really what allowed them to drive it alongside some pretty stellar fragging, especially not even with those rifles, great headshots, and good utilization of the sheriffs and things like that. So even when it wasn't necessarily in their favor, they were able to really just roll on through and take such an advantage. And they really showed that that offensive side is a lot stronger now in Split than it was previously.
100%, a very, very good performance. They move on to the next round, and well, I mean, coming off that 2 victories, they must be feeling very, very confident. We are once again going to be heading to a quick break before we get underway between our next match. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you all in just a second before we bring you some more brilliant Valorant. Stick around, see you in a second.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Crazy. driving me crazy. And lately I ain't thinking straight. Your body's amazing.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around and go right forward. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I
a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go. I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Harder, harder. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Harder, harder.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Welsh Masters. I'm Rook, and I'm joined by Neokai on our observing Ismail, and on our production is Jakey Boy Pro, as we are bringing you back for the third game here in Swiss. We have one more ahead of us after this, but yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see, again, some of these top teams smash it out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a very, very good match. Team Nat versus Team Jack, and Nat, I mean, they're looking like the ones to beat at the moment. Very, very solid performance from them. Exquisite teamwork. Utility usage was absolutely fantastic, and they picked up a relatively easy win as well. We did see a slight resurgence from Team Jack, but I mean, it was pretty smooth sailing all in all for Team Nat, and they're definitely ones up to beat there. I think for the moment, let's say them and The Rock. I say probably my two I'm keeping an eye on, just in the back burner.
I think it's a pretty fair statement. Both of them are completely undefeated, at least as far as I'm aware, so it's not a huge surprise, and I was impressed with both of those squads. I do think that Nat had some really good coordination, while Rock were a little bit better on that aim, and we'll get to see a little bit of them later. But for our third matchup today, we do have, I believe, Bangor's Friendly Giant versus Claw Rising.
Yeah, so both teams have been slightly struggling, let's say, so far, but regardless, it should be a pretty even match between these two, and also at the same time, quite a funny one, so I'm looking forward to seeing this one. Two sides who don't really have anything to lose here, so they may as well just go out and enjoy themselves. That's one of the benefits of these kind of tournaments. You can just have fun, you know, go into a game with your friends and put up any sort of performance you can. We're heading into Ascent as well, Claw Rising starting on the defender side and Bangor starting on the attacker side as the agents are being picked. Now, any immediate thoughts about the agents off the bat?
Well, they're not quite as interesting as the ones we've had prior. We had Viper, we had Astra, we had everything, but this is more the standard. No, I think sometimes bringing the standard is absolutely the right decision. So, coming through with pretty standard stuff, and I like that both teams are taking the Brimstone. I do think he's a little bit better than Omen in a lot of these situations more recently, and I think a lot of teams just haven't swapped over because they're more used to having the Omen.
Yeah, agreed. And a very aggressive agent pick from Banger as well. 3 duelists, Phoenix, Raze, and Reyna. So they're going to be coming out all guns blazing. Looking forward to that one nonetheless. Should be a good matchup. I'm a big fan of the map Ascent as well. So you see some very, very smart players come out on this one. However, with the attacking lineup that we see Banger have, I'm just assuming we're going to see pure on aim aggression, and that's going to be their attempt to win this game out.
Mm-hmm. It's good to see. I mean, I'm loving that people are actually trying to go for these fights in a lot of these different places and not taking things like the Sage. It's always fun to see players just, go at it. And triple duelist is exciting.
Exactly. It has potential to be unbelievable, pick up rounds, pick up momentum, but at the same time also has, the potential to really work against you, let's call it.
Yeah. You certainly can throw away rounds if you're not playing effectively around it. And the fact that you don't have a lot of ways to slow down players could be a bit of a problem.
Precisely.
That's why I at least like that they're bringing Raze and Phoenix. I actually think these two are some of the more defensively minded agents, duelists at the very least. And I think Raze, a lot of people are looking at and going, well, in actuality, she has some of the tools that obviously Josie might. She can take those fights, but the satchel packs, the nade, the bot, they provide information, gather space. Some of the time, they can be more effective in that kind of, obviously not providing the same amount that a Sentinel would, but providing at least a stopgap Sentinel.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like a bit of a mixed character, and it can work in their favour regardless. We all get on the way in round 1. Claw starting on the defensive side and Banger starting on attacking side as Mr. Ron gets underway.
Yes. Zerg looking to push this alone here. Could find the headshots, but doesn't, unfortunately. Hits way too many bodies there, and that makes things a little bit more difficult. Completely blind, though. Hits onto Simba, takes him down, and Bangers now find themselves with a low health player, but still even in terms of those numbers. And they've got a decent amount of site control. They get Spike on down, and they're buying some time away from Claw Rising, who are now looking for that retake chance to really make their move on in here. Double mollies, the hot hands, and everything as such as the resmoke goes on in, and that turret is going to find nothing, at least for a little while now. Going to be able to break on through that door as Razors is on the flank, but opens themselves on up, and Disney takes them on down as Jim Jams punishes the push here. Or he's going to try and make a move on in together, but it's Els who's going to find those first frags, and Memphis can't find a thing. As Bangers take control and, well, rocket from there.
Yeah, so we spoke about these agent picks. Very aggressive, works in their favour. Simba opening things up. Duelist working in the favour for Banger. The post-round positions were not as good because the problem, as you mentioned, with these duelist characters, it's very hard to serve utility. Regardless, a good start for Banger. They've picked up the first round, and Ozone picking up 2 frags, already off to a good start. Now they were pretty comfortably coming into round number 2. You see the Vandal duels being picked up, the Bucky as well, alongside a Spectre, but for Claw will just be the upgraded pistol. It's not the easiest buy coming into round number 2 at all for them.
Certainly isn't. Memphis trying to find that first a little bit of damage, but doesn't land the shot. Instead takes a lot more to their schnoz instead. BDJ pretty happy with that situation. The fact that they're able to open up onto Dream as well makes things a lot easier here. Running the Vandal here early for Simba shows that they really want to take control of a lot of that pressure and not really let go of things, knowing that sometimes getting the ball rolling can be the most important thing of all.
Yeah, now on a retake here, 3 versus 5. So far a flawless round for Banger. Could be made worse though. BDJ. The shot right off and finally drops Razors. Leaving it all down to Memphis as Ozone picks the frag. He's looking for one, but won't even find that. BDJ finishes things off, and it's a flawless round for Banger. That's what they needed, not only in terms of getting the rounds on the board, but the economy in the bank. I mean, they're already looking very good in Claw, starting to just fall a little bit behind.
Yeah, there will be. Going to be rifles now, though, finally for Claw Rising here. Don't have the best of buys because they bought up those pistols in the second round. I think it was a little bit suspect from them, but at the very least, they still have enough to put up a full set of rifles, even though one of them is the Guardian, and even though they're lacking that armor, they should be able to put a lot of shots down range. Now, Obviously, they got to hold on a lot stronger than we have been seeing from them so far, but they do have the tools to do so. They have double Sentinel. They should be able to make it work. Now, Memphis playing an off angle. They've been struggling with some of these shots earlier on here, but now with that Phantom in tow, they could find that little bit more. Spray here, finds two, gets refragged. Good stuff from Memphis to be able to trade that one out. Could have maybe dismissed there, but didn't want to commit all too hard to that. Wanted to try and get those frags rather than getting themselves out of there, because I don't think they would have had enough anyway. Some good mollies as well. Buys Bangles a lot of space. And post-plant situation really does look like Claw Rising are going to have their work cut out for them. There it is, Util coming on in and lining themselves up as the Lion King reigns supreme here. Brilliantly done. And Ozone is going to take another one all the way to the bank as Zerg unfortunately can't rush their way on through, and Razors trying to make something happen on the back here with the Guardian. It just ain't.
Brilliant once again. We mentioned those post-plant positions. Raising towards heaven made it look oh so easy. Nice quick double spray down. But Memphis who started things off. There's two frags. It was a good start for Claw, but unfortunately, once the post-plant positions were set up and you have people like Simba going absolutely nuclear in the server, it's always going to go the way of Banger. Very, very good start for them, and convincing start on attacker's side and the center as well. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Bangers and Claw. They just need to step up their game just a little bit. We have seen a few moments of brilliance, like what we saw with Memphis, but the rest of the team still needs to step it up. I mean, 3 players yet to pick the frag.
Yeah, and this is a pretty stellar position for Bangers to find themselves in. They completely destroyed that bonus round, so the fact that they bought up doesn't matter at all. They are absolutely rolling on it, and that wall comes up. The Dismiss finds nothing, and there's already a lot of utility getting wasted. Complete site control over to Bangor's Friendly Giant, and the BFG right now are just sending Claw Rising all the way back to their spawn with so much utility invested in these post-spawn situations. DJ, they push on through on their own, but unfortunately, they take out the flash at the wrong time, do get caught out, but Simba always there to back things up alongside Jim Jams, and you try as you might, else it's not going to work out.
This has been near on flawless for Banger. I mean, they're barely losing any people, and they're building up such a strong economy. Look at that. I mean, most of them coming into this round with around 9,000 in the bank. It's absolutely brilliant what we're seeing so far from BFG. They've been near on flawless and making it look very, very easy. And in particular, you mentioned him, Simba, in the previous round. And once again in that round, picking up multi-frags. When you have players who are consistently picking up multi-frags, it makes it very, very easy to lock out sites. Banger Friendly Giant off to a flying start, and Claw Rising, they're starting to falter at nearly every step here. They really need to wake up, and a couple of players need to start fragging if they want to get back into this game.
Really are. Els has to find something here with this Bucky to start off this round, otherwise things could get a little shaky. There it comes. Satchel Pack's on through. The rocket won't be able to find a target. In fact, it goes a little bit wide, but even in all that commotion, Els can't find that frag. Bad dream. Waking up from a nightmare as everything falls apart yet again. Even with rifles of some description, like it just ain't going to be happening. BDW denies that push. And it's just the stage here. Use an easy spray down. Now it's only Memphis with the only rifle that they had. That Guardian is going to find maybe a head or two here, but not even that.
Brilliant stuff from Bangers Ranger. Another flawless round. I mean, Rook, they have been absolutely fantastic. And what does Claw need to do to get back into this? Because they just seem to be falling at every single step. Whether it's holding down the site, taking map control, and even with the Angels, nothing seems to be going their way as of yet.
It really hasn't been. They haven't been able to find these frags for the most part. They've mostly been getting naded out. And in the post-plant, they're the ones pushing. And then it's really easy for Banger's Friendly Giant to just set up for the opportunity, hold the angles, and Claw Rising are not utilizing the fact that they have things like the Lear well enough. The problem is they don't have enough flashes as well to make that happen. That's why you often see the breach. It's why you often see things like the Sky. Simba takes down, I believe, 2 there in the end. Oh no, sorry, only 1. Doesn't quite finish off Razors, but constantly just peeking out mid, and it's currently 10-1. Ozone is going to clear that out yet again. Pretty open position. Gets a lot of info with that dismiss. Memphis, an Empress of their own, wants to let it happen. Takes down their opposite number. This could be the opportunity they need as the scores in terms of players are still relatively even, and Zerg is on the flank here again and again and again, but unfortunately too much to be able to get that one with BDJ flanking. It's just Bad Dream versus the remaining 3, and they don't even know where they are. The drone gives them away completely. And I think Pain is a pretty great description about their Ozone, but less for you, more for the entirety of Claw Rising, as Bad Dream just has his work cut out for them. Does take down that first. This could be an opportunity to potentially clutch it out here. They're even going to invest the ultimate. They really want to make it happen. Gets full flashed, just about dodges away from the angle. However, they know exactly where they are. BDJ won't let him through.
brilliant once again from Bangers Friendly Giant. Only 2 players remaining this time, but I mean, they have been near on flawless. And Simba, 11 frags. He has been brilliant. They open up that site with relative ease, and they lock it down on the flanks as well. Brilliant. Simba taking those aim duels at range as well, and they're working in his favour. It's been absolutely brilliant so far from BFG and Claw. We mentioned pain. Well, I'm sure that's how they're feeling currently as they're down 6-0. A 6-round deficit is not the easiest by any means. And on Seaside, struggling. They'll be coming in with a relatively decent buy, but, you know, the judge in one hand, God in another, it's not going to be the easiest.
A little bit too gung-ho there for Memphis. And the same can absolutely be said for both Bad Dream and Zerg there, as it just falls apart. A good layer there could buy some info, but unfortunately, Simba was too quick off the mark, and low as they are. Rising and low on players yet again. 2 players on the retake versus 5. And the run it back also pushing one through. That's just going to be easy, darn well peasy. Razors on the flank, and I think, for the most part, Bangers are pretty wizened up on this. They've got the turret watching it. The position is easily going to show that, well, they're there. They're going to die not long after.
Yeah, now it's a 1 versus 5. Sage got it all to find and won't even find anything. Razors deleted by Simba, and mention it again, a flawless round for BFG. They have been absolutely brilliant. 13 frags for Simba, and unfortunately, Razors and Neutral Zerg yet to get off the mark. Hasn't really been the easiest start for them. Memphis really been that only real point of contact for Claw Rising, trying to keep them in this, but I mean, Simba's been absolutely insane. Alongside the rest of BFG, they've been brilliant, and for definite the better side in the server so far.
Absolutely. Claw Rising just have not been able to find anything in terms of individual plays, pretty much even. We've seen attempts, and it was some good shots coming through from the Reyna to be able to find something, but even that round didn't lead to anything here, and Simba's going to be able to hop on up to this angle, and they're going to clear this out most likely yet again, and even when Claw Rising, they know that this push is coming. They've wizened up to it. They're fully aware that's going to be what's coming, but this rocket doesn't quite clear out Razors, but Simba will come up with the follow-up. And, well, the Sage is completely donezo here. Simba's going to try and clear this out a little bit more. Jumps on out, but the Ares, not a great weapon, and certainly not great if you're jumping.
Yeah, exactly. Now, a 3 versus 5, maybe that 2 versus 5 really easy. Ozone's on good for 1. Just Memphis. We mentioned Memphis, one of the only real people putting in real frags for the defender side. With Zerg dropped all down to 1 man. Make that no one else dropped. And another flawless round for BFG. Rook, this has just been boys versus men here in an absolute mismatch. As Simba's on 15 frags.
Well, Claw are still rising. Maybe later on, they'll be able to have a little bit of a better performance. But
slowly rising.
Yeah, slowly. What do they need to do here? Well, frag a little bit more.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
Utilize the fact that they do at least have the Leer for Memphis and maybe play around that, because every time we've seen them peak, pretty much, it's been a raw peak. You need to use that utility. True. I know you're Reyna and you're like, just kill people, forehead, but you've got to find a way to make it happen. They peak out short here and instantly get domed because they're being covered on multiple angles. A much better mid-play so far from BFG, and Ozone very rightly pointing out a bit of a fail smoke there coming out from Neutral Zerg. Finds the shot, but cannot find anything more. Gets traded out, and still at a player death, at least manages to get 1 for 1. And I think he'd be very happy with that, especially since Els finds 1 and brings it to 3 versus 3 position, given away, and Memphis is on the flank right now. This is, I believe, the first time that Bangers have been at such a disadvantage right now. It's going to have to be the retake coming on through. But one player completely split off from the other. Simba can get the big frag, but doesn't win the duel. Bad Dream comes up. Fusion puts an end to what Simba has been able to put on here. With Memphis finding that, Claw Rising at least get 1 round on the board.
Finally, we see them get off the mark. It was looking slightly worrying that we wouldn't, but they finally do. And to mention as well, Zerg picking up his first frag. Proud of him here. And Claw Rising picking up their first round. Off to a good start. Now the deficit's only 7 rounds, but has to be said that 7 is, well, it's still quite the deficit, let's say.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. Claw Rising struggling a little bit. Yeah, good stuff there from Zerg. Actually, be able to get that refrag. That was a hard position, and the fact that they did actually meant that Bangles' push got completely stopped in its tracks. So they were really important in how that round played out. And yeah, a lot of impact there from Memphis as well to be able to clean up a lot of that as well. So good coordination this time, and starting off with the operator. just click on the head, well, or on the body. If they have more opportunities, it seems like it could be a way for Claw Rising to find their way on through, but it is the shots coming out from both Bad Dream and Zerg. Almost finds a third there, but not quite enough. Bangers do get the spike down. A retake from one of the more terrifying members of this squad, Memphis, with that Leah. Make it happen. You can see the offensive Killjoy coming out down there. Lockdown could be enough to buy it. The spray from Disney is there. Will it be a Cinderella story in this round?
Right here.
Berg is still trying to hold it.
Right here.
No one gets stopped. The utility to try and deny that, but a good slow means that Disney will have to peek very slowly or get nothing at all. That molly lasts so long. You could just sit on the spike here. They're baiting out really interestingly here, but I don't think it's going to work. I think it's just going to be the play. There it is! No way! Claw Rising, that was a freebie. That was handed to you on a plate. But even that isn't enough to net them more than one round.
Disney has gone absolutely nuclear. An ace in the round, and what a way to finish off. That spray transfer was absolutely sublime. Ridiculous from him. Ace in the round, and Bangers Friendly Giants are off to a 9th round, and once again, an 8-round advantage. Rook. What a showing we just saw there.
Yeah, I'm genuinely gobsmacked the fact that he was able to push that back, especially with the molly buying so much time. Should have been a little bit more careful about it, but Claw starts off, takes down BDJ, and that's the kind of opportunity we need to see from Claw Rising. Back to a scoped weapon for Zerg. Excited to see what they're going to be able to do because the operator was really good.
Interested to see how this one plays out. Scout trying to find something.
Gets it. The cross comes in.
Well. Looking for the frag as well. Finds it, Zerg. For one, but Simba, of course, in there for the trade. Being an absolute pillar for this side. Disney, one of his own, as he drops razors. And already we're seeing these frags be coming in. Memphis, he's got huge here. The flashbang comes through. Won't be able to find the kill. Simba, of course, entering to his absolute truest. Needs to clear under heaven, though. Bad Dream, locking it down. Could be good for the swing. Finds the first and drops the spike. Well, that's huge. Look at the second. Bad Dream, but now lockdown. It's 1 versus 1.
This should be an easy round here, but for Bad Dream as they shut down Ozone. The pressure was really on them to push there. Maybe could have played a little bit slower, but BFG do lose out that round. Last round of the half, as obviously things said, but Claw Rising at least getting something on in here. I'm glad to see that.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that, starting to show, moments are brilliant. Just saw Zerg pick up a frag there you don't often see it used as well. So good to see him pick something up. And like Simba, once again, always good for a few kills. And, well, it's shown it time and time again. A second round on the board for Claw Rising, though. Deficit only to 7. Still quite significant, though, as we head into the final round of this half.
Yep. They found some good executes before, but the ace, the B-side, completely uncharted territory for them for the most part. So executing this time, caught them completely off guard. BFG get on the site with pretty much an entirely easy situation. Ephes will try and contest it, trades 1 for 1. Obviously has that dismissed to try and keep them alive, but Spike's going down now, and Zerg flashed away from that position, knows that they just can't push it, but still, Ozone pushes way too aggressively, gets caught out BDJ. Over into a little bit more of a defensive position here as the ultimates go on through. Els wants to get that push on, but Fraser trying to back him up, tries to re-rack that rifle. It's a little too slow, and Bangers move up to double digits in this first half.
Yeah, what a way to start things off. Bangers, 10-2 half. I don't want to make an early prediction and say this is a relatively guaranteed match for them, but they have been significantly the better side. And can Claw get back into this? They're heading onto the attacking side now. They do have the duelist in the likes of the Jet and the Rainus. They could maybe make it work in their favour, but Bangers, they have just been absolutely brilliant. And we've seen some brilliant performances. Simba, 20 frags.
Bangers, well, they really have been mashing Claw Rising so far. Coming into this pistol round again, what do we need to see from Claw that's going to be a way for them to actually find a round?
Yeah, it's true. I don't know what we need to see. However, we've seen aggression from the defensive side. Simba, good for one towards Razors, looking for a second as well. Couple shots rattle off, but with 22 HP, we'll just fall off the angle. Probably the smart decision.
Simba says smartest for dumb people. We're just going to push on out here, get those headshots, but unfortunately, maybe they were the fool all along. They get taken down, and Claw Rising at least still somewhat on the board. 1 for 1. A good bit of damage on either side means that players are softened up. Frags can come just a little bit easier. Memphis is through here. Doesn't have any Leas. That's something to keep in mind. Jim Jams takes down Zerg. Just that frag over to Memphis. Now that they don't have any more utility, they're just going to have to take these shots here, but at that closer range, that classic is just that little bit better. And now it's a ghost in hand for Ozone. And, well, you can see that with such little health from the remaining members of Claw, I think it's a very sensible decision for them to hightail it towards that other site rather than trying to mess around with pushing into a place where they know players are.
Yeah, now with BFG, with the man advantage, they're just going to play as a trio. I think the auto-rotate is being made, and then we'll be able to get a free plant here. Now it's all about these post-plant positions that we'll see set up by Claw Rising. Jet and the Killjoy really got it all to find, as else we'll get it down, and now the retake comes in. It's a 3 versus 2 retake in favor of BFG in terms of man advantage. The post-plant positions have been set up, but with Killjoy on relatively low HP, they need to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, obviously provides a decent amount of post-plant utility if they can get it down, but most of it getting shot out. BFG has a decent amount of time to play with. Flash goes on in, push on through. They know those last couple of players are towards the back. Flash comes in behind. There it is, easily taken. BFG move up to 11. They're putting that pressure onto Claw Rising early on here. Do you expect to see a force coming out here from Claw Rising?
Well, the thing is, there's so many benefits of picking up the Force. The only problem is losing it essentially. Well, I do. I think they need to, just do something to just throw off their opponents, because BFG have been allowed to just set up in any way they want. Claw, they're not really putting them into an uncomfortable position, and especially with BFG now being on this defensive side, and letting them set up on these sites, put down the utility, get the favourable map positions. It's something in which Claw Rising they need to aggress. Need to start. I think personally, these go aggressive and push, BFG into a bit of an uncomfortable situation, force them off the angle. We are going to see them pick up a relatively decent force buy as well. The Spectre's coming out. Not the best buy by any means, but they're going to try and make it work, and they need to go aggressive to probably force BFG into an awkward situation.
I like that they're trying to get something done here. They need to force up. I think if they don't win this force round, obviously the round would be over, but the fact that if they didn't force up, well, they wouldn't have found anything. Simba goes absolutely hog wild here as Claw Rising now don't know what hit. It's down to 1. It's Memphis versus the World. Now, Reyna, previously obviously a little bit better at these clutches, but still can do an absolutely monster job if they get this here. Pushes on forwards and realizes pushing Jim Jams, probably not the best idea, but just about survives it. That shot was to just barely whiffed. Still oh so low, as that Lear could make it happen. Try and push it. There's the Lear, but it gets shot out in position, completely aware of where they are. Disney takes it, and BFG looks like they're going to close this one out in pretty short order.
Yeah, I mean, they have just been the better side. Had a good attempt there, picked up 2 frags, but it would only be that to Simba. Brilliant stuff, though, it's got to be said. Once again, Simba always been absolutely rock solid. Caught out there, but, I mean, who would have expected Memphis to be in that position? Brilliantly played once again, BFG. They're up to 12 and a 10-round advantage. It's been a very one-sided affair, and unless Claw can turn things around, I think it's going to be over relatively soon, let's say.
I think that's a fair statement. I think especially with the performance that Claw Rising have had so far, it's not exactly all too shocking, Els. Find something early on here. Bad Dream pushes on out. It's all too flashed up and, well, caught out in that position. Pretty nice start. BFG as they kick things off. Back with the Marshal in hand. Excited to see what they can do here. But Neutral Zerg is just going to push up with the Classic out. Really wants to try and catch one of these players off guard. I don't think they're expecting the shift walk all the way through here, but actually the position which he was going to check is now wide open. However, refrag comes on in. Simba is down. The main fragger for BFG is away. Tries to find those shots, but sometimes, well, that automatic comes up clutch. Brilliantly played by Disney here with Memphis finding this frag. Yet again, it's their position 1 versus 3. They have the better weapon this time. They have the Empress to make it work. Can they get it done? Rising. They need to clutch this out, obviously. They are on match point. Just playing that a little bit slow, knowing they've got to find that opening frag before anything can happen at all. Position given away, though. Damage coming on through a flash. Could be well timed to make this push just absolutely disastrous. And indeed it is. Brilliantly done by BFG as they take it 13-2 and dominate All Rising.
Yeah, a 13-2 victory. They were just the better side. We mentioned it might be more of an even game, but it definitely wasn't. That's one of the most one-sided performances we've seen. And BFG, really, moments of brilliance. Got to mention him again, Simba. Absolutely fantastic on not only the attacking side, but also the defensive side. An absolute rock-solid performance. Consistency throughout each round as well. always good for a couple of frags. That's the kind of person you want on your team. Can play aggressive, but can also slow down the tempo and really throw off the opponent. Brilliantly played, however, from BFG, and they just were the better side.
Absolutely. And of course, this is brought to you by HyperX, and also, obviously, while we've been gracing your ears, gracing your eyes have been both Jakey Bro Pro and Melanie.mhs. So thank you both as well for giving us a hand here. We will be back with more Valorant action in, well, I assume about 20 to 30 minutes as we get ready for the final round of Swiss.
The back and forth has got me so messed up. Don't ignore the signs. We've had enough of the whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
But I can't ignore the feelings that I found in this whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way.
slowly drifting by. All the poems I wrote for you, they made me blind, they made me lie. Heard you in the rain, will you always be there? Last thing you heard you in the rain, will you always be there? The last thing you said. Sorry if it's too late. Heard you in the rain, will you always be there? The last thing you said. Sorry if it's too late.
I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow, I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt a glow. The warmth inside me, it kept me afloat. It felt like heaven had found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. 23, I heard the heavens crying above me. They gained an angel, I lost a friend. I felt like dying again and again. I went through hell, stared at death, but I keep fighting with each living breath. I saw no way out from where I stood. Felt like the fire had burned me through. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend. murder. Go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's 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 murder. Go crazy, berserker. Crazy.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Welsh Masters. I'm Rook and I'm joined by Neokai yet again, and we're brought to you obviously by HyperX, as you can fully see on your screen. Of course, on our production is Jacob O'Pride, and joining us as an observer is Melanie.mhs. Well, we're finally towards the end of these Swiss matches, and well, I'm really looking forward to the finals as well.
Yeah, so am I. We've got obviously a very, very good matchup here. Team Unit The Rock versus Team Jack to head into the final. Winner of this will be moving forward. So this is, it's all to play for. A very, very important game. We've seen two sides who we've already seen today on stream, both of which put up relatively strong performances. If I had to put you on the spot though, who, after what we've seen today already, who's your favourite going into this game?
Oh, it's definitely a very difficult one. But I would still say Team The Rock. I've really been impressed with what they've been able to pull out. Saw some great fragging, and well, here's to much more.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think Team The Rock had the slight advantage. Obviously, Team Jack, you saw them put up a relatively good, sort of comeback against Team Nat, who I think are the slight favourites in this tournament. But Team Rock, they have been very, very solid, and some would say an absolute unit of a side. And it is our map of Bind as well. We see the agents already getting selected. Give me your thoughts on Bind as a map and the agents being selected already.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see exactly what we're going to get on Bind. So far, we haven't seen many of the more normal maps, having a lot of split and icebox and a little bit here and there. But, Bind, always fun.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Bind, or just the classic map, all the way from the beta. Everyone knows this map, and it's a bit of a Marmite map as well. It's kind of sort of similar to Icebox. A lot of people either really don't like it, or really like it because of the amount of time they played on it. Regardless, agents have been picked, and a relatively aggressive on the defender side and a little bit more passive on the defender side. As you mentioned, Phoenix being picked by Jack of all trades has that ability to be, lockout areas, post-spawn positions with the Molotov. Regardless, I'm looking forward to this with Team Unit The Rock Johnson starting on the defender side and Team Jack starting on the attacking side. Already a relatively decent pistol buy coming out. I've seen the Ghost being picked up. Big fan of that over the Classic. I'm not personally a Classic fan. I think the Ghost has that ability to one-tap, and I think it's worth buying up for it. Regardless, I'm looking forward to this one. And we did mention, I think, Team Unit The Rock will be the slight favourites coming to this, just on what we've seen so far. But it's all about how you turn up on the day. Regardless, winner of this game goes on to the final. So it's do or die and all to play for. Getting on the way in round number 1.
I'm excited to see Chief on this Sky. Big Sky fan, me, and I think it's a lot better than Breach, especially on this map here, where you're going to get a lot of info out of it. Flash hopefully goes on in here. Otherwise, this is going to be a disaster versus these two players. They're not going to check the angle at all, and there's the push. The shorty finds one straight away as Maxi kicks off the game with a bang right onto the face. And it looks like it's going to be a long push straight away. Flash to maybe buy some information, slow down that play, but Maxi pushes through, takes down another, and it is a disastrous situation for Team Jack here. They've ceded a lot of control, but they have at least got the spike down. It's not all bad for them, as they're going to have to try and deal with this retake now with so many players piling on in oh so quickly. Demon peeks around the corner, wins the duel versus Jack of all trades. There falls another as just Cal versus the world. They are going to try and get some shots down, but don't finish off any of these players. And Team The Rock absolutely roll.
Yeah, flawless for Team The Rock as well. What a start, and the shorty, just Maxi, so aggressive, but you love to see it. Works in his favour, picks up 2 frags with it as well. Drops the Ghost and the Sky removed from play. Nearly works in his favour, but I think, as you mentioned, the flashbang coming in towards a Hookah position needs to be slightly earlier, slightly better. A flawless round for Team Unit The Rock Johnson. That's a very, very solid way to start things off on defender side.
Really is going to be able to buy up off of that, and I think very sensibly Team Jack, they can't really afford to force here. They just don't have the money. You need to at least get a couple of frags or and the spike plant down to be able to have enough cash in the bank. So I think very sensibly just going for these pistols and looking towards that third round to be the really impactful and important one. As that flash doesn't quite land where they need it to. And Chief at least going to be able to pick up this ultimate. I think it's a very good positioning of where they're going to put that ultimate on. And I think having Sky ready is always a nice thing to have, as it looks like they're just going to rush on through towards his A site, but a lot of that push being denied there by Backshot as Chief just oversteps. Shorty is behind again. They're going around the world. They really don't want to get caught off here, but Maxi still finds Jack of all trades, and it seems something was lost in transit here. Turn back towards it, get the right click. They don't quite finish off the jet, and Demon pushes on through, gives the opening, and that is complete destruction yet again from The Rock.
What a chaotic round. How do you even explain what we just saw? A double teleport coming through, trying to just run rings around their opponent, but Team Unit the Rock Johnsons once again, another flawless round for them. And already we're seeing, a decent amount of economy being built up. They've been gifted 3 frags, and Maxi with a shorty just run around causing absolute mayhem. Regardless, that was a bit of a throwaway round anyway for Team Jack. They'll be coming to round number 3 with a significantly stronger buy. We see the Vandals being picked up alongside that one Phantom being picked up by Jack of all trades, and hopefully a whole host of utility as they try and get off the board and pick up that first round.
Let's go in early to try and maybe contest out that long, but no one going there, and the Rock, I think, very sensibly being able to pick up on that. This time, Team Jack a lot slower on their plays, and because they have rifles in tow, things should be a little bit better.
Yeah, still a slower take here, though. 7th choice, just trying to spot something out. Won't find anything as of yet.
Careful.
A real aggressive play. And I do like this from Team Unit the Rock Johnson because we did mention they don't have the best weaponry in the situation. So a slower style of play will allow them to maybe pick up a frag.
Team Jack want to leverage the fact that they have these better weapons and play these longer angles, but the utility from the Rock does not really let them do so. So keep an eye on where these pushes are coming. Paranoia's ready, and Backshot very happy to try and catch things if they happen. Smokes go in again towards that site. Position given away, trying to find those shots through the smoke. There they are, but the shots are not landing on either side. Finally, Hero manages to finish it off, but the SMGs come up big. Demon takes down 1, but only 1. As Team Jack actually make the execute happen, they're now going to be able to clear out U-Hauls with a little bit of extra utility. However, lose another player, and it seems like that Reyna is more than enough to be able to put them in such a good position. That's a rifle in the hands. It seems like shorties really are Max's tool. As now it's 2 versus 2 yet again. Cal is trying to hold the angle, but doesn't deal with the cross, and now knows exactly where that Cypher is. Time has to be played for. It's just easy stuff here from the defenders. The pressure really is on, and Jack of all trades just knows he has to push forward. He gets caught when he does so.
Maxi playing with absolute confidence as well. That's what I love to see. Making it work in his favour. And Team Unit the Rock Johnson, once again, are slightly messier, but they make it look relatively easy on the retake. The fact that Maxi's picking up frags with the shorty as well, which has the worst range. Love to see it. 3 kills in a round for him, and Team Unit the Rock Johnson remain flawless so far in the game in terms of rounds. They lead 3-0, and Team Jack once again forced into a pretty rough buy, to say the least. It will just be a force into Spectres. Upgraded pistols, but it's not going to be the easiest at all.
Chief, trying to look for some info with this dog early on. Doesn't find anything, but the absence of players is telling, at the very least. And it's good for them because they've really struggled with Hooker so far. And, well, the fact that they're able to clear that out with minimal effort this time, I think bodes pretty darn well for them. Flashes go in. They do manage to force Maxi off, but Maxi doesn't take too much damage. He's happy to sit in this position. Cairo looking towards the back there, expects to play. The right click completely whiffs, and therefore the spray comes on through. Cairo goes down. At least the frags come in at the very end there from Team Jack. Trying to get those shots on through. The Viper's Bite buys that extra bit of time, but it's actually going to force them forwards, not backwards like they wanted to see. And DMN is on this position now, is really looking to catch him off guard. Flicks on over, but Cal was already on the job, and Nut is going to have to win this here. Wasn't expecting Jack of all trades to be quite this close, but with the backup of the smoke, it's more than enough, and now it's 2 versus 1. And Cal doesn't know exactly where this push is coming from. The smoke denies them a lot of that information for now, and they are not exactly positioned in the best spot. The player tries to defuse. They have more than enough vision, but with these shots coming through, they get something. Can they play off of it? The Viper's Bite comes on in to try and deny it, but at these long ranges, too many angles. And Team Jack lose out another, as it seems like the Rock really have their number.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And one thing I do want to mention as well, that Team Unit the Rock Johnson are utilising perfectly is their utility. That's the thing that's throwing Team Jack off their game here, and they've really started to struggle to counter this utility. It's been brilliant so far from Team Unit, and, well, Jack, they're struggling, to say the absolute least. They're down 4-0. While that was a little bit of a force by, somewhat of a bonus for them, definitely not the way they wanted it to go. It's 4-0 Team Unit lead on defender side, and Team Jack, they need to step it up if they want to go back in this game. You can't keep giving up rounds like this to a side like Team Unit the Rock Johnson, because we've already seen how formidable of an opponent they can be. Regardless, heading in to round number 5, it's Team Unit the Rock Johnson. You lead 4-0.
Yeah, and with an up in hand, the Rock are only going to get more formidable as time goes on like this. Team Jack, not the Jack, are going to have to step up their play a little bit if they're going to find this one. Max for another frag. It's so aggressive with this. Doesn't have the dash this time. The flash is going to force them off, but they don't lose all too much and now can play in that much more conservative position for now. Or is still heat on in. As the run it back is going to be the thing which kicks things off. Jack of all trades dies, but gives a lot of info. It means that Cal can push on forward too, right on into their deaths, just as planned, clearly. The back shot does eventually fall to Cairo here, but play off the back of these ultimates, and these shots are starting to land now as Team Jack have started to find their footing.
Yeah, now with the spike going down, Seventh Choice getting that one down. It's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Team Jack. They have the man advantage, but can they convert this into a round? We've seen them in this situation before, but with a lower buy. Spin coming through, one spotted and one found. Demon off for the first, but that's a 3 versus 3, and now the Rock Johnson, they're starting to 4 as 1. Traded out quickly. Chief Osong gets one, was traded quickly by Jakes. Old Pops, Maxi looking to find something now as he taps the defuse.
Shots are too much there. The knives are out, and with the right click misses. He could find this. The right click, though, from the classic will do it, and the Rock pick up yet another round.
They somehow made it work when the right click missed. Only a classic in hand, but all he needed. And the unit once again, Maxi playing with confidence, jumping all over the place, being an absolute nuisance. Team Jack, they get the spike down. They make a decent meal of it, but not quite good enough. Brilliant stuff, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Team Unit the Rock Johnson. Very aggressive, but it's working in their favor.
They made a decent meal of it, but bit off more than they could chew. And the fact that we see plays like that coming out from Maxi and from the rest of the squad here does mean that they can clutch these out. They do win those because they're constantly providing pressure, constantly finding ways to crack open sites and using that utility well as well. That's always something you've got to keep in mind, and I love that we're seeing Viper from both sides, and the way we're seeing players play around it is obviously so important as well. As Demon ignores utility entirely and just goes 2 for 0.
Yeah, only 2 players remaining in such a short amount of time. Team Jack, on the way, wants to start things off. Team Unit, they just look unstoppable at the moment. Still 2 players left with something to do. Seventh Choice and Jack of all trades trying to find something. One spot in towards short. Now they can just pop the smoke, and it leaves a little bit of a one-way in favor of the defender side. Gonna fall away. Needs to be careful. He takes a little bit of damage, but he will manage to fall off that angle. Now the Omen and the Phoenix, they've got it all to find, and with 50 seconds remaining on the clock, pressure is starting to build on the attacking side.
Jakes. Keep an eye on from above as Jack is looking for their way on through. Position, not giving away yet, knows that the cam is up there somewhere, but doesn't spot it out. Does manage to slip on through. It's Maxi who has eyes on, and now the Seventh Choice being flanked like this, he hits a fantastic shot. Will note themselves a rifle. I think that might be what he's going to go for, but pack shot, shock and awe with the Odin.
Once again, we're seeing flawlessness from Team Unit the Rock Johnson, and I mentioned him earlier, but Maxi, 11-1. He currently sits at. Absolutely brilliant from Team Unit the Rock Johnson. They have been near on flawless, and Team Jack just completely outmatched as yet. They're down 6 rounds, and on attacking side, they need to step things up if they want to get back into this. It has been a rough showing so far. We mentioned Team Unit were the slight favourites coming in. Well, they've proved us right as of yet. Regardless, heading into round number 7, it will be a relatively full buy from Team Jack as the Phantoms and Vandals come out on full display.
They do. 2 ults apiece. Decent amount to play with, but you know, these rifles got to be important. I think they've only got 1 or maybe 2 on the attacking side right now, and the fact that it's not on someone like Cairo, who has been opening up a lot of these situations, is a little sad to see. Backshot just sprays on through and completely peppered. Cairo falls to the ground. They do find an opening here as they take down Nut. It's a little bit too big for their boots, but still losing so much. Teeth comes up potentially big here. Takes at least 1 out. That might be all she wrote. Viper's pit dropped in response to the situation, knowing that otherwise it could have been very, very dire.
Yeah, now in a 3 versus 4, once again in favour of Team Jack. We've seen them in this position and lose. Now it's where they need to turn things around, especially with Raynor on low HP. This is a favourable one for them. They can make something happen. Utility used already as well as they make their way out on towards this site. Ults popped, and now it's all pressure building onto Team Unit Rock Johnson.
Yeah, Spike trying to go down here. Demon can't step forward in the way they want to. Wants to try and find the wallbang, but actually catches Cal, and that means the Viper Pit is going to fall. fantastic bit of information and fantastic frag to find. Jack of all trades needs to be there quickly as it's now 1 versus 2. Will they expect where they're going to be pushing from? Backshot is all too expecting that long play, and with those shots giving them away, this could be an easy frag for them here. They don't even find it. Backshot with too many bullets to put down range, and that will be the Rock moving to 7-0.
Remaining flawless. They do absolutely brilliant. Backshot with LMG just making it work in his favour. Chief Wassant just making sure not quite hitting for the one there, but I mean, what a retake once again. And the unit, they just look better, don't they? That's the only way we can say it. They just look better. Backshot with the 180. You hate to see it, but you love to see it. Brilliant stuff so far, regardless, from Team Rock Johnson and Team Jack. It's not been the most stellar performance at all, and they haven't really woken up in the server.
They really haven't. It's been performance after performance from, I think, each individual player of the Rock so far. It just hasn't been enough. Good passive play here from the Rock, not getting caught by a flash means this push from Team Jack could be a little bit disastrous.
Yeah, they are trying to make their way in slowly. Util will be expended as they give away positions. Now the spray coming through could work in their favour. Even will make the smart decision to fall off, but it's Jace Tomo who's good for 3. Looking for the 4th, doesn't find it. 7 choice in there for the trade, but still a 2 versus 4 in favour of the defender side. Make that a 1 versus 4. It's all down to the Omen. And his position is essentially given away. Nut finishes things off on a near flawless round once again, but it's Jace Tomo with a 3k spray down. Sublime from Team Unit the Rock Johnson. And Rook, it's looking like the beginning of the end already.
Oh, it really is. The Rock finding that round where it was literally just Jake's Tomo basically spraying into that angle and gets a 3k. You know that that's not going to go down well in the Team Jack camp. They have very little money in terms of being able to buy up. I think they could just about buy rifles on everyone, but keep in mind that after that, they have very little at all. They're going to be able to pop the ultimate at the very least for Cairo here, and I think that's a good call, as they are trying to keep that economy at least somewhat stable. But losing this many rounds in a row, stability is hard to come by.
Agreed.
Light start to the round. Jack trying to slip their way on through. Maxi has even gone for the rotate, expecting that push to come on through on another site, but there's the teleport. Has to give some info away, just about manages to dodge a lot of that Viper's bite, but push in from behind could be a bit of a problem here. K-Ro and Gang know that there's likely to be someone there, but Demon needs to slip on through those layers by a lot of space, and the cross is starting to come through now, but like 2 ships in the night, 7th is starting to move on forward, but that paranoia doesn't turn and goes down to K-Ro there. Demon, he just looked towards that. That could have been a frag. 7th choice was way too close. But now, with that opening, where does this execute come? Most likely towards the A site, where they know there's at least 1 less player than there otherwise would be, and that's why we're seeing Maxi make that push happen ASAP. Love the one-way coming through here, and K-Ro, one-way ticket to ride as the spray just comes on through, more down range, but they just about survive. And look to catch the cross there, takes down 7th choice, and it's still 3 versus 3 because of Maxi's impressive performance. Finishes off Chief as well, only needed just that 1 little tick of damage to finish that, and now just so little time left, it's going to be hard to really deny this. The walls are there, everything is there to try and defend, but it's just not enough. The aim, the plays are just so much from the Rock.
They're just significantly the better side, and they're showing it round in, round out. The retake, despite it being a 3 versus 3 retake, they make it look so easy. And once again, Maxi, absolute confidence flowing through his veins, makes it work in his favour. Backshot off to a good start, does a whole host of damage as well, which gives Maxi nice one on the 2nd kill. But that op shot was absolutely sublime. And nice as well, just to double up. Brilliant from him. A 3k in the round once again from Maxi. He's been absolutely insane, Rook.
It really has been. Maxi wasn't bad in the first game we saw from them. In fact, quite the opposite. Constantly finding those opening frags, but here, they've not only found those opening frags, but barely died. They've only died 3 times in 9 rounds, and
yeah,
they've just been a lot safer in that, and if they're going to keep on improving like that, well, I'm pretty scared for Team Jack's chances, to be completely honest with you here. Might not even get a word in edgeways. The pressure continues to come on through. A good flash means that Demon does have to back away from that angle. The right run it back, coming on through to try and contest something here, and with the back of Chief, make it down 1. The run it back will eventually expire, but Jake's sitting on this other side, trying to get that spray through the wall, trying to get that damage down, but they're likely to get pushed. just about managed to keep themselves out of harm's way as K-Ro is trying to land shots over the top of that smoke.
Yeah, aggressive play here. Now on a 4 versus 5, Team Jack still needs to get this spike down. They're setting up a utility, which will allow Jakes to push out. Needs to be careful though. Low, down to 22 HP. Jack will get the spike down. Now the pressure builds on the CT side to keep this flawless.
James, push on out hit. Oh, brilliantly done by this duo over an elbow. Leaves it to just 2. This could be their first round on the board and a half, and well, they are gasping for it. They really want to pick this up, and with 5 players on site, I don't see why they shouldn't. Make that 4 as the count starts to lower, and that could be, well, death knells, honestly, for Team Jack. The push is coming in very quickly here. Back shut. Manages to deny that dog. The angle, however, is being held on the other side of the site. I think Team The Rock, realizing that this is not a round they're going to win, let's just back on off, save our rifles, be in a very solid position. If you push through into that, oh, Chief! Come on, my boy. That's a little bit sad to see.
You hate to see it, you really do. The smoke was in the way and just couldn't see the Viper's poison on the other side, and goes down. A free kill as well, essentially, for Backshot. I'm sure you won't say no to that, but silver lining, Team Jack have picked up a first round and finally on the board, and now we can maybe see something come of this. The problem for them is that, of course, Team The Rock Johnson, the long-term economy is incredibly strong. Easily buying into this next round and can essentially buy into the next after this, regardless of however this round plays out.
Team Jack have something on the board, they have something to work with, and, well, must be feeling a little bit more comfortable. Obviously not the most, but at least it's something. And as soon as I say that, it's completely shattered. Demon takes on 2 and takes on all comers. Brings them down to 3, and Team Jack, those are numbers that don't exactly look great.
I don't know, so a couple of shots being sprayed through, they won't find anything as of yet. With 2 players already down, it's not a good start at all for Team Jack. 5 versus 3 now as they slowly make their way up towards B.
Good shots coming through from Team Jack over the course of this game. They seem to channel that into single rounds like we saw on the last. They won most of their duels, and obviously that's a great help, but it was also some nice util usage, some flashes that actually landed, and good plays around each other as duos. Specifically, I was impressed with the way Chief was playing. Really great stuff, but this time not with their backup of Cal, means that Cal is going to go down, and Demon continue to wreak havoc on their backline. Team Jack are going to rotate back towards the B site, as they feel that might be their only opportunity of getting a spike on down.
Now, in a 4 versus 2, it is still doable, but it will be tough. Chief was on leading the way. Maxi holding a spotting. Good for the first kill. Maxi good for the first. Looking for the second as well. Flashbang catches him from Jack of all trades. Force him off the angles, but 10 seconds remaining. He needs to stick this. Get flanked from all angles as well. Minute will manage to get it down, but only just a shorty once again picking up the frag as Maxi. Good for 2. The 10th round is on the board. What a performance we're seeing here, though. I mean, they've been absolutely brilliant. And Maxi still remaining utterly confident.
Yeah, an impressive performance, honestly, from Maxi. And continually, as he said, finding kills with those shorties. But obviously the hero of that round was Demon, starting off with 2 and not really letting up after that. Impressive performance. And, well, they've got the Empress for the last round of the top as well. So I would feel, well, pretty worried if you're Team Jack. I mean, you should be feeling pretty worried regardless. You're already 10-1. Things aren't exactly looking great.
Yeah, not at all the best. And to make matters even worse, the buy won't be fantastic heading into this round. Chief was on only picking up the pistol, and the judge as well won't be the best. Maxi off to a good start as well, as he's good for 1. Dropping Cal, picking up the Viper.
Yeah, Jake's down Kara early on here as that dash is a little bit too overzealous, and Maxi returning to the home ground, returning to their roots, the shorty in hand, but no one tests them. No one dares. I think very sensibly here, Team Jack trying to play that little bit slower than what we saw from them in the previous rounds.
Now with 3 players remaining, the Ting coming through. Chief was on good for 1, but Backshot quick in there for the trade, bringing it back to a 4 versus 2, and now it's all down to 7 choice. And Jack of all trades to find something here. It's a 2 versus 4 on the rotate. Backshot might just catch this off.
They very well might. They know where Spike is down. So this could be an easy position for them, however. 7th. Notices that they're going to be there. Spray comes on in, but loses the duel. This has been the story, honestly, for Team Jack, so for the most part of this round. the most part of this game. It's just losing Jules left, right, and centre. Viper's pit over the spike. And, well, we can obviously see where Jack is. He's nowhere even close. He's going to have to rush over there and through what he assumes is enemy territory. He's going to have to blow some of this util, but come help him around the corner. Express delivery there as Maxi probably wasn't expecting that one. Jack of all trades knows this is going to be hard, to say the very least. 50 HP and an angle that's being held. It ain't going to happen. 11 rounds on the board for the Rock. They are now only a pistol and then that force to finish things off.
Yeah, honestly, this has been brilliant from Team Unit the Rock Johnson. We mentioned this could have been a slightly closer game, but with Team Unit the Rock Johnson being the slight favourites, well, they are showing us up here. Heavy favourites. They lead 11-1. Maxi currently sitting at 18-4. What a performance you see from not only Maxi, but the rest of the Rock Johnson side. They've been brilliant. And Team Jack, once again, just falling at kind of every step here. We saw them struggle slightly earlier against Team Nats. Well, they're struggling here against Team Unit Rock Johnson and need to turn things around. They're down by 10 rounds and, well, need to turn things around on this new half.
They got to start off strong. They got to show us that they have the Angels on lock and can play around each other well as well. Team Jack, they've shown us glimpses, and well, previously when we saw them, they've had impressive performances in individual rounds, but yeah, doesn't seem to be working out quite the same as they want to. Maxi's going to rush on in. No shorty in hand this time, but still gets a good dome onto Cal before falling. Obviously that changes things massively. Not denies 7th choice and trying to play from that higher angle. Trade's looking for a chance to move on in here and even takes down Demon, someone who has been a thorn in their side this entire game long. God, this must be such a good position for them to find themselves, but no, probably wasn't expecting Cairo to just walk through where they were placing that smoke. So now the Rock, they're kind of crumbling. They need to find some fantastic opening frags here, and that could be exactly it, but trying to get the pre-fire a little bit too overzealous there. On the retake, there he is. Shot. Oh, finds the frag, and Jack now doesn't get a thing, playing for time, buying so much. The shots come on through, backshot does fall, but it's not enough time at all. And the Rock pick up the round, and even though Jack got the execute and won those duels.
Yeah. You know, there was a silver lining there in terms of, Jack winning the Angels, but the problem is, it's all well and good winning the Angels if you don't win the round. Team Unit Wrong Johnson taking the spike. And, well, unfortunately for Team Jack, they're now into a bit of a sticky situation. They're 11 rounds behind, and it's match point in favour of Team Unit Rock Johnson. They need one round, and Team Jack, they need to be absolutely flawless. And the problem with this is that they're going to be coming to this round with a very insignificant buy. We see the Ghosts, the Sheriff, Spectre. Not going to be the easiest by any means.
Certainly isn't. Chief trying to get some of that info, but that flash doesn't land on anyone. Not playing a little bit passive here and not getting caught off guard as a result. I think a very sensible set of decisions so far on this squad. But sensible as they are, sometimes you got to be a little bit crazy. You got to be a little bit daring. 7th choice needs to find this opening frag, otherwise things are really going to start to fall apart. Already one player down, and the site looks very, very open after this hot hands disappears. This Viper is not going to be able to deny that push for very long.
Oh, now, with man disadvantage, Team Jack, we're in a very worrying situation. One round's all that Rock Johnson need. Jack Wood Trade trying to find one, though. Swing coming through good for the first spring. It's back to a 4vs4 and upgrades the weapon. Now has potential.
Not, however, gets that frag. Cairo needs to find this headshot, but isn't even given the shot. Back shot with that shotgun. Constantly providing value. And it seems like the Rock have this round on lock. It's down to Chief. It's down to Jack to make it happen. They have a weapon at the very least to work with, but not even that is enough. It's the Ghost which comes up big. They take down another. It's 1 versus 2, and they have the Vandal in hand. However, the Viper's bite pushed them off. The time is really starting to delay. Position given up, well, to absolutely everything. They're going to have to get aggressive here and can't even take that duel. A sad, sad situation for Team Jack as they are taking down 13-1.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most dominant victory we have seen today. I mean, what a performance on Team Unit Rock Johnson. They progressed to the finals, and deservedly at that. They were absolutely brilliant. you could see even from the last round there, the utility users, they know this game extremely well, and they showed it in the server there. And it's commiserations to Team Jack, just weren't quite ready for an opposition like that. However, good news is we are heading into the finals in just a moment. So ladies and gentlemen, stick around. We'll be back in roughly about 5 minutes. So sit tight and head to a quick break before we get ready for the finals underway between Team Nat and Team Unit The Rock Johnson. What's that one? See you soon.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done. the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Feel my heart, it's beating. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beating. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. I'm so caught in this wood, so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this wood, so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. Let's free fall. Let's free
Hello everyone and welcome back to Welsh Masters. I am Rook and I'm joined by Nyokai. Joining us on the observing is Melanie.mhs and also Jakey Boy Pro on the production. And we are here for the finals now, a best of three coming your way.
I am looking forward to this one. Two sides that we've already seen on stream today, both of which have put up unbelievable performances. We've just seen Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, 13-1 they took down Team Jack. I mean, what a performance from them. And obviously we saw Team Nat earlier versus Team Jack, another quite formidable matchup. And one thing to mention, not on stream, but these two sides have already played together. Do you want to have us talk through what we've seen with those two sides?
Yeah, I mean, I've just been kind of impressed with what we've in particular seen from the unit in that matchup. I think Nat has definitely proven themselves to be the stronger squad, but purely because it's not aim, it's not necessarily utility usage, but they play around each other better, and that's the kind of big difference that we're seeing between these two.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, a 13-10 victory as well in favour of Nat. They have picked up a amount, but a best of one. I mean, it's really hard to kind of judge a series off a best of one because they're so random. I mean, in any sort of occasion, most teams don't enjoy playing best of ones when it comes to, like, you know, the more important games like a final, because it can really go either way. But now, because we have a best of three, now it's where it's really all up to who is the better side. Both of these sides have put up brilliant performances today. But in this situation, this is where they will really be tested. We'll have the vetoes coming your way in just a second. I'm looking forward to this one. Team Nat, in my opinion, coming as the slight favourites off the back of that performance we just saw from Team Unit The Rock. I mean, momentum surely must be in their sails.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with what they've been able to bring out in that previous game, so maybe they've stepped up. But we do have those vetoes, as you said. It was just a second. So Split coming through as that very first map, following up on Bind, and then Icebox as that very final map, with Unit choosing defense on Bind, Nat choosing defense on... Sorry, Unit choosing defense on Split, Nat choosing defense on Bind, then Nat choosing defense again on Icebox.
Yeah, so looking forward to this one. You know, three relatively different maps as well. That's one thing I do want to mention. I mean, Split and Bind, I mean, they've been in the game a little bit longer. Icebox, obviously the new edition, which we mentioned earlier, a little bit of a 50-50, a little bit like Marmite. Some teams really, really like it, some hate it. But I'm not surprised to see it floated towards the end because, you know, if you know how to play Icebox, you can take pretty easy victories on it nonetheless. I'm looking forward to it. Three relatively different maps. I'm interested to see what the agent picks on each of those maps.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of interesting agent picks today, and that's kind of the key part of it. We've seen Astra, we've seen Viper, we've seen basically everything. We've even seen Yoru, which I think is the real shocker, right?
Exactly. I mean, Yoru, the new character, no one really knows how good the potential behind Yoru can be alongside Astra. Both very, very new. Yoru, generally people don't like it as much. However, the performance you saw from Yoru earlier was absolutely brilliant from Kaja. So, you know, you never really know. However, he has gone from a more normal pick here. We see the Jet pick alongside, wow, the Sage, the Cypher, and the new Agent of Astra. What's your thoughts on Astra? I mean, we were impressed earlier by Astra, I must say.
Yeah, I think she's relatively solid, can apply a lot of different pressure around the map. So I think it's a very good pick here for Team Nat. I'm excited to see exactly how they're going to use it. They did play it on Split before, but they might change things up a little bit, especially because they were often playing like this 4-1 style with kind of LJ on the side, and they can kind of support their players from all over. I think that's something key.
Yep, agreed here. And we are just getting the final agent picks being selected here before we get underway. Big fan of the map split as well. A lot of potential as well for a big variation in terms of playstyles. We have seen aggression work in favor for split and on the other side, however.
Yeah, we've had some technical issues. Obviously, a player did not lock in that agent, so we'll try and get that sort of view as quickly as possible. Yeah, Astra, definitely very interesting. I'm not surprised to see Yoru not getting picked up here. I think Kaja had most of their success because they're Kaja. They're a good player. I'm kind of expecting that more than anything.
Exactly.
And bringing the Jet out, especially because they're going to be bringing the Breach now, I think will make a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw him earlier, it was a very dominant victory, and I think they sort of understood that coming into the game. So he could just have a little bit of fun with it. Now with a Jet pick, as you mentioned, Jet is such a horrible agent to come against, especially when someone is really on their game. And we saw Cage earlier. I mean, he was brilliant. So if he gets those guns rolling, gets some momentum and sort of snowballing, how do you stop him? I mean, he was brilliant earlier, and he'd be one to definitely to watch coming into this best of 3 series. However, we have also seen some very, very strong performances on the side from Team The Rock. It's very hard to judge. In the best of 3, now we get to really understand who is the best team here in this Welsh Masters.
I think if we had to make a guess, though, you were saying that you really do think Nat is the better, and I think from the tournament so far, yeah, they've definitely proven themselves to be. But with a more recent performance, I'm quite impressed with what we saw from Team The Rock, especially because they had a really solid performance on Bind, and that is going to be one of the maps we're having, because obviously it's Split, Bind, Icebox, which are all maps I think both of these teams are very happy to play, but the Bind in particular really bodes well for me, and I think we could see a 2-1 win. Split might be a little bit difficult, however. I think that Kaja and his squad will be a little bit strong there.
Yeah, I have to agree with it. I think just from what we've seen so far, obviously it's a little bit harder with not as much information on the players and the teams as you would have maybe in obviously like a higher tier event essentially. But from what we've seen so far, I think the Nat come in with just that raw team ability earlier. I mean, they were playing against a side which is significantly worse than them, and they just made it look so easy. Same can be said, however, of Team Unit The Rock Johnson in their earlier matchup, the 13-1 versus Team Jack, which is actually a better performance than what Team Nat put up. However, still just on the raw fragging ability and the teamwork that we see from Team Nat, I think they come in as a slight favourites, but I have to agree. I think if I had to call this one, I'd say it's a 2-1 in favour of Team Nat. But whoever picks with this first map, a lot of momentum and confidence heading to map number 2.
Yeah, we are still waiting on those players. We're trying to get it sorted as quickly as we possibly can. So, kind of, what do you think is the big difference? You kind of mentioned before that you've got Bind and Split. What do you think the big difference in between these two is? Because obviously they've both got these sites which are kind of difficult to push on into at times, but there's a lot more options for pushing into those sites for Bind. There's also the mid when you're thinking about Split.
Yeah, so Split's a bit of a weird. I think obviously in terms of the map itself, a lot of teams focus on heavy mid control, right? You want that map control of mid because you can push up, you can split off if you're going towards heaven, go in towards wires. You know, it becomes a constant issue for the defender side. If you're attacking, you get a lot of map control in towards mid. Bind, not as much. You know, obviously not really essentially a mid. There's kind of 2 different angles towards short, one towards A, one towards B. But I think the control in which you have to hold on Split, the defensive side gets spread a little bit more thin compared to the likes of Bind. It's very easy to stack up and make it work in your favor. We saw it earlier in the game where you stack in towards hookah and you can pick up a couple of frags. Maxi with the shorty, for example, he had the potential to pick up a couple of frags there with a shorty and did it alongside the utility. That I don't think is as likely on split and becomes more problematic for defender sides just trying to hold on because they get spread so thin.
Yeah, I think as well, looking at that, we were talking about a lot of Viper that we've seen, and seeing a lot of Viper is a bit of a surprise, but obviously we do also have players in many a tournament picking it up. I think that's something to keep in mind when you're looking at Split and Pine, because they do have great ways to cut up a lot of these angles, and just the way they are positioned on the map makes it relatively strong. Do you think we're going to continue to see more of that Viper?
In all honesty, no, because coming into this tournament, I had, a mindset of Viper is generally seen as one of the weaker agents, especially in the pro level. People say, like, why would you pick up a Viper when you can pick up a Brim or something like that, along those lines, when that's the kind of the more favorited agent, let's say. But we're seeing Viper work really, really well here today. I mean, even earlier in our game in the 13-1, Team The Rock Johnson, the way they sealed out that round was the Viper preset poison over the top of the building. I mean, those kind of things, if you know your lineups and you can lock it out with a limited skybox as well on Valorant, you can make this work in your favor. So it definitely has big pluses. I'll always agree with that. In general, I think it is one of the weaker agents because of just the utility. I think I'd prefer an Omen pick or a Breach pick, maybe even a Brimstone to a degree, but not as much. But I definitely think it has potential depending on the person using it. That is the biggest thing. Like, for example, Mixwell at the top level. Fantastic usage of Viper, and he's proved it time and time against tier 1 opponents. However, it's all about how you utilize Viper. If you go aggressive with it, you can really be punished, but you can also be heavily rewarded. So it's very, very dependent. Similar to what we saw with Euro, I must say as well. Cager made it work in his favor, but I wouldn't really expect to see it on that top level. We are just waiting for one player to join in the server. I think his PC crashed, so just restarting it. Should only be a couple of seconds, but we're all going to head to a quick break until he's back in the server, just so you can stop hearing us yammering. Anyway, stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you in just a second while we get this lobby reset up.
What's all this for? It's got me turned around, but I can't ignore.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
try to run, try to hide. I needed to survive. Heard you in the rain. Will you always be there? The last thing you said. Sorry if it's too late. Heard you in the rain. Will you always be there? The last thing you said. Sorry if it's too late.
I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow, I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt a glow. The warmth inside me, it kept me afloat. It felt like heaven had found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. My best friend to 23. I heard the heavens crying above me. They gained an angel, I lost a friend. I felt like dying again and again. I went through hell, stared at death, but I keep fighting with each living breath. I saw no way out from where I stood. Felt like the fire had burned me through. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Welsh Masters. I'm Rick and joined by Neokai, and we are unfortunately still having technical issues here. Sorry about the delays. Hopefully we should be getting underway relatively soon. But, I mean, how do you think these are kind of going to impact? Because obviously we've got a sub coming on in. Does that change your predictions at all?
Well, it's very dependent because it's all about how they gel together. I think we mentioned teamwork for these two sides is such a big factor. And if, the substitute comes in and can't really mesh with the side, plays very soloistic plays, and essentially playing as a 1, a 4 against a 5, then that can become very, very problematic. We are just waiting to see, how it all plays out. It's very hard to predict these kind of situations, especially because, we haven't really seen this person play with this team. Regardless, I still think I'm sticking with my prediction. I'm just going to go with my gut and just stick with it and stay with Team Nat. I'd hazard a guess at a 2-1, but, I can't really falter away from it for now. Regardless, we do actually also have the results as well. Something to talk about as well. So, the predictions from you guys in the chat in terms of your points was Team Nat 81% Team Unit.
How much was that? How much of that was you? How many points did you put in?
3,000.
So you are over half of Team Nat's votes.
Yeah, let's go Team Nat.
I think this could be rigged, guys. I don't know about you.
Yeah, well, true. Yeah, it is, a lot of the points are mine, but I'm sticking with my gut. And, I could pay the price here. I could leaving this with 0 points. And that obviously will be painful. Regardless, the agent picks are once again coming in to fray. And we can discuss them once they've been confirmed. We've seen a few confirmed as well. Maxi with the Jet pick, big fan of that. We saw him be extremely dominant when he was, in that Jet agent in the previous matchup. Maybe he could do the same here.
Yeah, I think that's very true. I'm interested to see exactly what we're going to see in terms of picks here. Are we going to say the same thing? I wouldn't be surprised, to be fair. I think, for the most part, Nat should be able to pick exactly what they were before. Yeah, I think they're just messing us around. So, obviously, the sub coming on in is Jakey to play that Sage for the side of the Rock. So, that could be very impactful, but I like that they're taking the Sage here. Sage has always been relatively strong on split.
Yeah, and also as well, Jakey was a very, very strong character as well. We've seen him play throughout the tournament and put up very good numbers. So I don't think it's at all a bad sub to bring in. The problem that comes in is that, you're playing with a sub, and if they don't mesh instantly, like I mentioned earlier, if it's playing like a 1, a 4, and against the 5, that can become very, very problematic. However, we'll see how this one plays out, let's say, as it's about to get underway. Split is the map we are heading into. I'm looking forward to this one. It should be a very aggressive affair. And one thing to mention as well, he just picked up the Euro.
I was surprised to see that at all. I thought the Jet would have been a better combination alongside Shiro here, but Cager managed to make it work last time. Why not this time? I'm excited to see exactly how it's going to go down. And if anyone can make it work, I think in this tournament, they absolutely can.
Yeah, 100%. I'm looking forward to getting this one on the way. It's Team Nat will be starting on the attacking side, and Team Unit the Rock Johnson in this grand final starting on defensive side with Jakey in as a sub. They've got it all to prove now against the favourites coming into this matchup. It's going to be a fantastic one as they pissed around. Round number 1 gets underway, and Rook, without further ado, please take it away.
Absolutely. Kicking things off with what looks like yet another push towards this A site. We saw this exact setup the last time they played, and it's not a shock to see KJ doing it again. Could easily lose a lot of damage. Trying to shoot out, and does shoot out that cam. Getting ready, it's going to teleport away, and there comes the push. No one commits all too hard. I love that Team Nut were ready for this one. Demon is already in position, giving that position away, taking down Leon here. A fantastic way to open things up. You see Orange Juice trying to win it out, but that goes to us a little bit too much, and Shiro will have to finish the job. Now, the Rock are still a player up as the trades go back and forth. Is a player sitting on site with that frenzy can be oh so terrifying. Actually, have the frenzy. I was entirely wrong. Jake's Tomo will be able to take him out.
What are your thoughts on this new meta of the frenzy buy in this piss round? It seems like it's very much allowing these really, really aggressive, pushes from both sides. We saw it there. The frenzy was absolutely lighting up the server, and Team Nat struggled against it.
Yeah, I actually think Frenzy's really strong. Obviously, it got changed, so you can no longer run Frenzy and Armor.
Yeah.
Which I think is a really good thing, because it was very strong before. But
It
I
was
still
too
think it's very
overpowered.
solid. Yeah, it was. It was. I think it's still a very valid option, but it also means you can take some utility with it rather than being forced onto that just dueling thing. And I think if you're good at spray controlling, the Frenzy is absolutely terrifying, especially in those pistol rounds.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. And, well, Team Nat felt how deadly it can be. It's a down 1 and Team Unit off to a flying start. They've picked the first round, and we all seen aggression coming out from Team Nat. They make their way up towards heaven.
Team is there, but was looking out more towards the main part, position given away. But we see it there. The comes up big of a Kaiser means that, unfortunately, that judge won't find all too much. Beginning is going to have to come on through. Still trying to pick the angle up the long ranges. Isn't going to work out. That Frenzy comes up huge again. Or Jake's here and already getting ready to move. Has the judge in hand. Those executes onto sight aren't working at all, as Jakey denies that push from Orange Juice, and it's just down to 2. Cager has got to find this headshot here. Whiffs the first, but gets the second. Means that they are only 1 player behind. Can pick up the Spectre here. Like to slip on over to that. Hits the first shot, but only a little bit of a damage there. Does force the players back at the very least. A lot of time to work with. I think The Rock making very sensible decisions, position given away. They know exactly where that Viper is now because of that smoke. Jakey still trying to buy that time, expecting that push. Just about gets out of dodge. He's even thinking about walling here. I think that'd be definitely the wrong decision. It would mean you're just so far behind. Kaiser hits that shot onto Jakey. The left clicks come on in. That was absolutely beautiful from Team Nat here, and I love that they're deciding to go for this B side.
Yeah, now in a 2 versus 1. He's get this spike down. They have just about enough time to do exactly that. Nice hold in this rotate as well. Backshot, will he even think to clear this? He will, and he'll find the kill as well. Cage has dropped to now in a 1 versus 1. He makes his way up towards heaven. Astra versus Viper on this retake. Backshot's really good for the first kill.
Backshot already looking to push on up and in. We know how scary this Bucky can be, but Kaiser with the Spectre definitely has the advantage right now. He's going to tap that, and Backshot will likely be locked into a very difficult position here. We'll get the half. The concussion is there. Good. Well played. Nat pick it up, and well, that was not too much of an investment as well from them. So that is a stellar round.
Yeah, exactly. That's a brilliant way to pick up your first round, and that's the Team Nat that we've seen already. Brilliant showing from them. They pick it up, and we're already seeing a few, individual performances start to flourish. Of course, Cager, someone in the first time he saw them, was a very, very strong player, but Kaiser, up to 4 kills already, the highest in the server, off to a flying start, on a relatively low buy as well. That's the way you want to start things off, because it now forces Team Unit into a sticky situation in terms of their economy. It would just be the upgraded pistols for them.
Maxi with this shorty was absolutely stellar in the previous games, but these angles don't exactly make it an easy job for them. Position given away, and they do take down Kaiser for it. You're very happy with that position now, and you can just maybe play cheeky around that mid. However, push comes out quick, and Backshot is going to have to use these Viper's bites to be able to buy some space for the squad. Unfortunately, can't win out that duel. Weapon disadvantage, just that little bit too much. However, Demon doesn't care for such trite things as they just take down Shiro. You should look out for that a little bit more. However, peek a little wide. Give that spike on over and that plant on over to Team Nat right now.
Yeah, now it's a 2 versus 3 on the retake. Team Unit, they need to make their way in. Jakey already flashed, and Jake's Tomo already dropped all down to 1 man with just a classic. He's been spammed from all angles. Will manage to pick himself up a Spectre though, as he tries to make something happen, but Cage doesn't need to overgress or overpeak. Just needs to hold angle in a 3 versus 1. It just seems like it's a matter of time for Team Nat to pick up a second round. He is making his way in towards his lower position. It all seems like it's a matter of time. It's a slower take as well. I don't think he'll even have enough time to defuse it, as he's going to fall off. Run away. Oh, he's sneaking in. Not like this. He's spotted. It's a consolation kill, but he won't be able to pick up the defuse. It will just be a consolation kill as he opts for exit frags. It's finally traded out by Cage. It's a second round on the board for them. They're already off to a very, very good start.
Yeah, I think it's a stellar position to honestly find themselves. Cager really able to put a lot of pressure in on that round at the back of Kaiser as well. they really are kicking ass. I think the Rock probably not expecting that push to come in quite as quickly as it did. As soon as that play was made in mid, which I think they're very happy with, they got a lot of value out of it. The instant play came out from Team Nat. They're ready to go at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from them, and it was a slight low buy for Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, so it wasn't really to be expected on that retake, but now they're coming in with a nice comfortable 4 buy, which is nearly already good for 1.
Yeah, nice way to open things up, and already going to be able to clear out a lot of that wall, which would otherwise be a bit of a hindrance to them. Playing some relatively slow angles, and even investing some utility to try and contest, and push these players off Maxi with the Operator. Behind Packfully can be with this. It's not the best of angles for it, but can make it work against Leon here. He's a back on off, doesn't want to get caught out.
Once again, a little bit slower now that Team Nat have lost that man advantage. 4 versus 5, them still trying to make their way to split in towards one side. Jay Thomas good for 2 though, huge from him. Shiro and Kaiser already dropped, now has 2 men left with it all to find a 2 versus 5.
Cage just position given away, and Cage just about can't do it. The sub for the unit here, he'll put them in a great spot. Try and find sweet victory, but unfortunately, too many players, not enough time. They go down. And even keeping that Jet alive, Maxi must be pretty happy with that one because he keeps the Operator in tow.
100%. I mean, we're starting to see moments of brilliance from both, but still very hard to call which way this will go. However, one thing to mention, Jakey has come in and has looked very, very comfortable despite coming in as a sub. So, fair play for him to there. It's 2-all on the scoreboard, and our Team Nats, not the easiest situation for them. We are going to see just a quick tactical pause called here while you just figure something out. We are coming back to our cameras. I think we had a little bit of a technical issue. Not to worry. Will hopefully be fixed in just a moment. But we sit at 2-all. What are your thoughts so far on what we've seen?
I mean, I've been impressed, honestly. Some good Operator usage from Maxi up close and personal there as well. It's something you often don't see from some of these Operator players. They're much more comfortable, obviously, at those longer angles, but makes good use of it in those closer range fights. So, well done from them. But I've been surprised to see quite how much Nat are really getting out of this situation when they're just making those pushes happen. Yeah,
100%. I'm liking what I'm seeing from both sides. One thing to mention, Jakey, I mentioned it kind of earlier, but Jakey coming in, we mentioned he was a sub. Not played with this team all too much. He's made it look relatively comfortable. So you've got to say, fair play to him. You're just going back into the game in just a second. I think all the technical issues are hopefully under the way. We can carry on with this final. And here we are. We're in our way under in round number 5, and it's 2-all on the scoreboard.
Ready to use that dimensional drift and let their team on in. You can see Aja very ready for this one. They're comparing it with the Astro Ultimate to really split up their site position given away, and they know exactly where that Omen is. They're going to get on there pretty darn quickly. However, Hicks was not expecting to have to deal with this and doesn't know you can't shoot through the wall with the flash coming on in, which is still happening. Position given away by a return tripwire, but in the end, it's all for naught. It's a lot of control for Nat, and, well, they're going to play for this post-spawn situation. They got the spike down. The player just waiting on the other side of this wall. If Orange Juice can come up big here, this could be game-changing, as Nat would find themselves in such a good economical position. However, this wall doesn't have too much time. They're going to peek the corner, and there it is. A lot of damage coming through, but still alive for now, continuing to make that move forward. Unfortunately, when it's those slightly longer ranges, it's not quite enough, and these rifles are really coming to bear. Shiro can't find a thing. Leon finds something from on high, but they're going to have to clutch it out here as the spike is getting defused. And it's not enough. I think, honestly, some bad positioning of the spike there. From the rock, they could have played it more open. But instead, they planted it in this close position behind the box.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think that was probably the easiest or the best plant in that current situation. It actually worked against them. The retake, though, very, very good. Leon was good for one in towards heaven, but the quick trade from Jake's good for a couple of frags as well. And Jake's been putting up a very, very solid performance already. Already sitting on 9 frags. 9 and 2. I mean, fair play.
Yeah. They've constantly found a lot of openings in this game, and in the previous ones, they've had decent performances, but nothing quite like this. I've been impressed so far. Normally it's been players like Maxi really stepping up, but yeah, brilliantly done by these Cyphers. And I mean, Leon, we saw, was pretty good on this map earlier as well, so excited to see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, now Team Unit, they're already off to a good start. They've picked up now a 1 round advantage over Team Nat. I mentioned them the favourites, but it's the defender side who are looking very, very comfortable and very, very confident.
Good shot coming out.
What a shot from him to open things up. Shero removed, and they're looking to double that one up with Demon in towards heaven.
Yeah, Orange Juice trying to land that shot, but unfortunately it's not quite enough. Orange Juice, however, returns for a second and even manages to just about get it. I'm so shocked to see this. Unit felt like they had the opportunity here, but at these longer ranges, it seems like that Sheriff seems to fit well into the hands of Orange Juice, as a 4K is absolutely massive. They're going to take that, maybe even take the res, and just, well, take complete control of this round. The wall's even going up to make sure that Kaiser is under no pressure whatsoever. And it might even be an ace, honestly, here from the Sage, and it's well-deserved. Orange Juice really rocking things up.
He is. What a phenomenal round. Looking for it as well, and he'll find it. Of course he will. Orange Juice gets the ace in the round, of the first ace already in this final. Unreal. He picks up 5 kills with the Sheriff. What a way to do it. That was absolutely phenomenal, and that is just such good aim.
No rifle, no problem. Orange Juice takes it to Team Nat, and I didn't expect. I thought that from the first shots they were whiffing quite a few when they were just tapping on down, but here it was, the headshot. That's all they darn well need, and backshot. Not able to find an opening there. We've seen a lot of great angles for backshot where they've been able to use that positional advantage in there. It was nothing at the sort. Lots of plenty. Even bringing out the Blade Storm for the Jet. See, finds her first frag, but Sheriff seemingly going against the attacking side this time. Nat not quite able to capitalize off the back of that one. Jakey's having to wait in the wings as well. I love the ambush tactics we're seeing from the Rock, and they've made great usage out of it. Flashes go in. They're starting to make that push happen. Smokes as well. That flashpoint does catch Jakey. He's got more than enough time to make that peek happen now. A lot of damage, but not quite the frags. They're going to have to deny themselves from that one. Just one tap is there, but Jakes, with that rifle, makes short work of these remaining players. Tries to push on in. Shiro does catch him, but unfortunately there's too many players. They take so much damage, but it's 2 versus 2 in the end here. And with only a Marshall, what do you really do? Some great bounces off the wall, finds that little lick of damage, but it's a little late. As a result, don't quite finish off that breach in that position, expecting maybe a push to come on through, but those concussions don't land, and getting ready for that post-plant situation. The Astra, the fact that they can place the utility wherever they want, is so darn impactful. Just slip on through. They're playing both in the same angle. The Rolling Thunder comes on through, but Demon from on high is still watching this. Even if you got that hit, it wouldn't have been enough. And they're still getting ready to make that move happen. Sitting on the spike, the play is there. Isa will try and get the spray on through, will get the shot, but backshot with the classic. Really wants to clutch this out. Is just sticking it now. Knows they can try and get it. They can indeed! It's not quite enough! And Shiro loses out the round even after a stellar performance with the rest of their squad.
Nerves of absolute steel there. Just stick the defuse, it works in his favour. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Opening frags onto the site was sublime, but the retake was even better. Kaiser only good for the first, for a nice trade back shoot with a classic, making it work. Unreal stuff as Team Unit the Rock Johnson now lead 4-3. They once again take a round advantage over Team Nat and are just staying an arm's length away.
Neither team wants to let go of this one. It seems rifles or no rifles, it really doesn't matter to either of these squads. A couple of ultimates for Nat here in the Cypher ultimate to be able to pick off these players, but you need to find that first frag. With a lot of utility getting invested, you already see 3 players putting their eyes onto this site, but Ajet throwing them for a bit of a loop, most likely, maybe going to make this play happen. A couple of players from Nat still sticking around. They don't want to commit to anything yet.
Not even too bad of a decision. I think it's just quite a slower take here from Team Nat. I do like this. It's executed as calm. They're just trying to edge out the opponent, just trying to see where they are and try and get as much map control as they can. It's Jakey that opens things up. Orange Juice caught out. And he's good for the first. Looking to double it up as well as Team Nat already have a man disadvantage.
What a beautiful bounce there from Cajun to be able to find that one, and a lot of info going in. The flashes were good, but it's just raw aim that takes them through that fight. Fires go up. Now the sneaking begins as Cajun He's going to really try and slip on through into these difficult positions to really shut them out. Backshot still on site. As you can see, those stars going on through. The grab brings them in, and the aim is just not good enough. They're not expecting it at all. Kaja waits for the time, takes them down, and now Nat, they have that player advantage. Was 2, but unfortunately now only down to 1 with some brilliant play from the Cypher here. Jakes has been very, very good this game so far. Can they lead their team to a clutch? Can they keep their team ahead? Or will the evening out so naturally happen yet again?
Like, the killing towards wires fall off into a new angle. Jakes may have predicted it slightly, but K just played this very, very well. Jakes and Maxi pick up one, and Maxi picking up the second as well. With 4 HP remaining, he's going to be able to get this defuse, and it's going to be Team The Rock Johnson picking up a 5th in a 3 versus 2 retake. They make it work in their favor. Brilliant stuff from Team The Rock Johnson, and this is a new and improved side. They have been absolutely brilliant. As you mentioned, Jakes 13-4 he currently sits on. What a performance we're seeing from Team The Rock Johnson. And even though we mentioned they came in as, the slight underdogs, well, they're proving us wrong here already.
Oh, they really are. Jakes has absolutely led the fragging team, and, well, Maxi starting to find their footing as well, and we know how dangerous that can be with the performances that we've seen from this Jet so far. They are a terror on the map. Fantastic first shot there from Maxi. To punctuate the start of the round, Orange Juice. Bit of a problem for them in some prior rounds, so love that they were to deal with them. Just slow. Stops Kaja from properly getting use out of that flash, and even lets them line up Shiro, take him on down. Get out. It's a brilliant utility from the backup stage there. And, well, Kaja, sure, they dispatched them, but with the operator, it seems like Maxi doesn't really care about any of that sort of malarkey. Unfortunately, doesn't get their ace. They're denied by Demon, but, well, the Rock as a whole completely destroyed that round.
I'm loving what I'm seeing here from Team The Rock Johnson. They are, well, quite easily overpowering their opponents, and Team now are starting to unfold to here. We are starting to see, a few performances that are relatively decent, let's say. But we haven't really seen Kaja properly light up the server the same way they did in map number 1. And Team The Rock Johnson, they are putting up unreal numbers with Jakes and Maxi both on double-digit frags already. Brilliant stuff from them. They lead by 3 rounds and got a pretty healthy advantage.
Maxi looking to flex his healthy advantage here with that operator in hand. Easily find a lot of those flags looking for information. Doesn't see anything yet. Just hover on through. But Team Nat still putting a lot of pressure towards that mid. They're putting pressure on other maps as well, other parts of the map as well, but doesn't quite work out as well. They do play this very split style, and sometimes it leads to them losing a player.
Yeah, and that's the issue for Team Nat. The aggression can work against them, and now at a man disadvantage, Team The Rock Johnson, they can once again just play nice and passive. They don't need to overextend. They don't need to over-aggress. They can just wait on site. And with 55 seconds remaining on the clock, the pressure builds on the T side.
Just about hits that
Brilliant.
shot. That's the performance that we've seen from them so far. Really good stuff on this defensive side. We don't get to see much of him on the defensive side of this map, I believe, the last time they played, because it just went so quickly.
Brilliant stuff. Maxi, good for one of his own as well into a show. Look to double it up. Spots 1 will just fall off. He is being sucked in. He's going to fall back with the smoke. Very well played from him. No way, not through the smoke. Double it up. Looking to try and find something. It's tentative as well. Who spots who first? Kate's going for the first. Oh, what a shot by Maxi. As he deletes Orange Juice. Kate's going for one of his own towards Jake's, but it's still the operating towards Heaven, which is the real problem. And 10 seconds after the clock, he needs to get the spike down.
They really do, and in their hurry to get it down, they forgot. Oh, that sound is Maxi coming straight for you. 7 rounds on the in the bank here, and 4 on the truck for the Rock. It's a great look for them, and Maxi in particular has been taking snapshot after snapshot of Team Nat.
Absolutely brilliant. What a shot as well, I must say. Reaction time so quick there from Maxi. Good for the frag and good for the third as well. And towards Kaiser. Brilliant from him. And when you get a Jet player really, really rolling, that's when things become, well, very, very worrying. He's got the 13 frags in the server, and Team The Rock Johnson, they lead by 4.
Doesn't hit this time. Maxi, you're allowed to miss them. It's okay. Don't feel too bad about it. AJ, however, is really not trying to let him get away with anything. This dimensional drift moving on into rafters. And I don't think they can teleport back, and even caught by Jakes, who was fully aware of that push. Communication again from the Rock. This is something you praise Team Nat for, but it doesn't seem to be their forte right now, as really the Rock have come into their own. It's the shot. A lot of damage going through, back and forth, and back, as your Orange Juice does manage to find a couple of kills, but too many players already on the board, and the Rock take another.
Last round in the half.
Brilliant from what we're seeing from Team Unit, the Rock Johnson. I mean, they have just been putting up a very stellar performance here, and Team Nat is just falling apart. Not the Nat that we saw earlier either against the likes of Team Jack. They're just not quite on the same level, and Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, they're proving my prediction wrong so far.
Really has been. I was shocked to see it be such a defensive, such a fantastic defensive half from the Rock. I thought that we'd have some relatively decent defensive halves and some strong offensive ones, especially from the way these guys have been playing. But Team Nat's split style has not worked out. What goes in to really delay that. JK has actually been very solid for a substitute here, and I've been impressed with what they've been able to bring out.
As well, to make matters a little more concerning, it was Nat who picked this map as well. And it's Nat who are significantly behind by 5 rounds here. Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, they're being overwhelmed and need a very strong finish this half if they want any sort of anything happening in half number 2.
They do. Team Nat very careful here. They don't have a lot of the good weapons, but you can still make them work if they take the right kind of fights. Look at where Backshot is. They've not had a great performance so far this game, but we know they definitely can show up when it counts. Unfortunately, Orange Juice walks on in, takes them on down, and that site is now entirely theirs. Demon looking for a chance. Looking for a chance to make their own story here, but so far, Nat have written the playbook on this round.
And now it is a retake coming through. Kai just go for the first and the second. The Bulldog making its worth there. And now bringing it back to a 5 versus 2 in this retake. I said they need a strong finish, but this is a good way to do it. It's all down to one man. Jakey trying to buy something, but it's Orange Juice. It's good for the third, and Team Nat a flawless 4th on the board for them. Gives them a less than adequate end to the first half, but it's not the worst. It could have been significantly worse.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. Again, shout out to both Maxi and Jake's Tomo for powering the Rock through to such a high scoreline. Really great stuff from them, and as much as Orange Juice has obviously been stepping up, I've been just kind of blown away by what Jakes has been able to do on this defense. With the Cypher, obviously, you get a lot of info, but they've just been so heads up. Now, I want to see more from Cager this half, because we didn't have a great performance from them, and I think that's a key part of it.
Yeah, so Cager, obviously we saw him earlier, was unreal for his side and hasn't quite had the same impact as yet. Obviously 9 frags is nothing to say no to. Still a very decent performance, but not quite what we know he's capable of.
Nice stuff. It's a good bit of damage back and forth as the healer is going to come on through to try and keep that Jet as high as they possibly can. Concuss, it would have been enough, but unfortunately Jakey just pushes on through it, and that's gonna be Cager jumping on through and causing a ruckus. They know where this player is, but Orange Juice trying to trade these back and forth. The frenzy from Jakes. If they can find the strike, it'd be all good, but unfortunately right now it just ain't happening. The peak comes out wide and the right clicks are ever so present for Team Nat here, as they really want to take this pistol round and set themselves up fantastically in terms of economy.
Yeah, exactly. Now one of it all to find. We'll be able to get the spike down, so not the end of the world, with location revealed as well. It's just a matter of time. They're rushing their way on towards this site. They know he's pushed roughly towards CT. Hopeful first. Good for one and towards Cager, looking to double it up. The Viper's Venom coming in, but they got his position now. It's all timing to 3 versus 1. He takes a bit of damage as well. It seems like a matter of time. Like Leon will finish things off, and it's going to be just like that. 5th round on the board.
Absolutely. And Team Nat taking a round I think they sorely needed here, and off the back of some really solid pistoling. We've seen some great pistol rounds from them before, and just playing the right angles for their weapons, understanding their outs very effectively here, and then kind of just closing the vice around the Rock.
Yeah, good stuff already. And they needed that pistol round because, it wasn't looking too favourable for them. Well, they've picked it up, and now, with only a 3-round deficit, it does give them this potential to come back into it, because coming into this round, of course, they have the significantly better economy. See the Spectres coming out, and against the upgraded pistols, surely it favours the defensive side.
Jake's trying to find a little bit of damage, and yeah, Frenzy, good weapon, as we said before, but not very good when you're trying to play at angles like that, at that range. Really don't think this is the right call here, as good as it is. This is not the right fight for you to be taking, and Cager just proves that to a T. Mistakes being made. However, backshot opens things up. This could be an opportunity for them to play towards that opening. However, they just push on through. They try to brute force this mid, and the weapon advantage of Team Nat thoroughly overlooked.
And now it's just 2 remaining for Team Unit. We did mention this was, significantly favourable for Team Nat in this current situation, especially with just the upgraded pistols coming in. Well, only being shut out. Backshot only on 20 HP. Needs to be careful of the player in towards wires. Cager going aggressive. This is the Cager we know. He's clear close right. However, he doesn't. He's punished for it. Another 1 versus 3. Backshot got an order to find. Looking to try and make something happen towards Heaven with 20 HP. Surely it's a matter of time, and he's finished off finally. Shiro picking up the frag. And Team Nat pick up the round.
And Team Nat starting to show some of that life that we've seen from them before. They had a bit of a struggle in that previous half, but started to shake that off. And now comes their true test, these rifle rounds coming out from the rock.
Yeah, now we see the test of, Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, when it comes to this attacker side, because it's very hard to judge. If you lose that pistol round, coming to round number 2, of course, your money is not going to be the greatest. Now, this round for Team Nat is just a bonus round because their weaponry is less than adequate.
Maxi, going to crack open that wall, knowing that if you leave some of those pieces behind, well, Team Nat can easily just play around that and have some very defensive and cheeky positions to deal with. So I like that they're investing a lot and even throwing a lot of that utility forward. It's Orange Juice playing this angle. It's going to get forced off, but it's not all bad right now. This right click lands. It could easily change the course of this round. However, a little bit quick off the mark. The second and the third shot, however, will find them 2 quick kills. And Team Nat have turned this from not too bad a situation into a pretty darn good one. Leon backing them up as well and starting to have a little bit of that pressure. Backshot sneaks on through and opens the round wide up again. The couple of remaining players on Team Nat don't have much in the way of weaponry. And now with the Viper's pit down, don't have great odds either as the Spike follows in suit.
Yeah, I understand. Now on this retake, it's a 2 versus 3 on the retake. The problem is the lesser weaponry. They have managed to pick something up. Kaiser making his way in, spotted by Jake, and he picks up the frag with ease. He's 1 man in order to find. You mentioned KG needs to go huge and needs to be wary as well of how little ammo he has. 7 in the chamber and 11 in the mag. It's not the easiest at all. The steps may be heard now as he dropped down. Reload comes in, 18 bullets left of order. Fine, spots the first onto Demon. With 2 players low, this actually does become slightly doable. Viper's Venom coming through. You can spot 1 and miss the shots as the Viper just falls away. And he's dropped by Jake's Tomo. It's 9th on the board for Team Unit, the Rock Johnson. And a very convincing one at that.
Convincing round, yeah, absolutely. Great stuff for the Rock, where this round, well, didn't exactly start off well, and this is exactly why. Orange Juices with a spectacular play, honestly, to keep this alive, but Backshot on the flank, doing what actually we've seen mostly from Leon, is able to get a lot of value out of that and open up the round to an actual situation where the Rock can win it. But a lot of money invested there that they're not always going to get back. Look at Jakey and the fact that he's not going to necessarily have a proper rifle, whereas other people are going to kind of shift that around, so they do, but still not going to have that full firepower.
Yeah, agreed, 100%. That was still a little bit of a bonus round for them, but the problem is coming into this next round, money isn't the greatest, and unless they see something special here, this is essentially giving up a 10th on the board to Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, which becomes an issue, to say the least, because with them on double digits, the pressure does start to build on Team Nat, on defender side. That can become quite problematic in terms of that long-term economy.
It really, really can be. We've got a pause coming on in here while we get some, I believe, a tactical issue Sorry, not a tactical issue, a tactical pause coming on through. So trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do, because this is a very key kind of moment in the map. Thinking about exactly how they want to buy up, and these next couple of rounds, which are obviously going to decide a lot of how the game goes on.
Yeah, this is it's an important one to say the least. They are going to force buy into it as well, which is a risk, but could work in their favor. If they pick this one up, they can very easily get back into this game because the economy for Team Unit will be, relatively shattered. But the problem is if they lose this, they're going to give up the next, 2 or 3 rounds and be forced into a pretty harsh double eco, and that's not what you want, especially essentially giving up match point towards Team Unit. That becomes problematic. We'll see how this one plays out as we head in. It's 9-6 lead in favor of Team Unit, the Rock Johnson. They lead by 3 rounds and looking to make it 4.
The Rock so far have had great rounds when they've had rifles in their hands. They just keep that up. Things should be relatively good for them. The problem is last round probably shaking a lot of confidence. You need to be careful of orange juice. Now, especially since they don't have that shotgun. Great Leah provides a lot of utility, and Demon even dismisses out of that position. Means that it's going to be ever so difficult. Keisha takes a bit of damage, will teleport out. They're not under too much pressure, but Demon stepping forward, not expecting necessarily there to be a player there, but Cheeky getting away with that. And with Maxi also being able to dash out these bad situations, not the greatest of health for these squads, but still very solid for the attacking side, because now they can really flex the fact that they're going to have that big number of players advantage.
Yeah, agreed here. They start to slightly make their way in. It's a 3 versus 3. Team Nat, the problem for them is that they become spread quite thin. I mentioned this can be an issue on this map, that they can be spread quite thin. We are seeing it slightly here. They are posted up around A, and now doubled up towards the position. You're going to use that ability just to sell the fake. We won't catch up anyone as yet. JQ with low HP as well becomes an issue for Team Unit. 1 bullet is all that's needed to drop him.
Backshot going to lead the charge here. Had some good performances so far on entering sites when they've had to, but Kaiser setting up like this could be a disaster. That grab well, fortunately, doesn't lead too much, and you've got to be careful. That's the spray through smoke that we needed to see. Leon coming up huge, and with the flank, Team Nut pick up the all-important round here, and that economy for the Rock, not very good at all.
Yeah, I absolutely agreed. I mentioned that was a risky one, but it worked in the favour of Team Nut, and not too sure on the specifics of who's the IGL, but whoever it was, a brilliant call, because it works in their favour. Now they've broken the economy of the attack inside. That's a perfect way to set things up, because they're coming in now with that long-term economy already built up and the momentum in their cells. Brilliant stuff from Team Nat. With a 7th round on the board, only a 2-round deficit. They're back within arm's reach.
Yeah. Smoke's looking to go on in here. Setting up this time, not with necessarily just the wall, but also those Viper Smokes. Great lineups to be able to buy this time that they need. You can go back to that. They've got an A push just ready to go if they so choose. Slow round start. The Rock, knowing if we commit too hard to something, well, we're easily going to get routed. The weapon disadvantage is huge. Instead, they're going to wait for this wall. Players have slipped on in. They know there's likely going to be someone out here, and Leon short changes them. They don't get anything out of that one. The exchange, not good. Especially since the Rock invested a lot of time and effort into that one as well. Meaning they're really going to have to play pack shut. With that frenzy, comes up big. However, wall can be shot through. Should be careful about that one. And now, the Rock don't have control of that B site like they had before. Like we've seen Backshot really grant them. Give them those openings. The flash is huge, but the play is even bigger. Stopping Maxi from getting value out of those knives. Even with the spike plant. Not going to be good. Jakes finds one, but look at that play. Kaiser had snuck onto site and opened things up. Could move on to that spike plant now and try and get that defuse. Happening here, they're not quite committing towards it. They're wary of where this player is. The spray comes through. Jakes gives away their position. And that should be the round. Brilliantly done by Team Nut to be able to bring it to only a 1-round deficit.
Brilliant stuff, Team Nat. I mentioned that was a risky play to force into the previous round, but look at it now. They're 1 round behind. They've just about caught up Team Unit. Brilliant stuff from them. And now, coming into this one, this is essentially the race to 10 rounds. I think that will be the kind of key figure. So Team Unit pick up the problem for Nat, the pressure really starts to build on them, and pressure on a team can force you into those pretty awkward situations. With Team Nat, if they catch up 9-9, I can see momentum pushing them all the way in this map.
Pretty good. Now have solid so far on this defense. It's not a surprise. It's been a historically very defensive map. Good smokes going in, trying to cut things off a little bit more towards mid and a little bit more open a decision here. Still trying to hit those pre-fires, expecting someone to walk on into it. But now, Team Nut playing that little bit more passively. And as I say that, they're readying for their big peak, their big show-off time. Lights up. They're ready to go.
Yeah, still a little bit slower take though. Once again, the initial utility hasn't really been utilized yet, but now with the smokes, now they can make a decision. The spam coming through won't find everything as of yet. It's just about who finds who first, who spots who first. Flashbang coming in towards Heaven, and Maxi will be that first point of contact, but Orange Juice picks up the first frag as Jakes is dropped, and that's a big frag as Jakes has been fragging in the server.
Already have him surprised. Playing 2 invents can sometimes be detrimental to your strategy, but Team Nut making it work here. Turns back on just in time to see, but Demon does not lose those. 3 versus 4. The retake now for Nut. Spike is trying to go on down. Demon still here. Manages to trade out with the back of a black shot. Isa moving on in here. Oh, a good Viper's bite, sure, but not respecting the fact that this push was going to come on through here. Back shot under so much pressure, so much util going their way. The concussion comes on through. They're still going to try and land it. The push is there. The shot comes through. Back shot. Knows they have it. Doesn't expect the push to be there. Turns back for it. And the Rock hit 10. They are not going down without a fight.
Brilliant stuff from the Rock. They turn things around after a little bit of a lackluster prior rounds were brilliant there. And once again, we're starting to see these moments of brilliance, that's what I call them. Well played nonetheless by Team Rock. They make it work in their favor. Now at 10 rounds, back shots made it work. That 180 was sublime as well to pick his 3rd kill. Shiro dropped, and I'm sure he did not think that one was coming his way at all. Regardless, 10th round on the board. They once again go 2 rounds ahead, and Orange Juice, despite being on 25 frags, they're 2 rounds behind.
Yeah. It's a little bit sad to see.
Yeah.
I have been performing, but it's not been quite enough to take him down. I love Cage's current position, just going to eventually teleport back on in there if he sees any pressure. But, well, unfortunately, it wasn't quick enough to deal with what Demon was bringing out here. See the grab? Isa is trying to stop that cross, but there's only so much you can do, and getting ready for that push to be a little bit closer here. As Orange Juice is still on the angle, and the Rock know with that frag, well, we can play as slow as we like, go wherever we want. Time is on our side.
Yeah, exactly. Now, especially with the man advantage as well, Team Unity, they can just slow things down. Once again, doubling up will be their best friend. Just play in groups, trade each other, and that's the main thing here to make the way in towards Heaven.
Well, good shots coming through here from Leon, though. Puts an end to that push for now. They're going to have to come back with a little bit of extra utility to be able to win that one. Shiro trying to hit that pre-fire. Wants to be able to try and get that rifle, but knows it's a dangerous task. He denies that push, and the Rolling Thunder could be all it takes. However, whiffs the shot, turns back towards it. The shot's just about hit between their legs, and with the backup of this Astra, can they clean up these last 2 players? Very little utility here, and they're just going to get the heck out of dodge. Rock know exactly how they need to be playing this. Because a little bit of that fault line to clear it out, but for now, it's going to be a spike down and a retake on the board for Team Nut. With two angles being held, they're going to have to really flush them out. Otherwise, they're going to get caught off guard.
Yeah, now coming and making their way in towards Heaven. They would have heard that information. Low HP on the Jet. Needs to be careful as they make their way out. Kite is going to use the ability, making their way in. It's a 2 vs 2 retake. Low HP on Jet. They need to go in quicker, though. That's the problem. Jake, someone can just hold and just wait. Still planted for him. They need to clear. The swing coming through. He's good for the both of them. Maxi and Jake shut things down. Shiro and Kaiser not going to pick it up. It's 11th round on the ball for Team Unity, the Rock Johnson. They take a 3-round advantage en route. This could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked, honestly, to see that one coming on through there. They were in open positions, and if they'd known exactly where that spike was planted or where the util was going to go, sorry, where the players were, that wall would have been so much more useful. But because they didn't have the info, Team Nut tried to cut them off, but instead did little to nothing, and in fact just provided a nice purple backdrop for them to die to.
Yeah, have to be agreed there. Oh, 3-round advantage. Pressure starting to build on Team Nat. They're getting overwhelmed by the attacking side.
Really are. Wall goes down, and they even lose Kaiser early on here. Probably not expecting Maxi to quite go for that one. A really nice shot to open things up on the A side, but again, playing for time. The Rock know what they have to work with, and they still have 3 ultimates. They lose a player, they can still res. They have a lot of value right now.
Yeah, 100%. They can just slow things down. They don't even need overextend, especially with the man advantage. It is once again a 5 versus 4 in favor of Team Unit Rock Johnson as they make their way in towards heaven.
Tries to rock on out, but Leon was waiting the back shot there. This could be an opportunity to drop that res, but no one's nearby. They're not even remotely in position. Orange Juice hits the shot onto Maxi, hits the shot onto Demon! It's oh so big! Finds a 3k! And now it's a 1 versus 2. Wants to try and go for that res, but is wide out in the open with the concussion onto them. Oh, this is just a disaster. Jakey needs to move quickly, but also doesn't want to get caught by that Yoru. Doesn't know where they are. Watch just come on in. Execute. Likely not far behind. Spike probably going to come down relatively quickly here. Jakey is waiting for that push to come. Maybe they expected to rotate, but there it is. They're going to give the information away and heads towards heaven. Team Nut ready for this one. Trying to buy that time. There's the shot. There's the trade. Shiro at long range. He was low enough to be taken down by the judge there. Team Nut don't quite find themselves on match point yet.
Yeah, very good way to keep it going there. Orange Juice, he's been so good today already. Always good for a few frags, and he must be nearing on 30 as he's hit 3 kills in that round. I'd actually be interested to see what his exact figure is, but brilliant nonetheless. And JKY was good for 3 of his own, but Shiro shutting things down, gifting a 9th to Team Nat, and then once again staying just 2 rounds behind. And 28 frags for Orange Juice. That is unbelievable.
Age up. Use Dimensional Drift. Gets so much info here. It's going to drop down and likely teleport out, or maybe just take the position that they have. They are going to be able to get out. They're going to port straight back into that spawn. Doesn't want to get caught too hard. I think a really good call. But gives so much information over that now the Rock might be a little bit understood better, and that might give them the opportunity to stop that push coming. Orange Juice slips on through, gets the spray. Just about stays alive. Leon denies Maxi. And the push from the Rock now is just disastrous. What a beautiful usage of the wire there. The wall, unfortunately, keeping Backshot in an even worse position than they were before. Shot's going to come through. That flash is going to be huge and should be an easy cleanup of some of these remaining plays. It's just one left Demon. Are you going to pop the ult? Are you going to go for it here? I think it's a Hail Mary play, and you just don't have the layers to work with. This is a disastrous moment for the Rock. This round should have been theirs, but they blunder in mid and find themselves in a very difficult spot. Flash goes in behind, means that it could have been it. But unfortunately, Cager was too fast to beat.
Yeah, Cage is making very, very good use of Yura as a character. One that's not too often used in competitive play. He's doing it here. Up to 18 frags. Now positive in terms of KD. Obviously not quite caught up to Orange Juice. He's absolutely fragging out. But with Team Nat now on 10 kills, they're right back in this game. And the pressure is, starting to go towards the other way, because Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, they've been relatively comfortably in the lead for the majority of this game. But if they start giving it up to the defensive side, that's when they'll start to falter. And coming into this round with only the upgraded pistols, it's not going to be the easiest at all.
It really isn't. We've seen the Rock show up with the Sheriffs on occasion, but it is on the occasion and not against quite as good a team as Nat. They can make good use of it. Yeah, I think it's a big statement for the fact that they're happy and able to pick up some of these economically more challenging rounds. Leon is in a perfect spot to deny something here, but unfortunately, not quite. Okay, they just peek him. I did not think he was going to get away with that. I thought he was going to find absolutely nothing, but unfortunately, the Rock will hook, line, and sinker to that player.
Yeah, brilliant. And Team Nat, obviously they came in with the significantly better weapons. This was a bit of a bonus round for Team Unit, but brilliant stuff from them nonetheless. But now we're 3 versus 5, and only really these upgraded pistols is not the easiest at all. I think they're trying to find something. We'll do a little bit of damage, and Leon forced off the angle as he repositions. Probably the smart decision. And a res coming in, and they're really trying to go for this one.
Really are. They want to commit towards it. The Rock have a little space to work with, but they don't have those weapons. Just one kill will, give them a rifle that could win them the round. KJ, however, he'll take 2 as payment for that one before finally falling with that stinger. Fortunately, that's all Jakes is going to get. Blackshot, however, feeling pretty good about their chances. It almost hits the second headshot. But unfortunately, Juice knows their way around a Sheriff.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And Team Nat, they've tied things up 11-11. And I mentioned, if they tie things up, the pressure swings the other way. And now, Team Unit, who were relatively comfortably in charge of this game, now back. Even Stevens all square. We're starting to see Cage pop off in the server. When all those factors line up, Team Unit, they must be starting to get just a little bit more nervous. This Team Nat, they're now alive. They're kicking. And Orange Juice, it's up to 30 frags already.
Has been storming forward for Team Nut. A key part of it. Not something we've seen from them too often so far today, but stepping up when their team needs it. Without it, I think it suffices to say that they just wouldn't be here. This match would have been over 10 minutes ago, to be completely honest with you. Gravwell coming on in doesn't quite grab anyone, but at least puts a little bit of info. They know that the Rock are, at least at that point in time, looking for an A push.
Agreed. Now, 11-11, the pressure is starting to build. Orange used to be testers. Spots for 1. Will fall back off the angle. A little bit of damage done on towards Maxi, but he's managed to remain alive. It still remains a 5 versus 5.
Yeah, Maxi going to be able to be still up at that 98 HP. This is going to be a difficult push. Look at this. So much util gathered here. He's going to be giving away the one-way there as well, expecting the tripwire. It is there somewhere, but they just don't know. The grav means that they can't push forward yet, and with Kaiser taking down one of those players who's trying to push through mid, Backshot finds nothing, and normally a clutch player for the squad just isn't there. They're going to try and cross it, but that's just a no-go area. Leon holds it down, and with the backup of Shiro, it's just a complete rout here. So much damage. Jake's has to come up huge if they're going to pick up this round. 20 seconds. Expecting that push to potentially come through here. They know where he is. They sniff him out. Team Nat are now on match point.
Brilliant from Team Nat. They persevered. They grinded out the rounds and they've made it work in their favor. They're now at match point 12-11. So it's either over to overtime or it's the first map in favor of Team Nat. And brilliant from Leon, I must say. Absolutely locking it out with Cypher. Perfect use of utility, and the aim was absolutely flawless. Team Nat, they've hit 12.
And it's so deserved. Kaja and Orange Juice have been leading the charge for this squad so far, and impressively so. Also, Leon stepping up a lot on this defense. It's good to see, and not a huge surprise for a Cypher player.
Yeah, not the most aggressive agent, but he's made it work in his favor. Once again, utility dropped, but Kaiser got a nice angle here and could be good for 1. If he pops this use of utility, one in the minute won't manage to catch off anyone as of yet, but could on the shots. Another miss, uncharacteristic miss of the operator, forced off the angle.
Yeah, and Kaja not winning that. That could be the opening they need. Finally, Kaiser hits that shot, takes down Blackshot. Without that, there's not going to be anywhere near as many smokes. Maxi gets 1, takes down Leon, that all-important Cypher. They can play a slower game here. And it seems like Maxi, he doesn't want to go slow. He wants to go fast, fast, fast. Takes down 3 and pops the ult as well. Wants to take them to that overtime. We are going for a long one here, and we really could be in with a 3-game series. Not like the other matches we've seen today. They've been romps. This one, it's been so good. Yeah. Every single player going at it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the final, the best of the best here, trying to battle it out, and it's been such a tight affair. Now, it seemed that, 1 versus 3. Kaiser's good for the first, brings back to 1 versus 2, and doesn't take too much damage either. 1 versus 2, there's only a time to pop off on the stream, it's now.
It absolutely is. Wall goes in. Cuts off a lot of those angles. Knows that they want to be able to drop on down, do a bit of a better spot. Cam won't be able to spot him out at all, and that spike is down. They have no info about it. Could actually just potentially sit on it, but knows that that spike isn't going to be around. That wall isn't going to be around for much longer here. Isa, try and use that info. They're not expecting to be here. Unfortunately, loses the duel, and we are going to overtime. The Rock are keeping us in it.
This has been a battle of 2 absolute titans, neck and neck. And we just haven't found who's the winner as of yet. 12-12, we're heading on to overtime already in map number 1. And what a performance we've seen from these two. Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, they got off to an absolutely flying start. And that first half was near on dominant. And I really thought that Team Nat were going to start to falter. But heading into their attacking side, I mean, it was just brilliant from Team Nat. They made it work for them. And they tied things up 12-12. Luckily, Team Unit, pressure was on their shoulders and they made it work in their favour. Now in overtime, I'm excited to see this one play out. Orange Juice on 30 frags, Cage on 20 and 22 apiece for Jakes and Maxi. I'm excited to see how this one finishes off.
Really done well. Teleport used early here for Cage. Maybe a bit of a fat finger there. A bit sad to see. Means that they don't have that option of going back. Are they still going to go for the play? They're going to go for the distraction. Well, Shiro's already off the board, and those flashes of Cages are even more valuable for Team Nat now. They know they have to play around it.
Yeah, now once again, Team Nat, they seem to struggle when they're in this man disadvantage position. And at 4 versus 5 is not the best position to be in. Orange Juice just holding in towards wires. Won't find anything as of yet, as Demon is slowly making his way there.
Orange Juice. Maybe able to pick up that spike. Head on over towards that A site. That's the opening they need. They can just find those frags. There's only one player there, right? This should be the perfect position for them to play. The smoke's going in. They know it's cut off. They know it's exactly where they need it. But the Viper's Bite buys that little bit of time that might be just enough to get 2 more players in these angles. Those smokes are going to stick around just a little bit longer. They will expire just about now. They take down Backshot on site, but the flash, it don't mean a thing. Cager is taken off the board, and now they can start to play from above. Light goes down, timer is ticking. Nat have a player disadvantage, but they have so much of a control of this map, especially because those smokes are going to go on in, and Leon is waiting in the wings. I don't know if he saw that bit of that rifle. Has to be expecting it now. So many players are going to come on in from so many different angles, trades back and forth, 1-for-1. Kaiser comes up big, takes down Jakey where they really need to. The wall is still there. The shots are still going out. Jakes finds the frag, and they haven't been so loud on this defense, but their offense was stellar. Kaiser needs to find those shots, needs to deal with that final player with Maxi on this spike, gets the half, plays out forwards towards it, and wins out the duel. The Rocker on match point, and Nut need to pull it out in the defense in this coming round.
Yeah, Maxi, nerves of steel, played the 1v1 perfect. Takes the frag to finish things off. It was a good start from him and a good finish in that round. Brilliant nonetheless. And now pressure is very heavily on the shoulders of Team Knights. Remember, this is their map pick. If they lose this going into map number 2, that becomes slightly problematic for them.
It really does. What are they going to do now on this defense? They had a decent amount of success there, I believe, but
yeah,
it's just in this situation when the Rock have these rifles. I think when it comes to rifle versus rifle, the Rock have been just that little bit more consistent. That's what makes me worried here. Nat have lost less rounds to pistols, but rifle for rifle, the Rock do look like they have it. It comes out Rav to try and respond, trying to catch that player. Flashes come on out too, but Maxi doesn't find anything through that smoke just yet, trying to push on through, but Shiro holds strong, will fall to the second push. A good bit of damage traded back. The healer's going to have to come on in, and with stars arriving, smokes in quick succession. Every single player on Team Nat playing this angle, playing this site. The Rock have just piled on into ramps. Don't know where they want to push. I love that they're rotating away. Team Nat don't want to get caught out. Obviously not expecting 4 players to just be waiting in ramps here, getting ready to make that move. Backshot can lead on in, and Maxi takes down Orange Juice. That's the opening they need. They might even play towards mid. It looks like it's what they're going to do. They don't want to commit towards the site. They know there's likely to be players there, and you need to get back on that site as quickly as you possibly can, Leon. You need to be able to take down these players. Otherwise, your team is just going to be at too much of a disadvantage. That wall is too little too late. It's going to be broken open, however. That's exactly what they needed. He's at least found some way for their team to continue to have pressure into this round. Heaven contest that is going to make the world of difference here. Keisha, for a way to strike one out, has that flash. deal with Jake's pretty easily, especially because now Maxi's down and it's one. Oh, it's 3 versus 2. Cager brings it back to 2. Leon trying to deal with this player they know is right below them, but Jake flicks on over, and Leon is going to be one of those last remaining players who's going to be able to stick on that spike. The util isn't harassing them at all, and Backshot needs to push this, but they don't know that it's being stuck. A mistake, honestly, there from this player, not expecting that util wasn't in the right place.
Yeah, I think he assumed that the Viper's poison was fine, so didn't need to aggress it, but they paid the price, and Team Nats, they've tied things up 13-13 once again into this next part of overtime. Brilliant stuff, nonetheless, from Team Nat. Nerves of Steel once again. And we're at 13-13. What a long game we're getting here. These two sides are inseparable at the moment.
They really are. And I thought that was going to be it for the Rock. They had such a great position. They had the spike down. They had the util going in. They had a player who could contest the angle, but the long con cyber cage there did wonders and actually won them the round. See? Holding this angle with Operator. They could put that pressure on if they could find the first frag. It would make such a difference, but they whiffed the shot. All they find is air. It's Team Nut, no longer there. Looking to maybe make that play versus through mid. They can get a bit of pressure here. Maybe they can buy some control elsewhere on the map. Smokes start to fall. Even takes down Leon, but at least a refrag is there. Orange Juice continue to add to that massive stack of kills that they have so far in this game. They've been stellar on this stage. We have been allowing them to control. Flash comes on in. Orange Juice. Make happen. Wants to make that push happen. Flash around the corner. Jakey. Ready to slip on through here, but just about dodges the flash. Good movement. Keep the dream alive, but it looks like it's going to be the A site push in the end. They're not coming towards it. So much util used towards that position. But in the end, it's Backshot who's trying to deal with these players, not expecting that push, and loses out to Orange Juice here as they rack up 2 in total. Get the heal out, do so much for their team. Maxi's just jumping around the corner, tries to find it, and with a flash himself, just baiting him out. Shiro could not expect that.
On the retake, coming in 3 versus 3. We've seen these situations. Jake's good for the first one towards Orange Juice as they make their way on towards the side. Case is good for one of his own, as well as Cager. It's 1 versus 2, and Kaiser Nerves of Steel gets nuts. A 14 on the board, and now match point for them as the pressure is now the other way, and Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, they're in a bit of a sticky situation. Lovely post plants, I've got to say, from Team Nat. They've made it work in their favour, and despite Jake's picking up the first, it's Cager and Kaiso pick up the frags. 2 from him was huge to lock out that round in favour of Nat.
And they will not go silently into that night. They are keeping up and even taking it back here. They were at such a deficit coming into this half. 8-4 half from the Rock. But it doesn't seem to be enough. Team Nat just went tit for tat. Even in the second overtime, keeping things ever so close. Footsteps. As the flash comes on out, maybe trying to buy some sort of info, trick them of some sort, but they'll realize now that it was those footsteps that were such a problem for them. Flash ready here. It's going to peek on out, but barely dodges the bullets as they don't even fire many themselves. Cloud Burst. Going to find a lot of control here. Allows them the entire ramps for them. I love that Leon is waiting in this angle, expecting that push to come.
Yeah, now, currently still all 5 players remaining, and a slower take from Team Unit, the Rock Johnson. They don't need to overextend. Maxi's going to swing, and he's dropped with Maxi out of the situation as well as Demon. This becomes problematic. Jakey can form his own into a Shiro, brings it back to a 4 versus 3, and the all picked up as well.
3 versus 4. Orange Juice waiting in the wings. That's just such a freebie. Jakey was not expecting that, and this could be over as quick as it started. Nat. 4 players on the retake here, and with all of this utility being expended so early, there's going to be so little time left, right? Backshot has to come up big with these plays. Cyber Cage gets blocked. Backshot trying to just pick that out. Takes a little bit of damage as they try and shoulder peek. The flashes are coming through, but they might not be enough. Jakes gets the shot. They trade 1 for 1 as Kaiser falls, but it's not enough. It's going to be Nat picking up the round. It should be game 1 going over to Nat here. And the Rock, well, they've got Bind coming up, and that does look like a solid map for them. But losing this one out in such a fashion, it has to be such a kicker.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Unfortunate for Team Unit, the Rock Johnson. Congratulations to Nat. They take map number 1, and we're heading into a quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around before we head into map number 2. It's going to be a banger, and Team Unit, the Rock Johnson need to turn things around because it should have been their map from the first half they had, but it wasn't. Regardless, stick around. We'll head to a quick break. We'll see you all in just a moment. Peace.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Whispers in my mind, I slowly drifting by. All the poems I wrote for you, they made me blind, they made me lie.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Welsh Masters. We had a nail-biter of a game brought to you by HyperX in the previous matchup, and well, now we're continuing on through in Game 2 over on Bind, and whew, can it get closer than that?
Yeah, I mean, what a game we had to start things off. I never thought it was going to end. It was so close between these two sides. Very good start from Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, but Team Nat, they were just slightly better side on their map pick. We're heading into map number 2 now. Pick of Team Unit. Can they turn things around, or is it going to end at 2-0? I mentioned, well, we both kind of called this be a 2-1, but I'm interested to see how this one will play out because, I mean, Team Unit, it looked so dominant on that first half.
It really did. I was kind of shocked that they ended up losing that round. The Rock just looked like they had control, and when it came over to the side switch, which, to be fair, on Split, we do see a lot of this happen, but it's interesting to see that they're not able to get away with that kind of solid defensive play like we normally see.
Yeah, 100%. Saw some very good fragging ability as well. Cager, the one we mentioned, who we saw earlier, had a slow start, but came back into it, but it was Orange Juice who was absolutely brilliant. Right, saying 32 frags in the server for that game. I mean, brilliant from him. kept Nat just pushing, was always a spearhead of those confrontations, made it work in his favour. Brilliant from them. Now heading into map number 2, it's all up to Team Unit The Rock Johnson to reply. It needs something special here because they were in such control and let it slip.
Mm-hmm. Indeed it is. And, well, I'm interested to see how Binary is going to go, but we do actually have some issues with getting players into lobby because they do have some real-life things to do. Obviously, we haven't been going on for a while. So we are actually going to go straight back to that break, and we'll be back with you again in 10 to 15 minutes. So don't go anywhere, as, well, we do have the more action, but this is coming after this.
Heard you in the rain. Will you always be there? The last thing you said. Sorry if it's too late. Heard you in the rain. Will you always be there? The last thing you said. Sorry if it's too late.
I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow. I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt a glow. The warmth inside me, it kept me afloat. It felt like heaven had found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. My best friend to 23. I heard the heavens crying above me. They gained an angel, I lost a friend. I felt like dying again and again. I went through hell, stared at death, but I keep fighting with each living breath. I saw no way out from where I stood. Felt like the fire had burned me through. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Welsh Masters. We're getting ahead with our second game now as we are moving on into Bind, and well, I'm done. We'll have to be underway.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Bind, a map we've already seen today, and a map which has a lot of potential for greatness here. It's Team Rock, or Team The Rock Johnson, who are one map behind, I say, and they've got it all to do here. They need to step it up in the game because they fell in overtime. And Team Nat just slightly better. But, this is their pick, and we have potential here. I'm a big fan of this map as well.
I mean, I'm a big fan of this map as well. I think it's really solid. I think a lot of people would really agree. And I think there's a lot of flexibility with what you can pick on it. Now, coming back to what you can pick on it, seeing the Yoru. And I think this is even better than it is on Split. So I'm excited to see what they can make good use of it.
Yeah, Yoru, a good pick. We know Cage is very, very solid with it as well. The amount of utility that you can use on this map, you can very easily solo sell a fake, which you saw him do previously on Ascent, previously on Split. I'm sure we can see him do it here on Bind. Definitely potential for that. A relatively aggressive pick as well. We see the Rainer and the Jet coming out. Maxi's been absolutely brilliant with the Jet. And once again, that Viper pick coming out. So, we'll see if that works in their favour. We saw it work for them earlier against Team Jerk. Can it work today in the grand final in map number 2? The pressure is slightly on Team Unit, The Rock Johnson. They need to pick up this map. Losing it means Team Nat take this as a 2-0. It's all up to them to push this to map number 3. But I'm looking forward to this one as the pistol round. The first round of this map, map number 2, about to get underway.
Yeah, and I think that Team Nat have a lot of utility to work with that is particularly fantastic here. Not sure how I feel about the Astra on this map, but I think it's as good as any other smoker. I think maybe you could argue that Brimstone is a little bit better here, especially with his buffs, but I think generally pretty darn solid. Now, isn't going to be a rush anywhere. I love the usage of this teleport early rather than being aggressive with it. It's actually mostly looking to say, hey, if there's a quick push, I can instantly rotate for it. So great calls from that, and I think Yoru, normally you think Duelist better on attack, absolutely, 100%. Yeah. Yoru, I think, is best on defense on this map because you have so much more access to those teleports, especially on the A site.
Agreed. Have to agree with you there. Interesting to see how this one plays out nonetheless. We're not seeing the aggression in towards short as much as we did when this map was on the stream earlier. With a slower take from Team Unit, The Rock Johnson. Not overextending as of yet.
So, Maxi pushing this angle, right-clicks him in the dome. Kaja, all those shenanigans that you could get on with Yoru, do all that stuff. Seems a lot less likely now that he's dead, so going to have to be some good utility usage to really gum up this push, as it seems to be coming really, really quick here. Orange Juice just about managed to slip into bathrooms, so doesn't go down for now. But The Rock, they have site control, they have spike down. It's really down to Nat to pop off here and find those frags that they need. They're at some of the back position. They're going to have to mostly deal with that play towards a shot.
Yeah, agreed. Now, on this retake, it's a 4 versus 5, but low HP on the Jet. It's still very, very doable here. Even good for one. Leon good for one of his own. The quick trade coming in brings it back. Still a man advantage in favor of Team Unit, The Rock Johnson to make the way into a short. Orange Juice good for 2, however. As he drops Jake and Maxi, bringing it in favor of Nat. It's all down to one man. Backshot's got absolutely huge here. He's in a 1 versus 3 in the nose position. They can stick this bomb, and it's dropped by Orange Juice, who's good for 3 kills and keeping up the momentum that we saw him have in map number 1.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see Orange Juice not just, peter out in this second map. Starts off strong, and with Maxi finding frags like that, that's all you really need to work with. It was a great way for the Rock to find a way onto site, but unfortunately, as you said, Orange just took him to town.
Yeah, brilliant start by them. And, well, this could be a precedent to start off how this map will end up. Orange Juice, 3 kills once again. We saw him absolutely pop off in map number 1, picking up 32 frags, and he's already off to a very, very good start in round number 1. Heading into round number 2 will be a pretty comfortable buy for the defender's side, but not so much for the attackers.
Yeah, good concuss in there, but unfortunately catches their own teammate. A little bit sad to see. Leon starting to push on in, wants to finish this off, and does manage to get it at the end. Last bullet finishes the player off, and now that push for the attackers really does look kind of lackluster. Bind can be ever so one-sided if you have the right kind of team competent. Well, certainly the defenders do. A good flash, to be sure, but a little too late. Nut does keep things even though they took a lot of damage there. And their team has to be very careful as they push on in, because these tags through smokes are going to be ever so impactful.
Yeah, exactly. Now, still need to get the spike down. 50 seconds remaining on the clock.
Cage triggered.
The Lord to do. Cage triggered as well on this side. They're trying to lock it out as the rotation's coming through. One spotted. Leon's good for the first. IG good for one of his own. Make that two as he drops Shakes as well. It's all down to one. The Viper's got it all defined. A quick teleport as well as he makes his way towards a bomb site. Little didn't know the Sage is here and ready.
He's actually looking the wrong way. Was expecting to push through bathrooms, but backshot not doing anything as thought. Unfortunately, a little bit slow on this play, so likely just going to fall down here. It's the ring of roses that it seems to be, however, as backshot does manage to get all the way onto site and will likely get spiked down relatively easily. But after that, it's going to be a dead player. They are not picking up this round, especially with this timing. And they even deny the spike plant there. That is so little money going in their pockets.
Yeah, exactly. Brilliant there. Little ring of roses, but it works in favour of the defender side. Brilliant. And we're seeing Leon up to 4 frags in the server. He was relatively consistent in the previous map, and he's already come out guns blazing here into map number 2. Very, very good start from them. I'm interested to see how this one plays out. The Rock, though, they need to step it up just a little bit. Not quite good enough as of yet, as they're 2 rounds down. However, this is now a bonus round for the defender's side, only coming in with the SMGs against the Vandals and the Phantoms.
Backshot setting up for this execute. The trades come on out early. Trades bullets into Shira's heads, and out of that exchange gets a free pick. Brilliantly done, and now Kaiser, waiting on that site, wants to stop that push from happening. Smoke will buy them a little bit more time to slow as well as it dissipates. Still not making that move.
Yeah, still once again a little bit slower. I do like this slower take. Maxi trying to find something. The flashbang coming through, catches himself just a little bit. It will be Cage just picks up the first strike, looking to double it up as well. We'll be trading our Demon and not getting one of their own. Bring back to the 2 versus 4. Made that a 1 versus 4 as Demon picks up his second. Drops Orange Juice all down to the man in form at the moment, being out of Leon.
He's trying to push on forward. With all this util in the way, it could be ever so difficult. Well, util doesn't really matter when Demon is on the case. Fantastic on this Reyna so far, and had a great performance earlier on in the day. Not such a great one in the first matchup of the series, but could be what the Rock need to really set them apart, as the previous map was just oh so close.
Yeah, ridiculously close. We did see a few people just slightly fall behind, but not anymore. We are starting to see the fraggers come out in true force. And, well, it's a first round on the board for Team Unit, the Rock Johnson. They're finally off the mark, and they've picked up our first round. Now here's where the momentum can start steamrolling. However, Team Nat, they'll be coming in with relatively comfortable buy, as that was only a bonus round.
Only a bonus round, but not. Still got pretty routed there. However, Cager feeling that little bit of revenge. Flash doesn't hit, but, well, his headshot certainly does.
Portal closed.
But now they've got a lot of control. 3 players on this site, and it seems like the Rock still looking like they might want to play here. I think very ill-advised, but at least they're trying for something here. I think they could easily go for this plant and setup. As long as they flush this U-Horse players out, that Astra just waiting back there is ready to pop smoke after smoke after smoke.
Yeah, once again, Team Unit, they've lost this man advantage, and now they're forced into an awkward situation. Well, the man disadvantage, now slowing down the tempo with 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Utility still being utilized in towards short, keeping them in that position.
Orange Juice gets picked off. The long range. To be the opening they need. Jumps on through the teleporter. This is looking like just a bait. This isn't the rotate they were expecting. True. He's waiting around. No, they rotate off. Cager doesn't stick around long enough. And this spike is going to go down as that wall goes on up. They take down Jakes. And they're going to have to go on this retake now, as that was a bait and a half coming out there from Team Unit. Brilliantly done. Now they have a lot of control, especially over that bathroom. Cager swinging around the corner and ready to dimensional drift. Gets so much info for the team. This ult can be ever so impactful, making sure there's no one actually on site. Now heading towards those bathrooms to get that info they oh so sorely need. Nut is waiting there for a chance to try and play one towards that shot still. The flash comes on through, turns away from it, and wins the duel. He just throws away their life, and that is not where Nut wanted to find themselves. They wanted to try and hold that, maybe stick the spike. Maxi wins the duel as well, plays at long range, almost finds it back, but it's Nut who comes up big and is playing towards this. Pacer just about finds the frag, but not the round, as the runaround from Unit was more than enough.
Yeah, just about. Big frag, must be said, was there from Nut. Lock out that bathroom position means he can just remain there, just be a thorn in the side, and the second round on the board for Team Unit, the Rock Johnson. They've tied things up to a piece. And to make matters just a little bit worse for the defender side, they'll be coming into this one with just that low buy. That was all of their money. Now they're forced into a pretty harsh eco. I'm going to opt for the force as well, which becomes an issue. We saw it work in their favour in the last map. If it doesn't work here, they'll be forced into a horrible double eco.
Really well. That was a round which Team Nut, I feel, really should be putting up, but didn't make it work at all. Just getting completely thrown for a loop and then not managing to make that retake happen. The fact that that flash, even though he turned away from it, didn't lead to a kill, is terrible for KJ. They needed that, otherwise, and they probably would have won the round if he got it.
I have to agree there for sure. A couple of shots rattling through in towards short. They won't find anything as of yet. Just trying to eye up the opponent, see where they are currently standing. A much slower take once again from Team Unit. They're very good at changing the tempo and really catching off the defender side.
Really are. Good offensive play from Unit here. You know, those players off guard, dashes away. All the damage going in, but drops on through that. Leah was gorgeous. Well coordinated by the squad here. Pacer. Let's take that one with H's backup. Maybe this is more than enough. The spray just comes on through. Shiro speeding on down with the spike on the floor. And with only two players, now Unit. This round, which seemed oh so theirs, could be a disaster. The flash buys the space they need. The second one comes out, but still it's not enough. Cage's flank is a disaster. And even with that concussion, now still Team Nut have to be ever so careful. See, these tripwires are covering it. They shut down Shiro here. And they're just looking for the plant. They're actually going to maybe plant towards the bathrooms here, and I think this is 100% the right decision. Judge just doesn't work at this long angle, and you can see it. Leon, unsure of how they're going to be playing this one at all, doesn't have flashes, doesn't have anything of the sort, only a cam, and, well, very little else.
Yeah, I have to agree here. Now in a 1 versus 2. Picked himself up a Phantom. He's making his way up towards short. 2 players to find. Viper and the Cypher. Very deep post-plant positions. And so many angles to clear. I think he might make probably the smart decision just to go for exit frags. Nice bit of utility as well, just on the spike, and I think just a matter of time. Look at the exit frags. Might be good for one. Couple of shots rattle off in towards bathroom. He'll find it onto a Jake's Tomo, but that'll be all he'll be finding. It'll be a third round on the board for Team Unit, the Rock Johnson. They finally take back the lead.
Yeah, impressive performance there. Some good aim, allowing them to take control. Obviously, being a game down has put them in kind of that precarious position. They need to be winning these.
100%. I have to agree. One of those positions where, you know, it really throws them off. And we mentioned how forcing into that one can become problematic in terms of sort of longer-term economy. We're seeing it again here. But once again, going for that force buy, I think it's a risk they don't need to take. Wait around. You're okay to, at this current stage, they're okay to give up a round just to get a nice, comfortable buy. But we are seeing the Phantom and the Judge being bought.
Surprised to see them going for it again. Didn't work out last time. Why would it work this time? You got completely outmaneuvered. The Rock, well, I think they're absolutely happy to let that happen again. Like, just play it. I think, obviously, the Bucky is a very strong weapon in this position. You can get a lot of value out of it. But you have to let them push there first. And for the most part, haven't had a push come in there. The Rock have been happy to play towards that A site because it's just a lot better for them. Not committing to anything yet. The Rock. They have 4 ultimates as well. So much to use. That's slow from Orange Juice. Is it even going to come out here? Cyber just go on in, the Leah as well, but the slow orb does buy some time. Orange Juice gets out of the decay and is starting to heal themselves back on up, trying to give their team an opportunity to find those heads over the top here. Good plays from Leon. You're able to get a lot of value out. Demon is up close and personal, sure, but has to push on through there very aggressively. Gets so much value out of it. Well, finally, Leon takes him down in this player on a 4K, making an ace as Backshot tries to slip out. Instead, finds their team slinking into defeat.
We mentioned Leon was a consistent performer in map number 1, but it started off very strongly. Well, that's an extremely good start. He picks up an ace in the round to give them 11 kills on the scoreboard and to give Team Nat a third round on the board. They tie things up 3 apiece, and they, well, damage the economy of Team Unit. They'll be coming into this one with a bit of a mixed buy and might even just go for the eco. They are going to do exactly that. Only 2 players can, well, relatively comfortably buy. Brilliant round from Leon and Team Nat. They tie things up 3 apiece, and they're well on the way to picking up a 4th and regaining that lead.
5 volts as well. They have a lot to work with, but when you get caught off guard by like Cage like that, it hurts. You know you got to be wary of it sometimes, but you never expect them to do it, right? Why would they do that?
Exactly. Why would they do that?
Disrespectful, that's why, I'll tell you that. And Cager has been living on the edge of this game, playing a lot of those aggressive angles, and it hasn't always paid off, but it absolutely did there. Now, The Rock, in a round where they just got completely destroyed by Leon, they're now pushing forward into the site where Leon has been playing the most. And I think that's a pretty suspect decision if I've ever seen one. Leon still covering the angle. However, the trades are back and forth, and Nut domes him to deal with that problem. Unfortunately, just leaves themselves wide open, and a wide spin from Orange Juice. It's a bitter taste in their mouth. 2 versus 2, and they know exactly where one of the players is. I think this is a stellar position for The Rock to be able to find themselves, but not what is coming on in. And there it is. So much info. The rotates are going to come on in quick. They're even going to be able to pick up all these rifles. They've got a lot of time to work with. And the Viper's Pit makes this a very difficult position to push.
And now in this retake, it's 2 versus 2. The Cypher on low HP, though. This is still very, very doable with Nat coming in. Team The Rock just need to lock it down. It's all about who sees who first on the peak. And we'll clear this angle, which means they only have a few less to clear. The Viper's Poison, though, makes things significantly more difficult. Being Heist with a big job to find his back shots who gets the first. Looking for the second as well. He's going to fall off into more passive angle. It's all down to one man. They've just been spotted. It's about who spots who, and they actually didn't. Timing, he's getting the bomb shear and needs to stick it.
You're right. He's sticking it. Do you know those shots are coming on through? Gonna have to play for the frag here. It doesn't get either. He's sticking it now, but too little, too late. Frag's going back and forth, but well, The Rock very happy with picking up that round, considering how ramshackle their buy was going into it.
Exactly, and I've got to shout them out. Their back shot played that to absolute perfection. Perfect use of the ult, perfect use of the utility, and as well, just to play time towards the end of that. You knew that you'd half-stuck the defuse, just played time, just a nuisance. Perfect from them. Gifts. Team Unit The Rock Johnson, a 4th round on the board, and they've taken this lead, and it was, as you mentioned, a pretty poor buy, to say the absolute least. Well, they've made it work.
Really have. And again, this is something we said. It was actually more poignant for Nat in the previous map, and if The Rock can start to turn some of those low econ rounds into success, well, it bodes very well for them, especially since this is a map which we believe them to be more comfortable on. No committals yet, but a lot of utility dropped to try and prevent this push. Demon still has the right angle. The wall only serves to further boost Demon into this position. However, the wall drops, and well, so do they. However, Orange Juice walks out. Well, speeds their demise in that position. Maxi already providing that crossfire. Cager knowing that pushing this would be desperate at best, and a flash needs to come on in for it to be even remotely successful. Waiting for the time to come. Flash goes out. They're expecting that play. They are turning towards it. They're expecting it, but the shots just don't land. It's Leon who has to come up big there. A lot of utility going on in, but they're losing players left, right, and center as Maxi really has started to find themselves. The Rock moved to 5. A very impressive performance on the attack side.
Yeah, very, very convincing start, especially when Team Nat, they started off very strong. We thought they could maybe run away with things on the defensive side. Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, they got back into it. They've now taken the lead, and now substantially a consecutive round for them gives them a 5-3 advantage. And with a 2-round lead, and with Team Nat coming into this next round with just a low buy, they're setting themselves up to double the score over the defender side. So exactly what you want to be doing. However, we saw Team Unit, the Rock Johnson get off to a flying start in map number 1, and Team Nat turn it around. So you still can't count them out as of yet.
Playing aggressively in bathrooms, I love that they're trying to make these plays happen rather than sitting and just letting the time go by. Flashes didn't find anything, but still a lot of control over the map position. Putting the fear into the Rock. They know they can't push that without getting a little bit too overzealous and potentially losing a player, so they don't do it. Orange Juice, however, all too happy to peek out here.
Yeah, definitely. At the moment, utility's still being used, but scarcely, I must say. Just a couple of shots running off. Not going to find anything as of yet. The 5 versus 5, and as you mentioned, not the strongest buy at all for the defender side. As just double up in towards bathroom.
Maxi. Gonna get a good couple of shots in. Shiro. They're waiting here. Nat don't want to commit all too hard and get caught off guard by these close range weapons. That's why they're playing around, trying to force out some of the utility so that these angles that otherwise would be a little bit problematic are less of a problem, at least. Leon, looking for a chance to peek on out here. Doesn't quite get the timing right, can't quite find that headshot yet, as they don't even see the players. They were too much, but as the smoke lands, well, so does his headshot into Jake's Tomo. And now they find themselves at an advantage, at least in terms of players, but not in terms of weaponry. They can't go pick up that rifle. Cybercage to try and prevent that push from coming on in. The Rock are at a deficit, but they're all too happy to play in this situation. They've got the rifle advantage, and they are bringing it to bear as that deficit goes from 1 to none to, oh, even worse, as Maxi just takes down Shiro for added effect, and AJ does get one, at the very least. It's only one, and that force-up seems a little bit naive.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's a little bit of a consolation kill, but Team Unit, who relatively comfortably pick up a 6th round on the board there. They go 3 rounds ahead now of Team Nat, and as you mentioned, that force, was it worth it? Evidently not, because now Team Unit have a 3-round advantage and a very, very stable long-term economy. Good news for Team Nat, though. Coming to this round, who will be able to pick up a relatively comfortable 4-buy. As you can see, a quick tactical timeout called at the moment. But Team Unit, I mean, they're looking brilliant.
They really are. I've been impressed with a lot of the plays that we've seen from Demon in particular. As we said before, stepping up where in the previous map, over on Split, it wasn't looking all too good for them. I think they might have been bottom frag for their team. But it's already been them showing that they can entry frag for a lot of these rounds. And then the pressure's been less on Maxi. It's been less on Backshot and Jakes to make those plays happen when they don't really have the utility to do so in a lot of positions.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Still, it's been brilliant from what we've seen so far from Team Unit. Team Nat, they got off to a good start. They picked up the pistol round, which set themselves up for a decent run into the second round. They pick up that one as well. But since then, it's really all been going the way of the attacker's side. They've been spreading the defense side thin and, well, just overwhelming them. It's worked in their favor. And to make matters worse, Maxi's coming into this next round with an operator in hand. We know how good he is, judging from that last map.
Really do. Just waiting for some reconnections. We're having some issues. But
it should hopefully be just a second, and then we're back underway. I'm looking forward to getting this one back underway because it's an exciting game so far.
It really has been, and especially after game 1 being definitely got your heart pumping. This one being a little bit more the Rock favored in the early half does, I think, look really interesting if you look at it from the perspective of Team Nat are now going to try and come back, but on a more difficult half. This offensive half is generally not the strongest side on.
Yeah, agreed here. 3 on advantage, though, for Team Unit. They're still pretty comfortably ahead now, and if they pick this one up once again, it will break the economy of Team Nat, and that becomes such a problem, especially towards the latter part of this half. As we're getting underway finally here, back into the next round. It's Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, who have a 3-round advantage.
Demon. Wall goes up. The wall is also shot out. You can still see that Sage hiding there, but coming all too far towards something, trying to get that peek out now. Head exposed. Demon doesn't quite find that opening shot that they need. The flash could have netted them an opportunity, but very sensible, very tight play from the Rock so far. Demon's still trying to find that spray on through, but nothing happening yet. They're trying to play those long angles as well. And the paranoia would have been great. There's so much utility to respond to it instantaneously. Slow orb, smoke, you name it. Team Nut do not want to take these fights straight up, and while they can, especially with the backup of Keija, it's not exactly the kind of strat they want to do. Orange Juice, peaking with 20 HP. An interesting decision, but a decision nonetheless. Back shot, tries to make the flank happen, tries to move over with Demon, but Leon just shuts him down, and now it's just Jake's versus 3, and you can see that Leon is just watching an angle. Flash comes on out. Well, sorry, not Flash. A fake Flash comes on out, and he does fall for it at least instantaneously there, but is able to get the frag anyway, and Team Nut trying to keep things as close as they possibly can.
Yeah, just remaining in there, Leon up to 16 frags in the game, and despite them losing by 2 rounds, I mean, he is well ahead of anyone else, and especially on his team, double the kills of KJ, who's in at second. I mean, what a performance season from him so far. Unfortunately, not quite seeing the same sort of performance from Orange Juice as of yet, but promising to say the least as Team Nut. They've picked up a 4th, they're only 2 rounds behind now, so they're just staying within arm's reach of the attacker's side.
The Rock playing a very split position here. At least in that last round, they don't want to commit all too hard, especially into things like that. Leon really has stepped up in these past few games. Earlier on in the Swiss, he wasn't the most impressive player, but
yeah,
they look great so far. And on this defense, it's only accentuated when you're playing these Cypher, these Sentinels in general. You get a lot of value out of it. Still, split all across that map. And the Rock, they lost a player there, but still seemingly want to commit towards it.
Yeah, still just a little bit slower in the server. They've got the opening frag. Now Team Nut, they don't need to overextend. They know they've got the man advantage. Just play together, trade each other, and that's all they need to do. A 5-4 man advantage. You just play time.
He's looking for his opportunity to strike, but obviously know that those smokes are going to be able to stop a lot of our vision, and they got fooled by the bait. They expected the player to be playing into Furka from that teleporter, but it's just those feet, those fancy feet from Keija, who, well, we can see is very much dead now. Dashes to provide that little bit of utility. Maxi, oh my god, turns it onto Kaiser as well. And now it's 1 versus 3. This was looking like a disaster situation from them. They got red on the rotate. There were 2 players waiting for them. The frags, they just didn't come. Now Shiro has to play versus 3 to be able to try and clutch this out. Now going for the flash to find something, but it's actually pushing into U-Hauls here. An interesting decision. Doesn't invest any of that utility, but still wins out the duel. Shiro's slipping on in. Has to make it happen, but doesn't know there's a player right behind them right now. Nut should be able to pick this up alongside Demon. Brilliantly done. And the Rock keep on racking up these rounds.
Yeah, once again, very, very good performance on them. Demon up to 12 now in the server, and they're just playing very, very simple Valorant. They're making it work in their favor, and, well, I once again take a 3-round advantage as we head into the last round of this second half. It's Team Leader, the Rock Johnson, who are looking, well, pretty comfortable to say the least. And Team Nat, who have the pressure slightly building. Of course, they have that map advantage of taking map number 1, but it was a close affair there. And it's not as close coming in to map number 2.
See? Expecting a player to be nearby. He's trying to get some of those free fires down, has the knives, and he's going to jump on into this situation. Dangerous as it is. Need to get that entry and open up the site for their team. We're in such a good spot right now. Got a lot of positional advantage, but getting that frag, training on in. The player with the spike has already TP'd, already committed towards that. And now with Leon covering that angle, that could be a disaster for them. Sure, they have the 2-player advantage, but that is not a position you want to find yourselves in when you want to go for that play. It could all just all fall apart. Leon finds the first, unfortunately can't turn it into much more. That's at least something there. Maxi, what was that? Orange Juices, all too happy to take that frag and, well, get the res off now. So Team Nut will have that player advantage, will be pushing on in, and even the ultimate here should lead to something, but the concussion doesn't matter for that first shot. And Demon, well, shows that point pretty easily over to Shiro.
Yeah, now that missed shot becomes slightly problematic. The swing coming through, and Demon good for another one towards Orange Juice. So down to one man. Ash has got to find it all. You've seen him in these situations. Guys is good for the first one towards Demon. Brings it now back to 2 versus 1. Below HP on Viper. Well, does not matter anyway. Jace Tomo finishes things off, and the attackers, Team Unit the Rock Johnson, take an 8th round, an 8-4, 4-round advantage as they head into the vendor side. They set themselves up pretty comfortably heading into the second half.
A very solid position for the Rock, but a similar position to what they found themselves losing in the previous map. They've got to learn from their mistakes, and I mean, it will be a little bit easier for them here. That defense should be that stronger side here on Bind, but, well, you never know.
Yeah, you never know. Some teams do just favour the attacking side, and makes it work in their favour. We'll see here if Team Nat can't turn things around, but, I mean, with a full-round disadvantage, they're definitely not looking the same size as what we saw in map number 1.
Shiro. Pushing up with Leon here. Might have less of a good time. Oh, no! Oh. That's a pretty bad time if I've ever seen one. Maxi gets those shots, that tripwire. They just weren't ready for. They should have been able to hear it well in advance. Walk straight on into it. Already down a player. A lot of control, though, for Team Nut. They just slip on into the B site. The long control is pretty relevant for the most part. Maxi is trying to play at these longer angles. Does have this classic to maybe back them up a little bit. Asia takes down Demon. Will be able to put themselves into a really solid position now. They've traded back and forth with the concussion on these players in Hooker. Could really play for it, but look at where they're moving. Maxi is dashed on in and does take one out. Asia still playing on this Yoru, still expecting that push to come on in, turns back towards it, but doesn't know that Maxi is pushing him at every single opportunity. 4K now for this player. Can they finish things off? They can indeed with the ace. And that is the Rock moving to 9 in pretty emphatic fashion.
What a way to do it as well. Maxi, an easy ace as well at that. Brilliant from him as he picks up 17 frags in the server. Just one behind Leon's, but absolutely emphatic there. A 9th on the ball for Team Unit the Rock Johnson. They take the pistol round and they set themselves up very comfortably heading in to half number 2. That was insane, and if things don't turn around, we'll be heading very much into map number 3, which is Icebox. Brilliant from Team Unit the Rock Johnson. They've come out emphatically after, well, a devastating way to throw it, let's say, in map number 1 in overtime. Nonetheless, they take the pistol round, and they now take a 5-round advantage.
This is exactly where the Rock were, I believe, at the start of last round as well. I think they won that pistol as well, but Nat still converted it. There's still a chance for them to take it 2-0 here. But regardless, this is Rock's choice. They really should be winning this. Especially with their opponent's choice being so not one-sided, so darn close.
Yeah.
Concussion goes in, forces Nut back. The Rock do have that weapon advantage, but they don't get to use it if they get flashed out with these angles. It's not exactly going to work. Team Nut still set up, actually, on this B site looking for a push, while the spike is over towards that A site. It'll be a quick rotate. Demon tries to find that first one as those stars start to go in. We get back shuttle back all the way into this corner. Push hasn't happened yet, and as soon as they asked politely and said, "Hey, backshot, turn it off, please," and does just that and leaves things open. However, what is really open is this B-site control for the Rock. It completely shut down that play, and even at range, that Judge can wreak havoc, especially against pistols. It does one hell of a job. The Rock hit 10 with a dominant round in their bag.
Absolutely Brilliant stuff. Team of the Rock Johns, they've hit double digits in the server and with a 6-round advantage. I mean, Team Nut, they're a fantastic side, but I can't see them getting back into this one. It's just been brilliant from them. First on attacking side and now on defense side. They remain flawless in the second half, but heading into round number 3 of half 2, it will just be a bonus round for them as we see a very comfortable 4-buy for Team Nat. The Phantoms and the Vandals are out, and we'll see if they can turn things around.
Leon. Tries to get that pretty far. We know there've been players playing that angle before, so good call, I do feel. Util doesn't land, but Maxi just about keeps themselves out. That gets tagged up with that slow. Well, comes an easy frag for Kaiser there. The dimensional drift gets them a lot of info here, but Jakes tries to put a lot of bullets down range with that Stinger and still can't net a frag. Complete control of this B site right now. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Nat. They need to pick up this round, and pretty solidly too, otherwise the economy going to be looking kind of shaky.
Yeah, to say the least. It's good start from Team Now. They've come in, and we mentioned this was a bonus round for Team Unit of the Rock Johnsons. So any frags they do pick up are essentially just consolation frags. Just a little bit to pad the economy. Not making his way in. Backshot as well, trying to find something, but Orange is shutting things down. Demon's good for one of his own, but Orange just picks up a second. It's all down to one-man Backshot. He's just holding for extra frags. It's not the worst idea by any means. They know his position, so they can just wait, rotate, and leave from a different angle. Brilliant round from Team Nat. They need this one desperately. They managed to pick it up.
Kaiser is actually pushing this angle. They turn away from it at the worst possible time. Backshot still finds the frag. Gets a lot of damage there onto that Cypher. It's the threat that will end up killing them there. The bomb goes off, takes them down. And Nat, well, they win the round, but lose 3 players in the process.
Yeah. It's an expensive one, say the absolute least, because it just doesn't give them that real ability to build up a long-term economy because they're once again having to buy into this round. And to make matters worse, it'll be, Vandals and half armor, so not by any means the best sort of buy for Team Nat, despite winning the round. But on the other side, very, very strong, very solid. Maxi's picking up the operator, and that's always a threat, no matter the situation.
They do. Leon. Had a strong defensive half, but it's always hard to get this Cypher to work on the offense. Keisha, however, all too happy to let that Euro rock on through. Find them many a frag, as they already have that 2-player advantage as the Rock. Can't quite find the opening they need. Jakes is that all-important player now in this angle. Don't want to spray all too much, using those smokes to hold their position for now. Doesn't want to get pushed. The shots ring out around them. They take down Orange Juice. They push on into that play, but Kaiser all too happy to find many a frag alongside Keija here. That is a great position for them to find themselves. The Rock finds the shots, but even just can't find it. Nat went out that rifle versus rifle, and we were talking earlier about setting up that economy for a good position. This now means that they really can.
Yeah, it's a round at which they desperately needed, because losing that would have once again forced them into a horrible position of ecos and half buys, and now essentially would have given up the map towards Team Unit the Rock Johnson. But now it's the other way. They've picked up the round. They've picked up a decent terms of economy with 4 out of 5 remaining alive, and different situation for Team Unit the Rock Johnson, because they'll be coming to this round with just the upgraded pistols, the Sheriffs, the Frenzies, the Classic. Not by any means a comfortable buy. And they set themselves up to try and catch up to these 10 rounds.
A dimensional drift from Keija has to be quick, has to open up the site for them, but it's going to expire, and he's going to be out in the open. They're concussed! That means he can come on out, and no, come out he does! He comes out swinging and removes both Nut and Backshot away from that very, very difficult position for them to deal with. Already on the flank, just passing like 2 ships in the night. They clear out Demon. Look at where this jet is. They might be able to find a good couple of frags and maybe open up the round, but they're going to have to do so with pure aim more than anything, because they don't have a lot of backup.
Yeah, 100%. It's a 2 versus 5, and Team 9 looking on their way to picking up a flawless round. Unless Jakes and Maxi can find something here. Making their way, and they're looking for one as well. Won't be able to find it as of yet. He's slowly making his way in with a frenzy. He's not really the best weapon of choice. The ult has been popped by Jet. Looks to find something. Will be good for one, but only the first. Jake's good for one of his own and pick himself up a weapon, but he's dropped quickly as Leon drops it, and, well, Team Nats, they pick up a 7th. They're now only 3 rounds behind and doing their best to catch up here and take this series a 2-0 rather than the 2-1 as we predicted.
Yeah, and it's been some impressive entry fragging. I'm really surprised Caterer got away with that, but again,
yeah,
the thing we were praising Team Nut for was that coordination, was that team play, and Shiro absolutely on top of that. Sure, they haven't been fragging out this game. They've only got 4 frags, lowest in the server, but also got the most assists, up in 8. Really impressive performances.
Yes, absolutely agreed here. Now let's see if they can carry on this momentum heading into this next round.
Actually takes down Orange Juice. Opens them wide up. Now Nut. That push has remarkably less bite. There's no res as well, because they took out the most important player to be able to deal with, and Maxi taking out those smokes as well. Means that everything is going to be that touch harder for Team Nut. Not least to mention that they're down a player. Shot after shot from Maxi, but there's no avail after those first 2, you know. You take what you can get. Adria is still waiting for their time to strike, the time to flash on in and make that play. They only got to wait. There is a Rolling Thunder. Maxi is going to be hit up by it. Is completely popped up here. Cager needed to win that duel, but is instead pushing on through. Should be able to find it and does take down Maxi in the end. They're not all too far behind as a result of that. They can look to try and get that spike on down. They do indeed. See shots that maybe buy them the time they need. The concussion doesn't quite land. Near sight, however, will do just that. Shiro just flashing it. It's just making the play happen. Doesn't expect to be cornered on both sides. Well, there's the push. Cager double peak there. It needs to be something huge from Shiro here, and as the push comes on in from Demon, it's just too much from them. The Rock find their first round here after a long respite.
Yes, it was looking like Team Nat would be getting back into this game, but Rock Johnson, they don't falter. They pick up 1 and pick up an 11. They once again go 4 rounds ahead, and they're just on the door of taking map number 2 and push us over to map number 3 being out of Icebox. It's been a brilliant performance from the defensive side, and in particular, Maxi with 21 frags. He's joint now with Leon.
Maxi on this operator can provide a lot to the defense. And I think now that you've seen him got it on, Rock could show us a different side, and it's exactly what we saw when we saw some of the aggressive play that really set up that previous round.
Agreed.
He's even peeking out from Hooker there. That's how aggressive they're looking to be. Rock generally wanting to be the ones who make the action rather than those who wait for it. Cyber cages happen, but Backshot is waiting this angle and easily sends him packing. Leon just able to add more here, and with the backup of the rest of the squad, this could even be a team ace coming through. Kaiser finds 1 at the very least here, but Backshot cleans it up. And the Rock are now on match point, and they are feeling very comfortable now. 3 ultimates up, and I don't even think it can be full buys for Team Nut.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff, time and time again, and now at match point, the pressure is on Team Nut, and they just don't seem to be the same as to what we saw in map number 1. Team of the Rock Johnson, they've come out swinging on their map pick, and they've made it work in their favour, and alongside Maxi, Demon also putting up the numbers. He's at 21 in the server, and those two are doing enough alone to push the defensive side across the border, and brilliant stuff nonetheless. They do have a 5-round advantage. Take this map.
Leon playing well so far. No surprise, they've got the Vandal in tow. They can find the opening, make a big difference for Team Nut here. They need to get some way on in here, some way to flex the fact that they've got these ultimates to expand. Hitcher. Trying to contest early. Demon. Forced them off the leer, buys a bit of space. It means they can also get out of that position. Doesn't really contest it too hard. The flash fully hits them, forces them all the way back towards the CT spawn now. no committal, no nothing from Team Nat. They don't want to push forward, and as they do, well, Shiro's punished. Those long angles where the operator reigns supreme, and the Rocket operating smoothly right now. Backshot just holding this one way, expecting the push to come. They're going to wait for the util. Grav, he buys something here, but they're going to say, better split it up. Oh, Demon and Nut just holding that same angle, deny so much. Cager comes back for second helping, but it's just too much for him. The Rock really have shut down these angles with the paranoia on Orange Juice here. Sheriff or no? So little time to work with and so few players to be able to deal with. They just get spiked down ASAP. They just need to stick it. But if they do, well, you know these players are going to be coming down on them like a ton of bricks. They turn around, if they find this headshot, if they find it, it could be big, but not won't let it happen. The Rock pick up this round, and we are going to a third and final map in Icebox.
Defender.
When the silence is too loud, I swear I can hear a voice. Left a message in the clouds. They are free to roam above the sea, and their story stays with me like a haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in a darker day? What do spirits say? When the mist is overgone, there's something inside the water. Don't know where they're coming from. They are free to roam above the sea, and their story stays with me like a haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in a darker day? What do spirits say?
Hello and welcome back to the final game here of Welsh Masters. I'm Rook and joined by Neo Kai, and of course on the observing is Melanie.mhs, and joining us on the production is Jakey Boy Pro for this very final game here on Icebox.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. You mentioned it time and time again, Icebox, a little bit of a Marmite map. Some people love it, some people hate it, but we'll be seeing it nonetheless. One map apiece, both of these teams sit at. It was an overtime win in map number 1. Map number 2 was definitely not the case, as, well, Team The Rock Johnson, they just looked brilliant, didn't they?
Oh, they really did. Much, much better than we saw from them. And I think if we're going to put that onto one player, I think it's unfair to do it entirely to one player. You look at it, Demon, right? Because they did not show up on Split. They were, frankly, crap. And moving on to this next map, onto Bind, they had a bit of a field day.
Yes, 100%. 100%. I'm interested to see how this one plays out, because Icebox is a little bit of a different map. The fundamentals around Icebox are not as aggressive as what we saw in maps number 1 and 2. I'm interested to see how this one plays out nonetheless, as we're just waiting for everyone to set their agents.
Indeed we will. And of course, these guys have actually already played on this map today, and we did see it.
Yeah.
It was a nat win, and it was 13-10, so relatively close. I think, especially with Demons starting to feel themselves a little bit more, we could have a very close game in our hands. And also, obviously, we've got the replacement coming on in, but I don't think that's all too impactful, especially with the way they've been playing.
Yeah, no, I mean, 100%. The way we've seen, these two sides play and progress over this tournament, it's very, very hard to call, let's say, because, I mean, the momentum and the confidence must have come across from map number 2 for sure. I mean, they had a very convincing win, to say the least, on both halves. So Team U, the Rock Johnson, they're feeling relatively confident coming to this, but Team Nat, in the back of their mind, they know they've already won once on this map, so it's very hard to call. I'm still sticking with my call of Team Nat to take this 2-1, but we'll see how it plays out nonetheless. As the first pistol round is about to get underway, it's going to be Team Nat starting on the defender side and Team Unit and Rock Johnson on attacker side.
Yeah, I mean, Team Nat so far have historically had the success, but I do believe in that recency. I do believe that Rock Johnson, with a great map 2, could have the momentum they need to be able to carry it over, and especially if we see performance from Maxi as well, like we've seen so far today. I've been very impressed as a player and excited to see even more. Interesting to see no longer any Cypher for the Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, instead putting Jake over on to that Killjoy, who I do think is a little bit stronger here, especially when we have to provide a lot of extra utility. Should be able to shut down a lot of these angles in that post-plant, at least on this attack. So let's go on through. There's a lot of the team loving this Sage right now, allows you to plant this very position that we're seeing them try and wall for, but opened up. I love that Team Nat are also aware how these pushes of the meta plays that are being made. Shiro, waiting in the wings, just looking for their chance to land that right click. They know it could be oh so sweet. They get that opportunity. Demon so cut off from the rest of their squad, and the spike isn't anywhere near. It looks like it could just be a rotate. I love this call, and Team Nat are also just ready for it.
A big fan of this call. Demon for the first one towards Orange, who's looking to pick it up a second. What match to do to those? Asia in there for the trade, brings it now back to a 4 versus 4, but the rotation already gone away, and Team U, the Rock Johnson, will get essentially a completely free spike plant here.
They will. Rotation come on quickly. I love that it's going to be able to plant these just about in time, maybe pull them away from that angle, trying to concuss them, does try and pull them in, but the spike just about doesn't plant. Maxi's going for it now. They're vulnerable, sure, but not too much of a problem for them. They're going to be able to get it down, and it is that 4 versus 4. Starting to place those angles, trying to deal with those players behind yellow that can be oh so problematic for any retaking side. It's already KJ has slipped on through here, shift, walking, sneaking on about, is going to check the right side and wins the duel. Back shot is already down. Maxi is trying to find it as well, and KJ rings the pain right now, currently on a 3k. Won't quite get the ace as it's stolen away by Kaiser, but impressive performance nonetheless. Nat should be able to take this round and start off strong with a good pistol round.
Yeah, very, very strong way to start. We mentioned a big fan of that call, just to fall off and rotate away to the other side. But the retake was even better. Team Nat, with 3 players remaining, survive. Well, they get it. That first pistol round. And now here's where we can start seeing the momentum go in their favour. They picked the first. KJ with 4 kills as well has picked up that first round, supported by one of Kaiser. And now they can buy a relatively comfortable buy coming into round number 2. However, with the spike plant, the Team of the Rock Johnson can also relatively pick up a decent stinger buy. I mean, it's definitely not the best, but in these close range environments, especially over towards a bomb site, can maybe work in their favour.
Certainly could. If they can get those executes to happen there. We saw last round it didn't quite work out how they wanted to. But Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, happy to bide their time and find their opportunities. Back shot. And potentially move on through in mid here. It's not often where they're committing towards. Just trying to maybe bait out some kind of push. Watch for the rotate. Expect the play towards it, especially with these smokes going on in. Nat is starting to wait their move, but back shot is already well up amongst it. And a good spray does find a lot of damage. Doesn't quite kill them and doesn't quite draw first blood in this round. KJ is still looking for his opportunity to do just that. the Spectre in a corner. They're going to check him, but headshot, that range, couple of bullets going down range. That's all your dome will need. And see? Quite open. They do at least get those frags there, and they're playing that slower game where you find the frag, you play towards where you believe there's an opening because of the rotates. Now, losing Demon on that A site is disastrous for that plan.
Yeah, exactly. And now, in a 4 versus 3, the attacking side are making some headway. Well, not anymore. Not of Orange Juice spraying down like that. Good for the 3rd kill as well as he drops back shot. He'll comes into his teammate. All one man left a fine spot as well with a spike in hand. Jake Summers got it all to find a 1 versus 3. Got the information on at least 2, but 5 seconds left on the clock. It's just a matter of time. 8 HP remaining. Needs to be careful. Swung by Shiro. And Jake Summers dropped. Down and goes Jake's. Down goes Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, as the 2nd round on the board for Team Nat. And a very, very good start for them after a very lackluster map number 2.
Yeah. What we like to see. But now it's the bonus round. And, well, what would be the bonus round if it hadn't been a force coming out from the Rock? We're going to have a timeout come on through from, I believe, Team Nut. As they are just trying to sort some technical issues, I believe, with Shiro. Should hopefully get those resolved relatively quickly. But yeah, now it's going to be even Sheriffs coming out here. I think this is a really greedy buy from the Rock.
Yeah, could definitely, come back to bite them because it will force them into a horrible eco situation after this and essentially give up 4 to 5 rounds in favor of Team Nat. By no means the smartest decision in my hand, but they're trying to make something happen, and they know for a fact that Team Nat will be coming to this one with just, the SMGs. So maybe that's their way of thinking they can semi-force buy into this. It's very, very risky though, and I think it can actually work against them because, their economy will be well and truly shattered afterwards.
It really will be. I think if they can get a lot of value out of these Sheriffs, it's not too bad, but I just struggle to see the angles where you do. There's a couple of nice angles you can play on A, but even then, you're at the max range of the Sheriff for the most part. So you're hitting 140, exactly. I think it's 146 damage, or 148.
Yeah.
And therefore, you're not one-tapping headshots. And therefore, the automatic fire of the Spectres is just going to be that much more of a problem. So I don't think there's a lot of great angles to really be playing with these Sheriffs.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely a very, very risky buy, and it can work against them. We are still just waiting. I think is just about being fixed, hopefully. So, regardless, it's 2 rounds advantage for Team Nats. They are still comfortably ahead, but, Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, if they can make this force work in their favor, they're right back in the equation. But I still think it's an extremely risky buy. However, pause timer is off. We're getting on the way round number 3, finally, in map number 3 of this grand final.
Many a Spectre waiting in these corners if the Rock Johnson don't find those opening picks. They have a reasonable amount of flashes. They've got the Paranoia, they've got the Leers. They're going to have to use them well. And this is one of the angles where you can play Sheriffs, where it can be more effective. It looks like they're just pushing on in. They lose a player in response to it. Leon, drop down, is maybe looking to push on through here. Lombot will likely give away their position if they're not careful. Someone is slipping around in there. Look at how close they are. Kaiser is above, but can't help much out with that. It's Orange Juices who has to let it happen. Smokes go in. Jake's Tomo is now the only remaining player. They are going to hit a shot. It's not ahead, and that means it'll be the Rock picking it up. And that buy feels a little bit lackluster now for the Rock. But I think they can actually get these rifles, regardless.
Yeah, for sure. It's still, as you mentioned, a risky kind of buy that did not work against, or did not work for them, may I say. Team Nat, they've picked up a 3rd round. They've got a 3-round advantage and already off to a flying start. We mentioned that Team Nat and Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, have already played against each other today, in which Team Nat took that one in a 13-10, while they're on their way to get a repeat of that score. It's now 3 rounds ahead and heading into round number 4. This is essentially seen as a bonus round. We mentioned time and time again. They're coming in with mainly just SMGs. The one Phantom has been picked up by Leon, but it's just a bonus round for them. Any frags they find, just adding to that long-term economy, which they're already starting to build up.
Get out of my way!
Back shot. Trying to play these aggressive angles, and not something you often see from these Vipers, but I love to see that they're playing more dynamically. That was a big part of why we saw a lot of success from them when they played Icebox last. Maxi. Obviously trying to play dynamically if you're bringing out those knives, dashing everywhere, jumping up everywhere. Likely will be that first point of contact. If they can take down Orange Juice, that'd be a great way to open things up, but they're waiting for their time to strike. Jump. Likely coming soon, Orange Juice. We'll hear it, flick on over. Spray will be hard to find regardless. Maxi just hasn't committed towards it, not going for that aggressive play that I think the Rock really need to be able to get on in there.
You should run.
Second Killjoy coming on through. I think this is a solid strategy if I've ever seen one, but this does prompt some quick rotates. At least it should be. Look at where that Viper is. The spray is huge from Orange Juice. Detain or not, I don't care, honestly. Trading out 2 for 1, and they don't even push Shiro here. And this is a mistake and a half. Shiro got away with this mission absolutely scot-free. Sure, you get the spike down. You could have done that in the closing moments. The Dimensional Drift spots out a couple of these players and already in position to try and make that play happen. KJ will come on out for the flash. The util will go out as well. The Nana Swarm try and buy that a little bit of extra time. The Rock popped it a little early, however, and Jakes is going to have to eventually pop that. The flash comes through. The alarm bot, sure, it's triggered, but KJ still trades 1 for 1. Jakes is just too low. Shiro comes up with these frags, and with the backup of Kaiser, again, Team Nut make it happen and are rolling in it right now.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Team Nat. Despite that being seen as what we called a bonus round, they make it work in their favor and they're well on their way now. Brilliant stuff from them. They've also picked up rifles and their long-term economy is starting to build up. For Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, definitely not the round they wanted at all. And, well, they're now 4 rounds behind, and with, you know, a decent little advantage for Team Nats, I'm sure they're feeling very confident. And in particular, KJ, we mentioned he's a very versatile fragger all throughout this tournament. Well, he's got 8 kills in the game, and Team Nat, they've got a 4-round advantage.
A B site. Relatively open until that Cypher manages to slip on in just about in the right time. Smoke's going in, likely going to prompt a response from that. Oh, what a shot there from Leon. Takes down Maxi, that aggressive player for this squad that they really need to enact, I feel, a lot of their plays. I think that guts a lot of what the Rock want to do here. We've not seen such great aggression from Demon here. Going to throw out that Leia, but just not in the right position to make it happen. Pushing on in. Play goes on out, but Demon, very sensibly, not sticking around too long to find out exactly where Shiro is going to put those bullets. Now, looking for the repeak. Could be a little bit suspect here if they try and make that play. Smoke will cover off of all of Snowman. It means that it's a little bit harder to try and make that happen. Getting rid of the flash for the aggressive play. Waiting for the rest of their team to get into position as well. Again, look at where this Viper is. Look at how much they're trying to play spoiler at these longer ranges. Demon finds a couple of shots, but again, not enough to quite put it away. Backshot, the first one to find that frag for their squad.
30 seconds.
It's nothing for Demon at all, not a scratch. As Shiro just shuts them out left, right, and center, and Backshot, as much as they made that play, as much as they found the opening for their squad, isn't going to be enough. The flash straight on into their face as their silhouette is lit up by Leon.
Brilliant stuff from that. A 5-round advantage, and well, we're starting to see them pop off in the server. Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, had a very good performance in map number 2, but it seems like it hasn't come out into map number 3. They're falling at essentially every angle, no matter whether they have the man advantage, the man disadvantage, but they have a free bomb site and they're just setting up post-bomb positions. They just can't contain this side, and Team Nat just making it look very easy. Very simple Valorant. That's working in their favor, but that's the benefit for Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, is that they can comfortably buy into every round.
Maxi trying to line that angle, but is completely beaten to the punch by Nut. Could have brought the opening of their first round in this map. So far, they've struggled to have that same kind of impact. Flashpoints go out very quickly. Shiro that's back on in, and the cuss won't land in the right position, but it provides the backup that Kaiser and Orange Juice need. Nut is already so low, and I was dreaming of a round for the Rock here, but it just ain't coming. Backshot is behind. Can they find more than one here? They have played the patient game. They're turning towards it. They know where 3 of these players are, but their position is given away. They take down 1, but Kaiser was already on the job, and maybe a little bit too patient there. Should have committed earlier and tried to take those players off the board.
That's brilliant from Team Nat. They just make it look so easy, don't they, Rook? It's just so easy. Can't go wrong at all. And, well, Team Unit the Rock Johnson offers such a very, very strong performance in map number 2, as I mentioned. We're not seeing any sort of the teamwork that we saw in map number 2 come out into map number 3. I mean, it's just been brilliant from Team Nat. They're making it work in all occasions. Confidence flowing through their veins, and we're seeing a resurgence of Orange Juice as well. And he's up to 10 frags in the server.
I mean, it's great to see him play like this. We really have just seen fresh play after fresh play. Maxi can't hold a candle to this Sage right now, and not often do you see a Sage fragging out on the scoreboards and absolutely leading their squad, but great stuff. Impressive performances, and Kaja hasn't had the opportunity. He's been denied this, and it's all so sad for him, but hey, a team's winning, and they're absolutely happy to be in this situation where you could just let that Sage, let that Sentinel hop off on this defense. It's your turn to carry when it comes to the offense.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Now, though, with 2 players remaining, Team Unit the Rock Johnson already in a bit of a tough situation. They know they can be being flanked from essentially any angle, and that makes things significantly worse. Demon in a tough situation. They know his position.
Last player standing.
All down to 1. Jakes got it all to find. He's being chased, and he's good for the first. On towards Orange Juice. Confident peek from him, but Leon's very easily cleans up, and 7th round on the board for Team Nat. And this could be a significantly quicker map number 3 than what we predicted, especially with how even the first 2 maps were.
Yeah, look, I do think Nat are a very strong team, and I do think that this map is definitely favoured towards them with that 13-10. But with the way they've been playing so far, it's looking like a whole different ballgame. The Rock just have not been able to find those openings at all. And Maxi being 1-7, Demon being 1-7, I think that is enough explanation, to be completely honest with you. They just have not found any frags. They have not found those openings, and it's been disastrous as a result. Kaja playing those aggressive positions, and all too happy to teleport out. Very non-committal, very Jet-like in that situation. But the Viper's pick comes on through, and, well, the green goo eventually envelops Kaja here. It's Demon who finds that first frag. Unfortunately, trying to spray through the smokes doesn't quite work out. But neither does pushing out like that. No, a little bit over-aggressive here. And even with a lockdown, like to back it up, the spray almost finds a second, but he lets go. He turns towards it. Jakes does find that frag. It's only 2 players that used to have the Vipers. No, it's actually gone. They backed all the way. And okay, it is up, but not for much longer. It's gonna disappear. Orange Juice is pushing through, takes him down, and Kaiser falls to that util. The Viper ult technically killing them if you ask the game, but absolutely we know it just hard. It's just fragging that comes on through. Nat will just about be able to clutch this round out, and you have to feel sorry. The Rock threw everything at it.
It's gonna be the first 30-0 we see on stream. No way. Do you think so?
It could be. To be fair, with the way Nat are playing, it really, really could be.
This would be crazy to me, especially since of how good Team Unit the Rock Johnson were in map number 2. I mean, they were brilliant. And now going to map number 3, it's just a completely different side. And the weird thing as well is that these 2 sides have already played on this map, and it was only a 13-10, a significantly closer affair than what we're seeing here. Team Unit the Rock Johnson, they are struggling to say the absolute least.
Shots coming through. Trying to land them early on here. Orange Juice! Even on the operator, they continue to make their name backshot. Mad about the injustices they have suffered. Takes down 3, and now opens it up yet again for the Rock. Could this be enough? The question still remains to be answered, because even with an advantage like this, I worry. Can they pick it up at all? Will Leon just go? He's nodding yes, but I don't think he knows what we're talking about. Nut takes him down, and Nat, now they're on the ropes. Finally, in the 9th round, they might just about drop it. Trying to peek, trying to hit those headshots. Neither of them have much vision. They will manage to take it in the air.
Brilliant. So finally, we see a bit of brilliance from them. I mean, it was looking very, very disorganized, to say the least. But that's the execute we wanted to see from Team Unit the Rock Johnson. They were struggling. They were just looking a little bit lackluster, to say the least. But finally, they're back in the game. Picked up a round, and now we can start seeing maybe a bit of momentum chain here. The issue is that Team Nat, of course, with those 8 consecutive rounds, can very easily buy into this one by losing this round. But with this big buy, if Team Unit the Rock Johnson, if they can start, what's the word? Just picking up a bit of momentum, snowballing this effect, they can maybe come back into this. That's not a good way to start it. Orange Juice already good for the first. Maxi removed, and he's the impact fragger already out of the equation. Team Unit the Rock Johnson already down to 4.
I think you cursed it. You asked about the 13. You just shouldn't have said anything. Because if you didn't, Orange Juice almost called him Orange Justice there, would have default danced his way on all through this map and picked it up in a dominant fashion. KJ doesn't even get that one. A little bit sad to see there. Nat could come up big. They've still got players rushing on over to the site, being ready for it. Now, the fact that we don't see Leon pick that up as well starts to show that there are holes in what Nat are able to bring. And while the comeback is going to be hard and nigh upon impossible, it is still possible for the Rock.
Yeah, still possible to say the least, especially with now a 2 versus 4. Made that a 1 versus 4. It's all down to one man. Kaiser got it all to find, and so many angles to clear. Spots the first. Doesn't even manage to pick up the frag. It's Demon who finishes things off, gifting Team Unit the Rock Johnson second on the board, and only a 6-round deficit. I mean, it's still by any means a pretty hefty deficit, but Team Unit the Rock Johnson, they're starting to get back into this. They picked up an operator, and with Maxi an operator in hand, it becomes a slight problem, but I think I have caused a little bit of Caster's curse here as Team Unit the Rock Johnson are getting back into it. Literally the round in which I said, are we going to see a 30-0 here? They get back into it.
As a caster, you should know there are times when you should just shut up. Just come on. But honestly, I'm happy to see the Rock start to bring it back to be a little bit more competitive, because it really just didn't look like it. It was looking like the games we saw earlier in today. Now, Maxi, back with this operator in hand, feeling themselves as Orange Juice isn't quite able to have that same... Oh, no, turns away from it! It could have been the opportunity. Orange Juice now still up in those rafters is going to have a more difficult time of it, especially with loads of players watching those angles. And with that slow giving away the position. Play back towards Kaiser, comes up big, but Maxi says, right, let's take a picture. Snap. Completely taken off the map. Now, Demon coming out that all-important duel. It's now 2 versus 2, and the res as well is coming on in. Who cares about this lockdown? It might not even have enough time to play, but Kaja not winning that out. There's still yet more time with them for them to work with. Orange Juice probably doesn't want this operator. It's just a little bit too unwieldy. Leon is going to have to deal with... Oh! You can barely even see the second he clicked on his head! Maxi! That was just brutal.
That was insane. What a shot and what a round. Maxi starting to wake up in the server. Had 2 kills before and now looking absolutely on fire. That reaction times was insane. Brilliant, to say the least. As we enter the final round of this half. It's Team Unit the Rock Johnson. Up to 3 rounds, just slightly getting back into this game. Brilliant stuff. It's still a 5-round deficit, however.
Operator out. Maxi. Hungering for those frags like we saw earlier in last round. If they keep it up, this is the Maxi that we saw had a world of success on previous maps. You just need to channel that again, and going onto the defense, I think that operator is only going to get stronger in their hands. They got to work for it. Still 1 more round in this half. And there'll be reset money and, well, scrambling for funds to pick it up. Nut. He's back into Snowman here. Players coalescing on their position. I don't know if they expect him. They are looking for it. They can't quite see him. And in fact, he takes down Kaiser. Peeks over the top, tries to get that spray, but with an inferior weapon, not only gets tagged up now. There's the play from behind. And as it happens, the rest of Team Nat fall on that B site. It was a distraction. They weren't ready for that main general push coming through. Now, Leon is holding the angle, trying to deny that push on through, but they're going to have their work cut out.
Yeah, to say the absolute least there. They're making their way through. What a one-tap. F-Right, good night. Demon will see you in the next half. Maxi good for one of his own, though, all down to 1 man. Shiro needs to go absolutely huge here. They won't even manage to do exactly that. Back just stops things out. And there's a 4th on the board for Team Unit the Rock Johnson. And now only that's a 4-round deficit. And they've slightly woken up in the server. I thought for a second it was Team Nat going to run away with things, but not anymore. Team Unit, they're finally having a resurgence of some of the form that we saw them in maps number 1 and 2. And I thought, this could be a bit of a massacre where they're getting back into it now.
It really could be. And, you talk about 13-0, and the Valorant gods looked down and went, nah, you're right, mate. Let's go full way again. We're going overtime. I can tell it now. Either I'm cursing it to not happen, which is, all right, or I'm cursing it to happen by mentioning it. Either way, I am damned to Valorant hell for all eternity. We'll see how it goes. I do actually think the Rock have started to find that footing, but Demon's still on 3 does look a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, agreed.
Shots come out. Black shot doesn't win another all-important duel. The one way doesn't really work when you do it like that. And Demon, well, with that Ghost, obviously going to be able to claim heads at an extended range. And the Rock haven't committed yet. Neither of Nat, neither towards this fight. Still watching those flanks, still expecting those plays from the side. Flash even for the cross. They know it's there. They know it's happening. The rotate's going to come through quickly. Look, the Astra is still all the way over on that B side, maybe looking for some exit frags. There's still a lot of time to play with. They could have called to re-rotate there. That would have been exceedingly spicy, but it didn't happen. Maxi, slipping on through these cloud bursts, is right behind them. If they can find this frag, it's going to be all important. They take down Kuja. And even with Shiro falling, this is the opening that the Rock needed to make it happen. Maxi, however, can't quite claim Orange Juice. That'll be left up to Nut. And Kaiser playing at these long angles really is going to have their work cut out for them, and they've also got to push that angle. Maybe expecting that player to come from B, but no, Kaiser went through the spawn. Wasn't trying anything too spicy here. And, the only thing spicy is just how the hell they hit that headshot. Such a little micro flick there. Brilliantly done. 1 versus 2 makes things a little difficult. He's going to try and stick it, but Jake's Tomno. If I've ever seen a person run around at the corner of the Fury Frenzy before, it's certainly that.
Yeah, brilliant stuff to get back into Senior the Rock Johnson. Nice little lockdown of that bomb site, and well, with 10 seconds left on the clock, it was too little, too late to say the least. 5 rounds on the board for them, and from 8-0 to 8-5, you've got to respect them for it. They get back into this and now within arm's reach.
They're on a roll. Don't count them out. They're massive. They're the unit, They're the Rock Johnson. Why do you think why did they lose? Is Team Unit supposed to be a replacement for Dwayne?
Yeah.
I assume it is.
I'm assuming so.
Dwayne is a large man's name.
Yeah, it's too normal. Why not instead of Dwayne Unit, which describes him in every way?
It does. I love it when he plays Dwayne the Rock Johnson in every movie. It's my favorite. Actually, apart from Jumanji, where he plays someone playing Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
Exactly.
It's quite good as well, but Demon gonna get flashed open there. Euro slips on through, but Cager whiffs everything, and with that healing, the Rock are starting to claim their victims one by one. The spike is down, sure, but guys, probably not finding this one. Might find that one frag, but doesn't even get that. Nut is on the job at the back of a Demon. Good round there for the Rock Johnson. It's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, they're now up to 6 rounds. I'm very much back in this game. 2 rounds behind, and Team Nats, they're just faltering. The problem is now for the unit Rock Johnson is this is a bonus round for them. They'll be coming against the Vandals, maybe in a Phantom, depending on what Orange Juice decides to pick up. So for them, not the easiest buy, and definitely favours Team Nat coming into this round. But we've seen bonus rounds work in their favour, especially what we saw with Team Nat in the first half. So it could be more of the same here. We have to see how this one plays out as they get underway. But it's Team Nat who still lead 8-6.
Concussion. Try and deny any aggressive pushes. We haven't seen too much aggression on A at the very least. We've seen a lot towards B, but A has been relatively tepid from the defenders.
Yeah.
Mostly playing around those sentinels, which we know are ever so important. Alarm bot gives away position, and Kaiser just can't step forward on that left. Trying to get that pre-fire. Hello. With a nice old Bucky shot at range. Gets a good old chunk of that wall. Oh, no, wasn't expecting the hop up there from Juice. No, he's not. He's going to have to come up big. Barely doesn't claim yet another victim. That's going to slip on through. Wasn't expecting to push from Kaiser there, even though they had a lot of info about the positioning. Isn't quite enough to put it up. Concussion to try and allow them to peek out, but isn't going to happen. That shot does land. It's only to the chest. It isn't to the head. Player down below you here, but Cager comes up big with the sliver of health. And the Rock just don't check that angle and let Nat get completely away with that one scot-free.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. We mentioned that was a bit of a bonus round, so Team Nat have picked that one up relatively comfortably, and heading into this next one, it will be a full buy for Team Unit. The Rock Johnson, we obviously see Maxi pick up the Operator, and we've mentioned it time and time again, where he gets all guns blazing, comes an absolute feast of kills for him. Still a 3-run advantage in favour of Team Nat on the attacking side, and off to a decent start after losing the pistol round.
It's nice to be able to get one thing on the board. Not really want to hit those double digits. I mean, how else are they going to make overtime for us?
Exactly.
The Rock finally stopped as the momentum was tumbling on down.
Portal Club out of charges.
2 foot sounds to try and, well, tell them otherwise, but it doesn't really trick anyone. They can see the feet. Kaiser, see Demon as well, takes him down. Leon trying to peek on out, but with 2 angles they're being shot from. It's easy pickings for Nut. It's 2 players just walking right into their trap.
Now, with the man disadvantage, Team Nat are in a bit of a sticky situation. 2 players remaining in a 2 versus 4. The flashbang coming through, trying to swing in. Won't catch up anyone else yet. The tremor coming through though, and avoids backshot. The spam coming through. Won't quite catch the damage he was expecting. Toxin screen comes up, and it's all now getting a bit worrying. As Maxi picks the frag onto Orange Juice, and I think Shiro might make the early call just to keep hold of this Vandal. By no means a bad decision. Or 20 seconds left on the clock. It's not the easiest round for him at all in a 1 versus 3.
Maxi holding on this angle. Should be relatively easy there. Doesn't hit the shot, and in fact the spike might go down. If not for backshot, just getting that spray on through. Well played, good coordination, and the Rock don't cede away any unnecessary cash to Team Nat. As Lord knows, give them an inch, they will take a mile. We saw them take that round prior. You need to slip up as little as you can to Rock. Even though they do have a decent amount of rounds to work with, at least 3, to try and stop them from making that overtime, it is going to be very difficult to not drop a couple of those.
Yeah, 100%. Orange has been doing such a good job, but Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, they've got back into this game. Once again, brought the deficit only to 2 rounds. And with their economy being pretty comfortable, for them, things are looking up. Lose this round for Team Nat, and they're forced into a double eco.
Shots come out though. KJF finds that opening frag. They haven't been so big in a lot of these rounds. A couple of rounds where they've come up huge, but for the most part, relatively tame. An opening like that is exactly what Nat need. The openings that they've relied on in a lot of the rounds in a lot of the maps where they've had a lot of success. That and, well, Orange Juice obviously just popping off.
Yeah.
You take it.
Brilliant.
Maxi with knives out. Here's the spike go on down. Probably doesn't expect that dimensional drift to this angle, but peeks on through. Just about doesn't get caught by those knives. Knows to get out of dodge, especially when Maxi's in town. Ult to really cut that sight up. Stop those pushes from being all too problematic. You saw them! Dude, you saw that Viper! Come on now, go for the second dip. But Maxi, well, they put their hands all the way in the cookie jar and went, mine! Grabs it! Takes it all the way to the bank, tries to get the double spray down! No. Orange Juice! Can they find it? 5 shots! It's not enough! And just about Jakes keeps the dream alive for the unit. They don't see that around. They don't let Nat move up to those double digits.
Yeah, brilliant play for the double spray down, but I just think he maybe should have played a little bit more time. Gives Jakes a frag then. If he just played, honestly, 5 more seconds, and it would have been a very, very tough defuse coming across. But regardless, 8th round on the board. And as I mentioned, economy for Team Nat, not the best at all. Now, you know, they'll come into this one with at most, upgraded pistols. They can force into SMGs, but it'd be a huge risk, which I don't think is worth taking. Essentially, Team Units well on their way to tying this up 9 rounds to 9. And getting the even game that we expected at the start.
Cage trigger.
Yeah, and it's not a shock to see these teams going tit for tat. They did it on the first map. It's not a surprise that we end as we started.
Yeah.
Gage trying to look for an opportunity here, but unfortunately, the nanoswarms have just been proving too pesky here on Icebox.
Portal closed.
Shots come through from Maxi. He comes in with a second. Come on, man. You just can't let this happen. Nat, I know you're on that cheaper buy. You're trying to make something happen and are very desperate for it, but you just can't let him do that to you. It's just not kosher. Jiro's trying to slip on through here, but it's no dice. They're pushing on through the smoke now. Gets the right click with the pistol. Nut backs him up to finish that off. A flawless round from the Rock.
Brilliant. I mean, of course, the buy for Nat wasn't the best, and they were punished for it, but the push was really aggressive, and essentially it was just an absolute... Well, it was like a shooting range for Maxi. Easy frags. And in doing that, they've tied things up 9 rounds to 9, and now we really have the game on our hands. And a very similar to scoreline to what we saw when they played each other in the first time. It was a 10-3 win there for Team Nats, but this seems like a much more even performance, especially with how momentum is definitely in Team Unit's favour at the moment.
Keija. Struggling to find these openings, and you have to think if they were playing maybe someone different, maybe not the Yoru. Because on the last 2 maps, Yoru was relatively decent, but here on Icebox, I just can't see the theory, can't see the thought that might lead towards that. Demon doesn't find anything early, as the Rock are the first ones to see it. That lockdown is going in, but I tell that out of there. Demon already holding down Tube, already trying to deny that push. They're actually heading back towards this. They're actually playing back towards this A site, knowing that, hey, we can do what we want. We can play exactly as we like towards this B site, but we know there's going to be players there. Why would we push that? Why would we let that happen? Instead, Shiro and the gang should be able to get the spike down relatively easily. Maxi, however, has other ideas, constantly finding those shots with the operator, and just tried too hard to make that play happen. Wanted to bait out shots, maybe bait out that B push, but should have teleported back quicker. The Yoru not making it back means that now they are at such a disadvantage. They are down a player, they have little to no utility, they expected so much to get to this point. What are they going to do now? Kaiser hits a good shot, some great usage of the grab well, but the trades back and forth. Maxi with the operator, do you really want to challenge this man? Orange Juice says, hell yeah! But unfortunately, he has no such luck, as the Rock are the ones to hit double digits first, and that is starting to fall behind.
Yeah, Maxi has woken up in the server. It's such a slow start from him, but he has been absolutely brilliant since picking up an operator and being allowed to build up that economy to pick up an operator. I mean, he's been brilliant. 18 frags. Bearing in mind, he had 2 frags when Team Nat were up about 5 rounds. So he has been picking up 3k after 3k. As Team Unit, the Rock Johnson, as you mentioned, they've hit double digits first in the server. Brilliant from them. And with the momentum in their sales, they're well on their way to taking this map. Number 3, taking this series and taking this grand final.
They really are playing for it. Not know they need to find an opening, and the Sheriffs provide them with a shot. Often only one in a lot of these long-range engagements, but it's something to be able to get on the board. Pretty sure just barely whiffs on Orange Juice there. And you got to be worried. You got to be stressed when you're facing down Maxi here, because they have been absolutely on it so far.
Yeah, been absolutely brilliant, and already in a bit of a sticky situation because, well, Team Nat, they're coming into this one with just the Sheriff buys. It's not the best weapon, and we haven't really seen it work in their favor.
Okay, Joe. Those shots, Juice. Expect someone to be there, but it's only a turret, man. You don't need to be so spooked. be able to deal with it, sure, but gave their entire position away to that A site while it happened. Maybe it's the long con, maybe it's the ruse, but with KJ falling, they're fooling no one. You know that B plant is where they're looking for, and Blackshot is all too happy to let him have it. Puts the shots down range, and now, well, Leon is not exactly in the best of positions. Nut destroys them. Orange Juice 1 versus 5. If anyone can do it on the squad, it absolutely is them, but questions certainly have to be raised right now, especially with that left push coming on. It hits the shot, but it's too little, too late. Versus 4. I'd be gobsmacked if they found anything more than maybe 1 kill here. There's too many players take their toll. The Rock are moving to 11, only 2 away from picking up this map.
I mean, this has been brilliant, has it? Absolute top-tier comeback coming from Team Unit, the Rock Johnson. Bearing in mind, they were 8 rounds down. 8-0. And Team Unit, the Rock Johnson have just been near on flawless. There's only been 1 round in, the past 11 or 12 that Team Nat have actually picked up. This has been a brilliant resurgence, and it just shows the resilience and the perseverance of the side. Brilliant stuff, to say the least. And they've hit 11 rounds. They go 2 rounds ahead of Team Nat, and they're well on the way to taking map number 3.
Maxi still with that operator. It's just been such a problem for Team Nat. How are they supposed to deal with that? Well, a wall would do wonders in making it happen, but they already know where that player is, looking to try and get the spike on down. Dashes in, dashes out, and takes one with them. Trades out for sure, but Cager is going to make that 2-4-2 with spike down. Sure, that wall is about to expire, and that's perfectly fine if your team. 3 versus 3 in the Empress as well for Demon. They can even slip through here. This wall isn't airtight. Layer goes up. The play comes through. There's no one there to try and contest it. Asia going to be out there. Push likely coming. There it is. The smoke to try and buy some time. Demon finds the first. Kaiser was not expecting that at all. The ult is ready. The fault line is there. The shot is there. Cager was playing the perfect position. The dimensional drift to buy the time that they need. Here's from behind. There is the shot. Beautifully done from Cager here. And the Yoru comes up huge. Nut was trying. He was. But it wasn't enough to find them the round. And Team Nat hit the double digits. They ain't giving up without a fight.
Yeah, they're not giving up at all. We mentioned the perseverance of Team Unit Rogers to get back into this after an 8-round deficit. Well, Team Nat have just shown a little bit of their own as they've taken around there where things were looking bad and their backs were up against the wall. They finally picked up a 10th round. They've hit double digits. They're trying their best to get rid of this 1-round deficit, says Team Unit the Rock Johnson. Still in the lead, 11-10. It's all coming down to the wire in this game, but full buy coming out from both sides.
Hero wants to play towards this B-long, wants to find an opening, but no one's going to contest them again. I love that the Rock aren't playing too touch and go, aren't contesting these angles. You see a lot of players go for teleports with the Omen up onto high grounds to try and contest these angles, and no such thing from the Rock. They're playing more passive. They don't want to get caught out. You know that flashes coming in, you could easily push that position out, and well, there are a decent number of those. Leon kicks things off, and kicks himself into the dirt as Nut, just holding down this angle consistently over multiple rounds, and every single time you push into him, he takes him down. Like clockwork.
Yeah, now Spike will go down. Okay, just holding an angle there. Here's the information on 1. The footsteps have been heard. He can slowly shift his way in. Spots the first. Break control not good enough for the second, however, and he's dropped. Traded quickly by Jake Stomo. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3. The post-part positions have been set up.
Demon is going to have a time trying to crack this one. The backup of... Oh, why would you peek out like that? Shoo! Still wins it, Demon! That was a freebie, bro! You should have taken that! And they don't wait for the lockdown. The Tains come in. You can see them hitting absolutely everyone.
Yeah.
But Team Nut still take the round because the Rock jumped the gun and spoiled the surprise. Now, I mean, I'm looking at Hobbs and Shaw, and the Rock would not do that. You know, he's a sensible man. He knows how his action works. He waits for his perfect time to strike. Do not disrespect his name like that.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, what was the reason that push? The aggression works against them, and now the question is, you know, Team U, the Roy Johnson, It's tied up 11-11. I'm buying into this. If they lose this, they're forced into an eco in the final round. This will be horrible. And essentially, this is the all-deciding round. Who wins this is heavy favourites taking the next.
Shows in Kidja. Still wants to make that play, but knows you step up into a Killjoy's web, you can remain trapped there for, well, the rest of the round. Because you're dead. You're on the floor.
Yeah.
Flashpoints could be big from Shiro, but there's no one playing this close. And I think they're fully aware of this, but they've got to do their due diligence. And this is the thing, is you get so much utility wasted, and these post plants can be deadly for Team Nut. They've often gotten the spike down, even in the rounds that they weren't winning. It's just that post plant. It's so hard. The only reason they won the last, ultimates. And that, they are pretty much fresh out. They've got a res, but even that's not a great ultimate for that post plant situation. A lot of util expended. The push is coming towards B potentially here, and I think this could be a huge mistake, especially with Maxi just holding this angle. We know they are such a terror.
Yeah. So going a little bit quiet for the time being, but won't be when they peak. Maxi, an uncharacteristic missed shot there from him. Allows him to force up and pull up this angle. Now he'll be in a bit of a awkward situation as he's forced to play around the side. Smokes to be dropped as he tries to fall away, and will manage to do so successfully.
Gets themselves out of the position, but there's not a lot of time. Nut need to move quickly, and Nut will not let them do so. 10 seconds, and with the Viper's bite on all of the positions they want to be playing, the shots are going to have to come through even quicker. They managed to get the spike down in time. If they can deny this plant, it'll be big, but they can't do it. And Keija even takes down Maxi here. 2 versus 2. The dimensional drift. Shiro comes up big, and it's just Backshot versus the world. They have the walls. They have stuff to work with. The position given away by that dimensional drift. Backshot knows that this position is... You just pass this by, comes back for the bite. But Keija, through the smoke, has bought the information that they might need. Backshot is coming around for it, finds the headshot! And it's 12-11 now. Nut can't pick up the round, but we could easily be seeing overtime.
Yeah, I mean 100%. Picks up a 12th round at Team Unit The Rock Johnson. They've hit match, series, and grand final point here. What a performance we've seen from both sides by Team Unit The Rock Johnson, who in that 1v1 situation nerves the steel and they just hold out. It's been a brilliant performance from both, but it's Team Unit The Rock Johnson who lead by 1 round and only need 1 more to find this series.
Operating hand for Maxi, and I can't think of a better way to end off the series. If they can find the frags they need, well, the Rock is going to be sitting pretty the rest of this round. But it looks like, again, split push style. Keija pushing up on this Yori yet again. He can teleport out. He can find themselves back where he started, but it might not be rewind time for him. He might be heading straight the one-way ticket to the death zone. Actually, still unsure if they want to peek that out. Shot rings. Doesn't ring true. Maxi dialing up another number for the next fight. The angle is going to be hard to hold. Kaiser will be able to try and get the spike on down. No one to really deny. The wall cut off a lot of these important angles. Resetting a lot of this util, putting these stars down in more sensible and better positions. Nut is checking for it, but Keija was ready and waiting. Nut trade back towards it. They've got the player advantage, but Maxi doesn't intend to let that be so for long. 1 shot here and 1 kill, but it was a bait using the enemy. Using your teammate as a flash there, as a distraction to allow you to get on in decoy. That's baiting. That's tactical baiting right there. Orange Juice needs to win the shot, needs to win this duel. Do they have enough time? Jakes is holding it. It's ticking down. Oh, so close. Will they be able to take it? They are indeed. And that is going to be the unit. Team Unit. The Rock Johnson picking it up. 13-11.
A 13-11 victory. The closest game we've seen so far from these two. Obviously the overtime, but that was the one which it was comeback after comeback. An absolutely brilliant performance. Congratulations is all we can really say to Team The Rock Johnson. They've been brilliant. One of the first games you saw on the stream. Brilliant all throughout the tournament. I've shown it all the way to the end. Came in as the underdogs in that game. I predicted Team Nats, but I mean, they've proved me wrong, and I'm very glad they did. What a performance, and what a comeback. They were 8 rounds down, and they came back into that game and took it all the way. They've taken the series 2-1, and they've taken the grand final, and many congratulations to them.
Yeah, an impressive performance, and well, obviously, they must be looking forward to their HyperX headsets, which are winning. Obviously, this stream was brought to you by HyperX.
Okay.
If you couldn't tell, I'm trying to make sure I'm doing no, that way, down there. And obviously, thank you to Special Effect, WSA, and Computer Repairs for giving us a hand. Thank you all very much for watching, and thank you to our producer and our observer, that being Jakey Boy Pro and Melanie MHS, respectively. They've done a cracking job so far. I'm excited to work with them more. Hope you all have had a wonderful evening and you enjoyed our games. I've been Rip. Joining me behind the Yokai. Hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Never reminded, never taking whatever you told me. I know what I could be. Making emotion paintable and so tell me, is this what you made me?